This story begins at night. A huge lunar disk is located above the mountain peaks. Lighting is enough to distinguish all objects around. His radiance also disperses the darkness among the trees growing at the very foot of the mountain ridge. Suddenly, a group of people in raincoats appears. They move very quickly and make such incredible jumps that it seems as if they were soaring in the air. Between the trees, a stranger runs, wrapped in a dark cloak. Whoever it is. But he is clearly trying to hide from the pursuers. The fugitive's face is hidden behind a terrible mask of a monster with huge fangs. He moves at no less speed than his pursuers, and it seems he has a chance to escape. But one of the warriors, holding a naked blade in his hand, makes an incredible somersault and attacks him right in the jump. At this time, the fugitive looks around, and the blow falls on the ugly red mask. Closed into two parts, she falls, opening the face of her master. Even its parts lying on the ground evoke horror with a terrible grin of fangs and sharp curved horns. The fugitive shot down from the foot at the foot of the tree, carefully covering his face with his hands. The soldiers pursuing him approach closer, and he, without hiding, lifts his disfigured face to them. One of the warriors turns to him, calling the sentence to the death penalty. The fugitive is rocking in response, but he continues his speech. He calls his name, Han Queer, red, strange, not like everyone else, or the infamous Sinwa, which means connoisseur of beautiful bodies, for the abduction of beautiful people of all ages and sexes, as well as for murder due to negligent treatment of them. Muram will say the criminal to death. They offer him to say the last word. Sin Suj is not going to repent. He asks his judges that bad in a simple desire to possess beauty. His thirst for the beautiful did not calm down until his death, and even the touch of cold steel to his throat did not force him to regret. Vrive the blade, and the head of the criminal is separated from the body. After the death of Han, as if in a mockery of his dream, people who put beauty above all, Sin Sigale began to be called. Above the city of Jinan, the province of Shandong, located at the foot of the mountains and the trees drowning in the greens, the sun shines brightly. People on the street enthusiastically discuss the latest news, the main of which was the execution of a beauty lover. Someone from the crowd is interested in whether the townspeople heard what those who escaped from his paws said. They say that after the abduction he did not touch them with his finger. Today, there is only one topic for conversations, and discussion is not only on the street, but also under the roof of almost every house in the city. A man in the tavern continues to talk about Sin Sujaile. He says that the offender only looked at the captives after the abduction. His interlocutor, carefully listening to the story, replies that this is some strange entertainment. Friends decide that he was really strange. In any case, it is good that he is no longer in this world. Pouring strong drinks, they begin to discuss another topic. It turns out that the youngest daughter of the Chegal family is looking for her husband. But she has very large requests. She needs an unprecedented handsome man, and even in order to own a sword skillfully. They doubt that she can find this. One of the men says that perhaps in the city there is a guy, a supporter Sinjail. His interlocutor replies that if he also owns a sword well, then probably it is worth calling him Clinic Sinjail. They laugh and ask to bring more drinks. A guy who holds in his hand runs up to them 2 bottles ordered. He asks for forgiveness that his hands are busy and invites them to take an order. Men agree. The young man thanks their bow and, wanting to enjoy food, hurries to serve other visitors. Orders are pouring on him from all sides, but he manages to fulfill all of them without delay. Visitors are delighted with young men because he looks at him at all a boy, and he can't occupy his talent. He manages not only to carry food, but also to accompany guests in separate rooms if they demand it. The night comes, the moon appears in the sky. Visitors diverge, and the tavern closes. The male hand carefully lowers the coin into the pot. The servant, who so skillfully carried food, presses the vessel with money, rejoicing that they have accumulated so much. He hastily hides the pot to the same 2 of the same, but already full of coins. The young man, whose name is Doko Chusen, is satisfied and going to continue in the same spirit to fulfill his dream as soon as possible. He wants to open his own tavern, and even in the smallest detail represents how it will look. But so far, there is not enough money yet. The young man sits down at the table under which his accumulations are hidden. After a stressful and long day, having finally left alone, he does not know what to do. The guy's hand gropes the wooden handle and grabs it tightly. He makes a lightning punch, and the fact that in his hands the broom does not bother him. The young man smiles. He is quite pleased with his skill and strength. Doko Chusen continues training, taking attacks one by one. The broom in his hands flashes at an incredible speed. Suddenly, an impromptu weapon breaks out of the hands and hits it right on the forehead. Grasping his head with his hands, he sinks to the floor to recover. From pain, tears are full of his eyes. Suddenly, an accidentally overheard conversation of today's visitors pops up in his memory. Men discuss the youngest daughter of the Chegal family. He realized that the lady likes the swordsman, but does not know what Sinzile's blade means. The guy decides, if the girl likes the master of martial arts, then he will definitely try to become him. Dako Chusen looks out the window with longing. He dreams of an unattainable and beautiful mistress, with En. The night has long come into its own. The bright moon illuminates the estate of the Chegal family. In the courtyard, despite the night, a lonely female figure is visible. Movement behind her makes her stop and listen. But she does not see anyone, and thinks that it seemed to her. A warrior, moving along the roofs and alerting a girl, descends to the ground and approaches a man awaiting him. He knelt down and says that he fulfilled the order of the master. Then he asks, "Will there be more orders?" After a little pause, the man lets him go. The warrior hastily fulfills the order and immediately disappears. Having lowered his head, the man pronounces only one word, "Sorry." With En, never finding a source of noise that frightened it, continues its walk. A lunar disk shines brightly in the night sky. A group of men sits in the room at the oval table. One of them addresses the chapter with the question, "Why did he collect them here?" The second person says that the Huanbo clan is only gaining strength every day, and they need to do something with it. He offers to adhere to the same strategy with a profitable marriage. Another man expressed his opinion. He believes that the son of the clan Namagun has a good reputation, and the youngest daughter of the chapter is just at a suitable age. People sitting at the table continue the conversation. One of them clarifies whether the offspring of the Namgun family, who was nicknamed the Spiritual Blade, is talking. The rest of the men decide that he will be a good party, and ask what the head of the family thinks about it. He replies that he heard them. The person whom everyone turned to, as the chapter, stands in thought at the window. He agrees with the elders. Marriage by calculating an influential family is the best choice. But Chegal Chanya, the current head of the Chegal family, doubts whether he can do this with En. The girl with whom he decided to talk after the meeting, with tears in her eyes, says that the posthumous desire of her mother was one thing, so that her daughter herself choose her husband. The servant reports that the head of the Halmoon family arrived. The master gives an order to let him in. Men are talking, sitting at the table. Chegal Chanya says that the Halmoon family is considered the best in information mining, and he is interested in everything that they know about the Huanbo clan. The guest replies that thanks to the new son-in-law, they were able to strengthen their positions. He begins to guess why he was called, and asks Chegal Chanya about it. The chapter did not deny, and confirmed that he was here because of the marriage of the lady and En. He manages that his guest would let rumors about it. Yes, so that they get to everyone in Shandun. The tavern is crowded again, but Doko Musin manages to fulfill all orders. Mak Chu-san, the owner and part-time and the roan of the Glass of Oval, calls the guy to take the food at the 8th table. The young man responds and asks to prepare another pork dunpo and 2 hot noodles for the next visitors. Dako Chusen affectionately meets the guests, and at the next request to bring another bottle, replies that their glass is famous for its alcohol. With En sitting at the table, watches him, surprised at his energy and fun. She becomes wondering if he is always like that. Meanwhile, the guy tirelessly spreads orders. The young lady continues to observe his movements with light envy. She thinks that she also wants a simple, ordinary life. She becomes sad, and she plunges into thought. The girl recalls the conversation with her father. She understands him. But she is embarrassed by the fact that although the alleged groom is from a famous family, but she never saw his face. Life in a glass goes on its own way. Visitors still demand that they bring them some dish or a drink. Dako Chusen, stopping for a moment, is upset that lately with En is always sad. Clutching the tray in his hands, he decides, if he becomes a Blade Sinjiel, then she will never have to saddle again. He represents how he squeezes the girl in his arms and bends to kiss her. His sweet dreams are interrupted by visitors who demand to fulfill their orders. Mak Chu-sen angrily nurses a guy, asking if he wants him to carry food. He continues to swear, wondering why the servant stands like Doug, and even continues to smile. The young man asks for forgiveness and continues to work. The night comes, and people are in a hurry to be at home as soon as possible. Doko Chusen says they worked hard today. The owner agrees, but warns that tomorrow he smiles after work, and not in its height. The guy straightens tired shoulders and sighs, complaining that he worked again today all day without a break. In response, he hears that he worked gloriously. Returning home, Doko Musin hears how the merchant invites buyers to buy books. He assures that these are not just the techniques of owning a sword and breathing techniques, but himself. that not to eat the editions certified by the clan. He offers to buy them for only 50 silvernicks. The man says that Mangacapped, one of the most famous masters of the past, created this technique, Sword of Pakos. And he adds that the buyer will also receive a respiratory equipment from Aniclimax as a gift. The guy became interested and came closer to consider the offered goods. He sees books in which there are such knowledge necessary for him. In his thoughts, his face with En pops up, and he decides that he will become a blade of Sin Sigale. The guy approaches the merchant and says that he says so that these are originals, and not just copies. But, he adds, if a man gives him a couple of books, then he will remain silent. An angry man in his hearts throws a couple of publications right in front of him. Doko Chusen decides that they do not look in the dare horse in the teeth, and takes them. In the evening, he takes on reading. He studies the book, and thinks that although these are just copies, they are certified by the Chagall clan, which means that the content should be real. He plunges into reading, especially he is interesting to the Sword of Pakos. Turning away from the book, Doko Chusen reflects on the text read. He is trying to understand how to move, how to hold a sword, strike. He tries to remember what he read. Mentally reproduces each movement with a sword. Represents a battle. But, unfortunately, he does not understand much. The words are familiar, but he does not know what they mean. Doko Chusen decides that all incomprehensible words will need to be asked tomorrow with the masters entering the glass. He puts aside the Sword of the Pakos and opens the second book, Aniclimax. For some time he carefully studies her, and then exclaims joyfully. It turns out that all incomprehensible words from the previous book are acupuncture points. Despite the fact that the yard is night, and tomorrow there is a difficult day, the guy rejoices. After all, in this book he found answers to all his questions. Doko Chusen goes to bed. Falling asleep, he repeats the name with N and asks to wait for him. He dreams of books. Even in a dream, he continues to study the battle technique with a sword. The guy believes that soon his dream will come true, and he will achieve his goal, will become a blade Singiel. In a dream, he again leafs through the pages of the book Aniclimax, continuing to study acupuncture points. The young man sleeps, his hands wide open. Something begins to happen with one of them. His brush involuntarily clenches into a fist. The veins on the arm are swollen. Incomprehensible changes are becoming more and more noticeable. Vienna continues to expand. The whole body of a sleeping young man envelops a strange radiance. The transformation continues. Doko Chusen, not suspecting that something unusual was happening to him, continues to sleep serenely. While his body is changing, he sees unusual dreams that are very difficult to distinguish from reality. The guy's hand tightly grips the handle of the sword, which he simply masterfully makes lightning movements. The young man is delighted and says that he was finally able to cut in one movement. He raises his weapons again and is violently rejoiced that he has almost become a blade Sin Siegel. Suddenly the guy finds himself in the training field, where there are many straw-stuffed animals. He is upset, realizing that this is just a dream. But then he still resolves and takes a step forward. Doko Chusen raises the blade and becomes in a combat position. He believes that it doesn't matter to him a dream or reality, and decisively waves a sword. Without difficulty, he cuts off the hand of a scarecrow in front of him. He himself did not expect such agility from himself. The young man is ready for anything, just to become a blade Sinzile and get closer to Madame and En. Morning comes. Doko Chusen wakes up. He feels himself quite vigorous, and rejoices that he has so well soldered. He was born again. But an unexpected thought stops him. The young man cannot understand why he feels so well if he read all night, and slept with strength for 2 hours. However, he did not think for long. Hearing how someone is naughty, he turns around, and immediately falls into the arms of 2 soldiers who, with joyful screams, attacked him. The guy with a smile notices that the boys in the morning are cheerful and full of strength. Before him, smiling, the brothers are standing. The eldest is Jan Miso, and the youngest is Jan Horan. The woman who approached them called the guys. With joyful cries, they rushed to their mother. The young man politely greeted and asked her how they slept. Salt the South answered, "Fine," and asked if the guy was in the tavern. She advised him to run and put herself in order while she takes care of the boys. Doko Chusen was surprised that they got up so early, because yesterday they probably returned quite late. The woman agreed with him and complained that she had a lot of things, so today she knocked out the time in the morning to go to the market. She wants to buy clothes for children. The young man replied that she was jealous of her salary, to which Salt Satya said that he also earns well, and she knows that the guy has accumulated on his own glass. The woman added that if he needs money, then he can always turn to her. She also said that for him she always has coins. The young man looked at her with gratitude, but did not have time to answer anything. Salt Satya says that he should run, otherwise he will be late for work. He manages to come on time in the tavern. But the day does not begin as usual, and he opens his eyes in surprise, trying to understand what happened. Doko Chusen is perplexed on the threshold of a glass. Sad guys are sitting at the table, and an unusually dull atmosphere reigns in the hall. He is interested in what happened. One of them replies that in the morning everything goes along an inclined plane. The owner entwines the young man, saying that he is just in time, and they need to discuss something. Doko Musen asks him what happened, and the man tells him that the owner of the institution where the guys worked escaped at night. A frustrated young man sits at the table. Mak Chu-san adds that the villain not only escaped, but also took with him all the values of visitors, and now all the guys were left without work. The owner of the glass, a little silent, and added that he thought here and made a decision. He is interested in the young man, whether they can take their guys to work, and whether he can learn them. Doko Musen turns around and looks at the sight that appeared before him. The sad guys are sitting silently at the tables. They do not know what to do next. The young man exclaims that it is not the time to dissolve Nuni. He tells them to quickly get to work, because the glass will open soon. The owner with a smile looks at the diverging servant, and thinks that Doko is very glorious, and it was not for nothing that he chose him. The young man rejoices in such luck because now he will have time for practice. At night, he returns from work. Doko Chusen cannot understand why the guys who always worked as waiters brought him so much trouble. He plans to knock out his time for training tomorrow. He is surprised that after such a busy working day, he was not tired of a bit. Usually he walked home like a lead, and now he feels light as a feather. It pleases him. After all, now he has more strength left for training. He recalls that he forgot to buy a wooden sword. Suddenly a scream that has been heard behind him makes him stop. Doko Chusen is interested in turning out and tries to consider what is happening. A scream flashes over the street. Someone desperately calls for help. The young man understands that the woman unknown to him was in trouble, and deciding that this has nothing to do with him, he turns away to continue his journey. His leg almost steps on some strange object. He lifts him and, having looked, understands that this is a hair clip. Several men are trying to calm the girl calling for help. One of the attackers reproaches the other that he is not even able to make a woman silence. His friend recommends him to do it himself. The sobbing girl, without losing hope, continues to beg for help loudly. The striker does not stand on ceremony with her, and crudely screams at her. Doko Chusen rushes to the rescue with all legs. He sees how some Verzel grabbed the frightened Salt of the South by the hand. A few days ago, the best cabaret in the city of Jinan. In the middle of a large room is a table on which there are different dishes and jugs with drinks. Men are sitting around him. Salt is dancing with the front ones. 2 more girls accompany her. The dancer hears a conversation between men. They say that it is not for nothing that the people are like such a rumor that, without seeing the girls from Honshwar, you should not even stutter about the fact that you have known the taste of entertainment. They are unanimous in the opinion that she is best. 2 people sitting at the far table are quietly talking. One of them is disappointed because they have no money, and they cannot even invite her to the table. His interlocutor replies that this never stopped them. A friend doubts his ability to think sensibly, but his friend replies that since she is the best in Honshwar, it will not follow the elders if they ask her. Men come to an agreement. They are sure that she has no excuses to refuse martial arts masters. Doko Musen is in a hurry to help a woman who fell into the hands of villains. Men are unhappy, but they do not perceive the young man seriously. The guy is determined and demands to release Salt to Yukva. He flies on one of the attackers with a run, forcing him to recover from his victim with curses. Men showered him with insults. One of them says that he is not the first saint to die before their eyes. Doko Gusan stands between men and a woman, covering her with himself. He is determined. The guy, turning to the Salt of Yuhui, is interested in is everything all right with her? A woman cannot say a word from excitement, but she recognizes the boy and pronounces his name. He tells her that he will take the attackers, and she should run. Salt the South Assembly objects. She says that he alone will not cope. She offers to run together, but he refuses. The young man explains, if they run together, then they will be immediately seized. It will be better if she calls someone to help while he distracts them. One of the men grumbles with displeasure, something about the fact that young animals have no manners. Doko Chusen hands a woman a hairpin that he had previously found. Giving her a jewelry, he says that if something happens to her, how he later looked into the eyes of Horan and Miso. The young man recalls how happy the boys were when they chose this hairpin together. He asks if she understood him well and says that no words are needed anymore. A woman with tears in her eyes looks at her defender and hesitantly pronounces his name. She cannot decide to run and leave him alone against 2 bandits. Realizing that she has no choice, she still turns around and runs with all her legs. But men do not want to miss their victim and decide to share. One of them wants to catch a fugitive, and the second meanwhile should deal with the guy. Brazil, showered the guy with insults, immediately rushes into the attack, confident that she would easily cope with him. The young man, although scared, is not going to retreat. He is determined, and when it already seemed that a huge fist of a man would drive him off his feet, he easily avoids a blow. The striker is amazed at his dexterity, but quickly comes to his senses. He tells the young man that he is only capable of dodging. Doko Chusen himself is amazed at his own resourcefulness and cannot believe what is happening. The man rushes at him again, and the guy understands that he is more than seriously configured. It seems to him that he will just kill him now. It depends on how the enemy is approaching. The young man is surprised at how he moves sluggishly. After all, he easily avoids his blows. The fist of a man crashes into the wall, leaving an impressive dent in it. Doko Chusen is amazed that his enemy fists can cause such huge damage. He is afraid to even imagine what will happen if he misses at least one blow. Suddenly, a striking thought comes into his head. He is overshadowed that these are not slow blows, but simply an incredibly fast reaction. The guy immediately felt much more confident. He again managed to easily avoid another blow. His enemy has already begun to lose his temper. Meanwhile, his friend, turning around, saw that he could not cope with the guy. He is angry and perplexed. He is annoyed by the fact that a friend cannot calm the young man. The man returns, deciding to personally deal with the guy, since the friend was so inept. He grabs the knife and rushes at Doko Gusun, wanting to kill him in place. But the guy sees his attempt and again easily evades. He is surprised to understand that they are too slow for him, so he has nothing to fear. Then he decides to attack himself. His fist crashes right into the jaw of an armed enemy. The blow is so strong that he immediately falls to the ground. A guy inspired by the victory is preparing to deal with the second bandit. The affected man, seeing a defeated friend, cannot believe his eyes. He believes that the young man hid his strength and is interested in which fraction he is. A friend asks him to shut up. He is sure that this is an accident, and he says he just relaxed. What a man, quite reasonably, is interested in, it was necessary to relax just as to be bored. Doko Chusen looks at his own fist with disbelief. He himself hardly believes that he managed to dump a sufficiently strong man. The guy does not know what is happening to him and is surprised by his capabilities. His opponents are again on his feet and are preparing to attack together. They threaten to kill the young man. One of them says that when he meets the Lord of the Afterlife, let him tell him that the guy was sent to him by the great masters from the Black Dragon sect, an embittered man, promising the young man a quick death, prepared for an attack. Doko Chusen was surprised that his opponents are not just local bandits, but a master. A Black Dragon is one of the Black Blade gangs operating in Jinan, although they call themselves the Warriors of Murim, but in fact are no different from ordinary thieves and killers. Brazil, waving huge fists, rushes at the young man, obviously wanting to kill him. But Doko Musen without much difficulty avoids the attack, and delivers a response, more crushing, who knocked down the villain from his feet. The young man is not going to retreat. He understands that no matter how bad the reputation of the people who attacked him was, they cannot cope with him. Its speed is simply amazing, and opponents will not be able to do anything with such slow blows. The bandits clearly decided to deal with him, and do not stop attacking the guy. Verzila again tries to hit him, confident that his strength decides everything. But Doko Chusen only recedes a little, and the man misses again. The guy decides to attack in response. He delivers a crushing blow, saying, "Let's see how strong you are here." The armed bandit squeezes his teeth with anger. He did not expect the guy so easily cope with Verzila, much superior to him in force. He rushes at the guy, screaming that it is time to let him go out. Doko Chusen feverishly thinks what to do because he is as slow as they are. But he has nowhere to retreat. He understands that he can only defend himself. He manages to grab the attacker by the hand in which he squeezes the knife. And he, without regret, putting all his strength into a blow, beats the bandit directly in the face with his fist. The man flies away a few steps back and falls to the ground. His friend, struck by the power of Doko Gusan, sinks in front of him on one knee. The defeated enemy is trying to rise, but he does it well. Unable to get up, he sinks to the ground with a groan. Verzila, who recognized their crushing defeat, cannot believe what is happening. He says that this is all complete nonsense, and this cannot be. Having put a friend on his shoulders, he retires. But turning around, threatens the guy. He says that he will not defeat them all. The young man looks after them, is not going to respond to threats. He only pronounces quietly. Come and adds that there are too many words, as for those who leave holding their tail. The guy is glad that he learned the bandits, but was surprised by the changes that had happened to him. He looks at his hands and tries to understand what happened. Salt Salia runs to him from all legs. She gave help. They return to the cabar, discussing the attackers on the way. The woman remembered that the day before they came to them. Pek Mien, an employee Hanshwar, putting a guy on a chair, examines him to make sure that he was not wounded. She is very angry with those who tried to harm her friend, and cringes them with insults. But then she was embarrassedly silent, deciding that she had a conversation too much. Doko Muso sadly thinks that she does not see a man in him at all. Pek Mienis is surprised to notice that the young man has no wounds. Salt the South in the way asks for excitedly whether this is true. The girl confirms, adding at the same time that there are not even bruises, as if he hadn't fought at all. A woman who had to survive too much this evening sighs in relief. She tells the guy that she does not know what she would do if something had happened to him. She asks if he understands that these were terrible people. The young man, continuing to sit in a chair, decides to admit how everything was actually. He says that when he heard a scream, it seemed to him that he was climbing his business. He just wanted to pass by. He was even a little scared. The woman looks at him, opening her eyes wide. He adds that he then saw her hairpin. He did not even know whether it knew or not, but simply could not escape. He immediately thought about her children. Salt Soch, bowing her head, thanked her savior. Park Mien sighed, and said that there is a very interesting atmosphere. And then she suggested that there was something between them. But both resolutely denied this. The woman added that he likes a completely different person. And the guy asked them to stop such conversations. Meanwhile, the night finally entered into its own, and the city plunged into silence. Doko Musen holds in his hands a training sword, for which he paid 20 silvernicks, and admires his shape. He asks a wooden weapon to help him until he becomes the best blade Sinjil in the world. Putting a chair in front of him, the guy decides to start with the first chapter, and study the wing of the white crow. He does everything as it is written in the textbook, and makes a wide wave. Doko Chusen freezes for a moment in bewilderment. He is trying to understand what is happening again. It seems strange to him, both his behavior and his sensations. He feels that something has changed dramatically in him. The guy again repeats the technique that has just been tested, and again he thinks about the fact that he is doing with a wooden sword for the first time today. But his sensations are strange. He again makes a swing. He has the feeling that he had waved his whole life with a sword. He likes this feeling, and he continues to exercise. Doko Chusen is delighted. He likes what he is doing. He is sure that he will become the best. The young man continues to exercise, not noticing that they are watching him. A witness to his training was an ancient old man who, squatting, silently looks at the guy. An elderly man with gray, bushy eyebrows hiding his eyes sits on a wooden bridge, his legs pressed, and clutching a vessel to him. He slowly brings a bottle to his lips and takes several sips. Nehoga Mansan, the elder of the Kaban group, broke away from the vessel and, with a sigh, was disappointedly complained that nothing interesting had happened again today. Suddenly, some sounds attracted the attention of the old man, tearing him off from thoughts. He became interested in those who could scream at such an exorbitant hour, and began to look for a source of noise. Nehoga Mansan, climbing the railing of the bridge, saw a young man who was training with a sword. He was clearly interested in the sight that appeared before him. One of his eyebrow raised, and opened an eye glowing with an unkind yellow light. After watching the guy for a while, the old man decided that apparently he recently took up the sword. Novogimensen carefully watches every movement of Doko Gusen, who, not noticing anything around, continues training. With incredible speed, he rotates with a sword, trying to master the technique read in the book. The young man continues exercises, and Noga Mansan notes that with every wave his blow is getting better and better. The old man is clearly struck by the talent of a young man and continues to be interested in observing. He is surprised that the guy repeated the reception only a couple of times, and certainly did not hone it for a long time. He cannot understand how this is possible. Doko Chusen continues to engage in selflessly. The sword in his hands rotates at an incredible speed. But one unsuccessful movement, and the blade breaks out of his hands and flies to the side. Nahog Mansan is unpleasantly struck by his miss, and loses interest in his studies. The old man sighs. He thought that most likely the guy studied with a military man who retired due to injury. Doko Chusen is worried about the missed miss, because before that he did everything perfectly. Nohoge Mansan turns away. He believes that tonight a young man can only dream of a sword ownership. Among the students of Kiban, he thinks, there are such a dime a dozen. He is no longer interested in the guy, and he returns to his former place. He grins displeasedly that while he was waiting for a certain Khan Ilsan, he had all the bones. But although the spectacle was not bad, not expecting to see something interesting anymore, he again leads the bottle. The man who appeared at this time, with respect for the old man, says that you need to let the guys look and search. Nehoge-man-san is interested in why. Have something curious for them appeared? The person says that Khan Il-san took out the main manuscript of the devilish swordsman. This was told by the tramp by Junyuan. In this valuable book, there is a treasure map that only the Chigal clan can decipher. So he will definitely go to Jinan. There are also rumors that the Kaomun clan is interested in this paper. The old man thoughtfully says that people from this clan, hearing about money to sit folding his hands, will not. A flying coin loudly hit the flooring. Some passerby threw them money. Men thanked him, wishing him many years of life. Nehoge-man-san tells his interlocutor that although they are poor, but you should not get hung up with money. The old man explains that Kaban is the best information miners in all of Junyuan, and their own clan is not chasing wealth. Only justice is important to them. His interlocutor is called to personally go to Jinan. The old man, having put on the fact that he was already walking up today, decides that he should rest. Dako-chusen is still acutely experiencing his failure. He examines his hand and says that he forgot the most important thing. He recalls how, in a fight with the bandits who attacked the Salt of the South, one of the villains slightly cut his palm. The guy thinks that after all, it was not necessary to conceal this wound from Mian. He looks at his hand, carefully looking at the injury. The cut crossing his palm was already a little dragging on, and does not resemble a fresh wound at all. He is trying to comprehend what is happening, and an unexpected thought comes into his head. The young man decides that this is one of those strange changes in his body, which he only recently began to notice. The blinding light makes the guy involuntarily throwing his hand in an attempt to protect his eyes. With surprise, he looks towards the mountains and understands that the sun has already risen. He is amazed that his training was so dragged out, and time flew by noticeably. The young man decides that it is time to finish with exercises, and it is necessary to rinse. He also thinks that before work you need to wrap the wound at least a bandage. Khan Il-san, a black toe man in a long fluttering cloak, moves to Jinan with incredible speed. At dawn, he is already standing at the top of the mountain and looks at the city spreading at the foot. The man is clearly for the first time, and he is all interested here. In his hands he carefully squeezes the scroll. It is clear that he is very valuable to him. Dako-chusen continues to train hard. For classes, he uses every free minute. He wants to achieve his goal as soon as possible. Today, the young man masters the technique of owning a sword in his room. Soon he lowers the sword, whose tip with a quiet knock concerns the floor. He sits down on the bed and complains that he was training quite a bit, and his strength was already exhausted. All night went into practice, but he mastered only the foundations. But most of all, he is embarrassed by how he will master the inner strength. His hand reaches for the book, where the technique he needs is described. He sits in the lotus pose, crossing his legs and resting his hands in front of him. The young man is trying to follow what he read. He wants to feel chi energy and use it, let go of the old one, and let in a new one. He does everything as indicated in the book. First exhales the air, getting rid of the cargo of the past, and then inhales, letting in the new one. In bewilderment, the guy freezes. He does not understand what he is doing. He is surprised that it was precisely the breath that was. A disappointed cry of Dokoguson is heard from the house. He is not clear to him, and he prefers to practice the sword before work. Watching Khan Il-san is already in the city. Slowly he walks around the market, listening to the conversations of merchants. But his calm is clearly ostentatious. The man vigilantly monitors everything that is happening around. A crowd of people gathered near the jeweler's tray, considering the decorations laid out on it. People scurry around, rushing each in their own business, and paying little attention to others. But some poorly dressed man still notices Khan Il-san. He was interested in what exactly this obviously noble person in Satkan, a national Korean headdress, mode. And, without hiding, he speaks about it publicly. Without turning, the man asks if he is talking about him. The beggar replies that only thieves, walking around the market, mow on everyone in a row and do not buy anything. And he asked, "Is he wrong?" Khan Il-san, unkindly flashing his eyes, replies that they pay their lives for a tongue without bones. But looking at the man and noting 2 knots on his belt, he says that, however, he is right. He asks if he had ever seen a thief gives alms. The beggar laughs and replies that there was still no in this world, neither in the sky nor on the ground, the thieves that sacrifice the poor. Khan Il-san throws a coin directly into the hands of a man. He catches her. He scatters in thanks and says that the master be careful on the way. Khan Il-san, laughing, calls him a talker. A man, pleased with himself, turns away and continues his way. He thinks that the beggar has 2 knots on his belt. This is a sign of Kiban. He almost failed, so their clan has already taken measures. A scroll is hidden behind his belt. He wants to check him for authenticity and quickly get out of the city. Kan Il-sun reflects that he is not going to spend his time on false feelings and other games. He finally got a chance to take possession of the power of the devilish swordsman who destroyed the old school. While he was thinking about his plans, his legs lead him to the tavern. On the threshold of the institution, a man appears in a black cloak and headdress. Doko-chusen welcomes the visitor and offers to hold him. Kan Il-sun asks the guy correctly that this is an inn, and he confirms that everything is right. He adds that their institution is considered the best in the city. The man interrupts him, not wanting to continue the conversation, and throws him a coin. He says that he did not sleep all night, and he asks to give him the best room. Doko Muso smiles and offers the guest to go upstairs. Kan Il-sun thinks that Oval really looks the best in the city. He was not deceived. Despite the later time, there are a lot of people in the hall. All the tables are clogged. The man continues to think that perhaps Kaban would not hide in such a place. His thoughts are interrupted by the young man's voice, offering to enter the room provided to him. The guy says that a beautiful look opens from here. Now is the time later, but he still recommends that he look. If he needs something, let him call the bell 3 times. Kan Il-sun asks not to disturb him if he himself does not ask for something. He wants to sleep in silence. Doko-chusen politely replies that he will transfer his request to the other employees, and he wishes him a good rest. The man is pleasantly surprised. He likes the politeness and manners of the guy. But when the young man turned to leave, Kan Il-sun freezes in shock, looking at his posture. Watching the guy after, he is trying to understand how this could happen. For a moment before his eyes, the guy's naked back rises, and he understands that in front of him is not just a person, but a heavenly container of martial arts. He was not able to move, stunned by his discovery. A man stands, holding a hat in his hands, trying to gather his thoughts. An unexpected noise distracts him, and, looking down through the railing, he asks to behave quieter, and also forbids employees to clean up in the hall. The servant, surprised by the request of the guest, turns to Doko-chusen, but he replies that he can finish the cleaning later, at lunchtime. The guy objects that then there will be even more people, and the order must be put before lunch. Kan Il-sun continues to watch the young men, thinking that perhaps it just seemed to him. Doko-chusen explains to the cleaner that the guest asked not to make noise, but the guy continues to persist. He believes that it is better to wash the floor now, while they have few visitors. The young man replies that this is not a problem. The tree from which the floorboards are made have a strong smell. The owner paid a tidy amount for them. These boards emit the aroma that drowses the smell of food when water enters it. Kan Il-sun, who did not take the eyes of the young man, and carefully listening to the conversation, decides that he was still not mistaken. This is exactly him, but this cannot be. Doko-chusen, meanwhile, continues to tell that when it smells delicious, they should not wet the floorboards. The cleaner is confused by the back of the head, and says that he did not know this. Kan Il-sun continues to look at the young man inseparably. He cannot believe that he sees him, carrying the power of ideal balance. A shocked man stands so, looking down at the talking guys. He still cannot believe what is happening. He is amazed that a simple employee of the inn was such an unusual person. The heavenly container of martial arts is a body that descended from heaven to achieve all the extremes of combat skill, carrying the power of ideal balance. In the entire history of martial arts, only 3 people suffered this force. He continues to look at the guy, unable to overcome his doubts. He thinks that if he is mistaken, then how to explain why this body has reached such an ideal balance. Doko-musun, meanwhile, as usual, cheerfully and tirelessly spreads the ordered dishes. Visitors to the glass are satisfied with the fact that there are more workers here. The young man turns around, hurrying to greet the next visitor, but freezes, as if struck by thunder. In front of him is Mrs. with En. A smiling girl welcomes him. She looks at him and notices that he, as usual, is vigorous. And it's just nice to look at it. Doko-chusen replies that he is lost when he hears such words from her. He asks what the girl wishes. She very politely asks her to bring her luncheon tea. The young man still can't take her eyes off the beauty, and then offers her to go upstairs, because there is better lighting. Looking at with En, the young man thinks that luncheon tea is a drink that is chosen to relieve soul, and he does not know how to help her and can only smile. The guy, dissatisfied with himself, leads the girl at her table. All this time, Kan Il-sun carefully watches him. The man, turning to the servant standing below, asks him to bring him tea. With En, he sits at the table by the window, waiting for her order to bring her order. Kan Il-sun, looking at her, thinks about how charming she is. He continues to reflect, and comes to the conclusion that it should be with En, that girl from the noble family of Chegal. The man recalls that after the death of his wife, his father raised her, protecting him like an apple. But he doubts a little and perplexed, because he is sure that the people of the Chagall family know how to recognize commoners. Dako Musin is in a hurry to the girl. He says that he brought her favorite sweets. The girl thanks the helpful guy, and Kan Il-san, looking at them, thinks that no one has recognized his strength. Something is wrong here. The guy with a joyful smile holds out a tray with sweets sitting at the table. The man continues to look at him, trying to understand whether he was mistaken or not. Dako meanwhile smiles, trying to please and appeal to the lady with En. Kan Il-san decides to go to his room and rest properly. He believes that it is quite possible. This is just a talented guy. He probably was too tired of the trip. The man decides that you need to return and think about what to do next. With En looking at the guy, he asks what it is on his left cheek. The guy, who did not expect to hear this from her, is confusedly repeated by her words. She reaches out to his face. Their eyes meet. They freeze for a moment. She takes off a stuck seed from his cheek and says that it is sesame. A long day came to an end. The night comes. The villains, with whom Doko Chusen fought yesterday, are on their knees, dropping their heads. A huge and strong man rises above them, whose face is in the shade. Only one eye burns with an unkind red flame. Turning to the bandits serving before him, he says that if they do not lie, then in the city there is someone who could defeat his guys. Friends are trying to justify themselves, saying that although he knew who they were, but ignored it. They ask to punish him. One of the bandits adds that if you do nothing, then people will look at the Black Dragon with a mockery. He begs an older brother to help them. The one to whom they turn to thoughtfully drum his fingers on the armrest of the chair on which he sits. Thinking, he says that he agrees, one cannot allow people to look down on them. Friends, who perked up, anticipate an imminent reprisal against a guy. The red-eyed giant rose from his chair and with a wave of his hand, said that he would start with those who were to blame. His huge fist falls on one of the bandits. The blow is so strong that the one like a feather flies to the wall. The second villain falls to the floor and bows low in front of the angry master. He begins to pray for mercy, and admits that he made a mistake. A man puts his leg on the bandit's head, tightly pressing her to the floor. He says that those who denigrated the name of the Black Dragon cannot be forgiven, even if it is one of them. The night starry sky covers the mountains with a dome, at the foot of which the city of Jinan is located. Doko Chusen continues training. In the afternoon he is busy at work, so he can only study at night. He carefully hones every movement. The young man masterfully controls the sword, carefully mastering the technique set forth in the book. Clutching a wooden sword tightly in his hand, he lunges after lunge. But his thoughts are busy with memories of today. With En, she took off the sesame seed from his cheek. He was terribly embarrassed, and began to say something incredibly about cookies with sesame seeds, and then tried to escape. She, smiling, asked him not to be embarrassed, because everything happens in life. Own oversight leads him to rage, and movements are accelerated. He rotates with his sword so quickly that it is impossible to keep track of his movements. He does not notice that someone is watching his training. Two villains, thoroughly battered after punishment, are quietly talking. One of them says that now it is clear why the guy beat them, because he is engaged in martial arts. The second agrees with him. The giant's hand lies on the bandit's head, squeezing her with force. He tells the man that some boy beat him, and he also makes excuses. He asks for forgiveness, and the red-eyed giant says that now he will not be so ashamed to kill the guy, since he is studying military equipment. Doko Chusen sits down, crossing his legs and closing his eyes. He tries to concentrate on martial arts and cleanse his head, but he doesn't succeed, because he only thinks about what happened during the day. And as the girl's hand touched his cheeks, suddenly he feels that he is not alone, and someone is behind him. He turns around and asks, "Who is here?" But instead of an answer, the giant's sword collapses to him. The young man barely manages to bounce. He is dumbfounded. After all, the person who attacked him has an amazing force. With one blow, he crushed boulders into pieces. The man understands that the guy is as smart as his subordinate said, but he is so confident in his victory that it even amuses him. Haik Undu, the head of the Black Dragon, believes that if he easily caught a guy he called him a rat, then it would not be interesting. Doko Musin had already recovered a little, and looked appraisingly at the man who attacked him. The young man did not endure the insult and replied that if he is rat, then a man is the same rabble as those who follow him on the heels. The giant clearly did not expect such courage from the guy. He is furious, and shouts that the young man was not enough to humiliate his people, so he also insults him. Not wanting to continue the conversation anymore, and showering the enemy with curses, he rushed into battle. Doko Chusen understands that the man is fast enough. Swinging, the giant hatches the sword on the guy's head, but he manages to evade. The angry Haik Undu says that perhaps he is just a rat who is afraid of a sword of some rabble. He adds that enough to talk, it's time for the guy to meet his blade. Doko Chusen does not know what to do. After all, if he uses his wooden sword, then he will simply turn into dust. Meanwhile, Haik Undu continues to mock him, saying that he is afraid of his sword. He again attacks the guy, telling him that he will be enough to twitch. But the young man once again cleverly leaves the blow. The head of the black dragon is furious. He cannot be patient to deal with the guy. But Doko Chusen also mocks him. He tells the giant that he so desperately waves his sword, like his life at a stake. Haik Undu beside himself with anger. He is outraged by the behavior of the guy and his own impotence. The man furiously waving his sword, and the guy, deftly evading, comments on his blows. The head of the black dragon stops to take a breath. He again rushes at the guy, screaming, which, if he caught, will not let go. Two villains standing aside and watching the battle rejoice and say that the young man is already a dead man. After all, no one has left alive from his older brother. Doko Chusen, clutching his sword in his hands, froze in place. He is all tense, fragmentary thoughts flash in his head a little more. A little more. The sword with incredible force falls to the ground. The man again furiously waves his sword. His opponent retreats. Haik Undu is beside himself with anger. He wants to get rid of a guy as soon as possible. Doko Chusen does not know what to do. If you try to block the blow, then the head of the black dragons will sweep it with the sword. No, this is not a way out. He is trying to figure out how to defend himself. The men's attacks are too fast and chaotic. In this situation, it is very difficult to counterattack. He really wants the power that helped him last time to appear again. Haik Undu once again rapidly attacks. His eyes are filled with rage, and movements are extremely fast. Doko Chusen understands that there is nowhere to retreat, but he does not know what to do. The enemy's sword whistled over the head of the young man. Once again he managed to recover literally in the last moment, and again escaped, it would seem, inevitable death. Another wave of a blade, and again failure. The man is angry. He does not understand why he does not manage to defeat his opponent. He attacks again and again, but the guy moves so quickly that at some point it seems that he manages to bifurcate. Haik Undu makes another attempt. He is sure that he is a millimeter from hitting. A little more, and the enemy will be defeated. He threatens to chop again and again until he destroys the young man. Doko Chusen is no longer trying to dodge. He resolutely runs towards the man. And although in his hands there is just a wooden sword, he is frozen to resist his formidable opponent. The bandits are fascinatedly watching the progress of the battle. The leader heated by the battle seems to them formidable and invincible. Doko Chusen once again hardly avoids a crushing blow. The head of the black dragons turns to his minions and asks them what they are doing and why they stand like idols. Friends, looking afraid at him, say that he himself ordered them not to intervene. Haik Undu screams at them. He demands that they immobilize the guy, otherwise he is the first to stick them. Hymens rush to his aid. Now the guy is surrounded. Doko Chusen is puzzled. He understands that he will no longer be able to dodge. The man is looking forward to the victory and shouts to the guy so that he does not yawn around. Haik Undu is sure that the enemy is ended. The young man, grabbing his sword with both hands, froze and prepared for a blow. He stands and waits, mentally asking everything to end as soon as possible. The man in the jump waves his sword and hatches a blow to the guy standing in front of him. But Doko Chusen suddenly realizes that he had slowed down. Watching how awkwardly the enemy moves, the young man chooses how to counterattack it. He decides that of all techniques, it will be the one where the movements are the least. Doko Chusen opens his choice on the technique of the Light of the White Crow. The young man fearlessly rushes forward. He does not bother him at all that the enemy is several times superior to him in growth and strength. He hits the man in the chest, and he drops his weapon. The surprised cries of his minions are heard on the side. The guy raises his hand holding a wooden sword for another blow. Haik Undu, heading the Black Dragon clan, is ingloriously defeated to the ground. His friends are standing, as struck by thunder. They cannot believe their eyes. The man lies with his hands wide. Doko Chusen stands in a half-broth, trying not to let all opponents out of sight. The bandits hesitantly trample on the spot. The guy throws his sword on his shoulder and turns to them. He asks them if they want to continue the battle. Haik Undu is not able to rise, and lies on the ground, his hands limp. Groundly flashing his eyes, Doko Chusen turns to the bandits standing nearby. Bednard men cannot believe that their formidable older brother, as they call him, was defeated. The guy again turns to the shocked incident to the bandits. He is interested in whether they want to continue the battle. But one of the men categorically refuses, admitting that they lost. The young man recommends taking his leader to them and fail. Doko Chusen stands, throwing his sword on his shoulder, and watches what is happening. The bandits, grumbling and swearing, are trying to raise Haik Undu. At the same time, one of them, not embarrassed in expressions, comments that their leader is too heavy. and the other is afraid that he can hear it. The young man who watches them says that if they still catch his eye, they will not collect the teeth. Finally, having taken the defeated giant on their shoulders, the bandits are left. At the same time, they apologize and thank the young man, calling him a fry. For this time they were lucky to leave without prejudice to their health. Doko Chusen stands motionless, looking after the retreating men. He cannot believe that everything has already ended, and he remained intact and unharmed. A wooden sword with a knock falls to the ground. The young men are bending, and he, having knelt down, begins to laugh wildly. Continuing to laugh, he says he was confident in defeat. The guy complains that he cannot even move. There is no strength left at all. Suddenly he recalls how the bandits in parting called him a fry. Sitting on the ground, Doko Musen asks himself a question. Is he a warrior? But having thought a little, he decides that the feats for him are already familiar, which means that he has already become a warrior of Murim. He recalls the conversation in the glass, from which he then found out that the warrior of Murim is the one who survives, even facing his face with death. He continues to think about the fact that then he took this as a joke. But Madame and Ian lives in such a world. He again recalls the girl, and wonders why she looks so distant, and why she has such a sad face. His hand clenches into a fist. He thinks that he wants to become stronger. The guy seeks to become so strong as to be able to protect it. He decides that at all costs will become the best sword Sinjil. Looking at the sword lying nearby, he sighs and says that sooner or later he will still be able to get up. Morning comes in the city and a new bustle day begins. Doko Musen asks Sol South what to do to become stronger. A young woman looks at him in surprise. She asks why he starts such conversations. She thought that he just called her for tea. The young man decides to tell her everything that happened to him. Salt the South laughs and says that it looks like it is so. To regret money for training, and to master everything yourself. She floods with laughter, and the guy is already regretting his decision to tell her everything. The woman says that in general, she understood everything. And then he invites him to listen to the story of his husband. The guy agrees to listen to her story. Salt Sosh tells about her husband. No one knows. He is alive or dead. But in the whole of Shandun, you can't find someone who does not know about Yana from Hebei with a spear. He is very famous. Suddenly, a woman falls silent in a half, nervously squeezing her fingers. She thinks, not knowing where to start. The guy sits at the table, looking scattered somewhere into the distance. Friends standing in front of him were talking about the fact that they did not even think that a school of martial arts would be in such a wilderness. They mock, and they say that they are unlikely to teach something here. Usually everyone goes to Yenho. A person sitting at the table replies that they need to take the line in Enho. If they are late again, you will have to wait a very long time. And he agrees that they are right. No one will want to engage in such a place. Suddenly he hears the question addressed to him. Is the Chandan school here? The guy smiles and welcomes the approaching person. He wants to start with the performance, and talk about the specialists who teach here, but they interrupt him at half-word. Doko Chusen says that he did not come to submit an application. The guy looks at him perplexedly. His face becomes evil, and he says that in this case he fails. But the young man replies that he came to meet with the teacher Chojed. Grubian immediately changes his tone, and he is pleased to be interested in where he knows the Mr. Teacher. Doko Chusen replies that they are unfamiliar. The guy clarifies. Perhaps they have a meeting? The young man responds negatively to his assumption. Then the guy asks why he then came at all. Doko Chusen recalls yesterday's conversation with Sol South. She said that her husband always said that in battle, the victory for those who are more training. The woman recalled that he always pointed to other warriors to their mistakes, because of which they often attacked him. But, she added, as soon as he began to train. The woman did not finish the phrase, fell silent, and, having drank tea from her cup, continued. He felt his skills grew. The guy asked how to provoke a man who does not want to fight. The woman laughed, and said that she also asked her husband such a question. And then I added, now repeat after me. But a rude shout interrupted his memories, and forced Doko Gusen to return to reality. The guy standing opposite him repeated the question. Why is he looking for Choenged? At first, the young man hesitated, as if not knowing what to answer. And then he strongly said that he came here to look at the techniques of this man. On the training ground of senior fighters of the Chandan school are armed people. The senior mentor of Chandan gives them a team. He says that there will be no breakthrough. They must train hard. Suddenly, someone is hiding a man, and he is forced to break away from his occupation. In front of him stands a breathless guy. The mentor asks what brought him here at such a time. He, with difficulty pronouncing words from behind the breaths, replies that the matter is serious. He quietly whispers something in his ear. He listens carefully. Suddenly his face is overwhelmed by rage. He is clearly outraged. The man is interested in why this impudent decided to test him. Doko Chusen stands serene, relying on his sword. He is absolutely calm and is ready for any turn of events. Pupils whisper among themselves. They say that some guy appeared at school and dared to go out to battle with a mentor. One of them cannot even believe it, and the second adds that, it seems, he is not 20 years old. They doubt that such a young man provokes the elders. They decide that he is crazy and want to go to see how much. Two other guys also want to go to the Daredevil, but they doubt whether the mentor will be angry. Students crowded at the entrance to the courtyard of the school. They admire the guy. They are surprised that he evades all the attacks of the mentor. The man beats with his sword, but the young man, only slightly deviating to the side, leaves from the blow. The blade flashes literally at his very nose, without causing him any harm. The battle continues. The speed of opponents is simply amazing. Doko Chusen manages to strike an opponent. He is satisfied with himself and thinks that the game is worth the candle. The face of a man, accustomed to victories, will be vigorous with rage. An angry mentor, raising his sword, rushes forward. The young man mentally encourages himself. He understands. If he misses the blow, then he will be very bad. The man is already very close, and it seems that now he will probably deal with the insolent who dared to challenge him. But when he was already fully convinced of victory, the young man jumps to the side. He makes just an incredible somersault, and the mentor is amazed at his fingering and resourcefulness. He again waves his sword, while thinking that the guy's skills are a maximum at the level of a senior student or younger mentor. But still something confuses him. The man is surprised that his blade has never hooked the young man. Doko Chusen attacks the enemy, aiming at his chest with his sword. The man at the last moment manages to parry the blow. The mentor is amazed that there is nothing special in the skills of owning the enemy's sword, but the power of his blow is such that his hands are shaking. Doko Chusen continues to attack. His opponent is forced to defend himself. Finally, it seems to the man that he found a gap in defense of the enemy. He rejoices that he opened his center. He fiercely rushes forward, but the young man retreats incredibly quickly. The mentor cannot believe his eyes. He is surprised by his incredible reaction. Doko Chusen thinks that it was quite dangerous. He barely managed to avoid a blow. The battle continues. The young man masterfully evades attacks. The mentor's blade is again aimed at him, and it seems that this time he will not be able to dodge. But the young man is not even going to avoid a blow. He attacks himself. A man cannot believe what happened. The young man does not stop, and delivers a strong blow. The defeated senior mentor of Chandan falls to the ground. The students are amazed. They do not understand how this could happen. Doko Chusen, squeezing the sword in his hand, stands in front of a defeated enemy. The guys standing around are excitedly talking. They are surprised that some young man defeated their mentor. Some of them are going to go to the Yenhan school tomorrow. Others are interested in where the stranger gets such a force. Doko Chusen does not know to rejoice at him or be upset. He won something, but what to do next? A young man with a sword in his hands stands above a kneeling man, behind whom the students gathered. The defeated man is beside himself with rage and humiliation. Doko Chusen has not yet decided what to do. He tends to the idea that it is time to run. Suddenly, he hears someone turning to him, calling a young master. He turns around in surprise, uncertain that he did not rush. In front of him, bending down under a heavy burden, stands a guy who met him at the entrance to school. The young man looks at him, wondering why he carries a sign somewhere. Pupils are talking among themselves. They do not understand why he challenged the school. One of them says that he seemed to be going to pick up everything they have, and if not all, then at least a sign. They decide that he is some kind of strange. The guy who brought the sign is lamented that if people learn about it from above, then a large commotion will rise. Bowing, he holds out his burden on the surprised Doko Chusen. The young man is perplexed. Is there really such a tradition at school? To take the sign in victory? Throwing his sword onto his shoulder, he takes a sign and says that perhaps he leaves. Turning around, the guy goes to the exit. The affected students look after him. The shocked man who has reported about what had happened as he asks, "What does he mean, tore off and left?" Putting his fist on the table, he gives the command to catch up and beat until he remains an empty place. At the martial arts school, Kanchol comes up to the teacher with a bow. He says there is a problem. The boy, who has overcome the older mentor, wants to compete with him. He adds that according to rumors, he is still very young. The teacher replies that he grew up enough to know martial arts. The main mentor of the martial arts school, Kanchol, decides that although he has long since set off, he will be able to indicate his place to the presumptuous boy. The main mentor of the Inan school is also fulfilled to fight. Their colleague from school believes that if rumors about his victory are spreading, then there will be even more reward for him. The main mentor of the school, Tovan, examines Doko Chusen, who said that he had come to look at his skills. The man immediately rushes on the attack. His speed is impressive. He strikes, but receives an even more powerful answer. Doko Chusen beats with his sword right into the enemy's chest. The young man comes into a fight with the main mentor of the Kanchil martial arts school, and easily knocks out weapons from the hands of a man. The city is only talking about the latest events. People are discussing a warrior who has overcome the mentor of Chandan and took the school sign. They are sure that now he will go for the same trophy to the Kanchil school. One of the men says that the mentor of this educational institution is already an old man, but he should have first-class skills. His interlocutor replies that it bothers him even more, because the guy visited 5 places, and a reward was put up for his head. The head of the trade house Chandan is furious. He asks why they still have not found a guy, and gives the order to everyone to go in search. Teachers to whom he tells do this. They say that their business is to teach, and not work with bloodhounds. The man explains that training was covered from behind the guy, and with them their salaries. But his interlocutors reply that he defeated the strongest mentor. How will they grab him? One of the teachers says that he is enough. He leaves. The teaching of the retired and who confused his skills is unlikely to be needed. The head of the trading house is trying to stop him, saying that he spent a lot of silver on him. A man runs into the room screaming that they have problems. He reports that people are agitating not to buy goods from them and not order anything. The man says that rumors spread that the chase was sent beyond the mysterious warrior. The people are outraged that they cowardly revenge their honestly fighting enemy. Their competitor on the street offers to buy his product, saying that he does not know who this secret master is, but you will not meet these today. On the streets, people are interested in what the guy has a nickname, but no one knows about it. A week later, 4 hands raise up glasses with strong drinks. A man proclaims a toast, and he adds that today he is in a glass in order to spend everything to the last penny. His friend says that he should try everything he wanted so long. Usually he cannot afford this. His friend overtures the contents of the glass. The man continues his speech. He says that thanks to the wanderings of the young hero, the destructive school of martial arts, officials hire everyone indiscriminately for their protection. Therefore, his wallet began to get fat. There are various dishes on the table. A person continues to say that people from a trading house will do everything for the sake of money, so they had to compromise. He also added that their services rose in price. The man raises a glass and offers a drink for a young hero who brought him prosperity. The people gathered at the table agree with him. He asks to bring more drinks and some expensive dish. Hands rise from almost all tables, and visitors require drinking and food. The servant is in a hurry to complete their orders. Mak Chu-san tells Doko Prusen that today you need to work a little. He objects, recalling that the owner promised him to let him go early today. The owner laughs and replies that he cannot let him go when there are so many people in the tavern. And he adds that today the guy is waiting for good tips, so let not whine, but goes and spreads orders. Doko Chusen agrees that work is in the first place. Picking up several plates, he hurries to take them to visitors. Somewhere far from the city on the shore among the thickets, a young man sits right on the ground and dreams of mistress with Yen. The lunar disk shines brightly over the family estate of the family. The head of the house, Chegul Chanya, turning to Munju, says that wherever you look, all the conversations are only about him. He asks how he is going to deal with this. A man belonging to the lower class, bowing his head low, replies that no matter how hard they try, unfortunately, nothing is impossible to do now. Chegul Chanya asks him if he had one of the 100,000 that he gave him. Munhu says that acting in this way is problematic. He reports that he had done everything possible, and the feet of his people have already touched the distant lands of Sachon. The master sighs woefully. He knows everything, but he is preoccupied with how to find a suitable person for marriage in such a situation. Already several grooms came to their house, but the whole idea failed because of the girl's refusal. Munju sees that it is worth only with Chegul Chanya to talk about his daughter, as he becomes not his own. The gentleman angrily says that he will break his legs to that impudent boy and cut him into pieces. He is sure that it is the glory that will let him down. Doko Chusen sits on the floor in his room and examines trophies. Signs from martial arts schools. Neither to step or sleep, he thinks. Together with Pekmin, Salt Soch and her 2 plows, the young man sits at an impromptu table on the riverbank. In front of him is a plate with fried meat. At Pekmina's, at the sight of food, even saliva flowed. She asks the guy if she can try it. Doko Chusen replies that he did not count on their visit, but a lot of meat. So let them take how much they want. The boys asked if it was possible to take a treat. The young man said that of course they need to eat well. Salt Soch, laughing, says that the kids ate a lot, as promised. Breaks joyfully agree with her. The woman asks the guy, does he need work today? Doko Chusen replies that he told the owner, as if he was feeling bad. After all the past week he worked constantly, and now his whole body is breaking. Therefore, today, he eats and gains strength. Looking at the plate standing in front of them, the woman notices that even 5 foods are a lot of food here. The young man explains that the owner complained that there were too many meat, and he sold the part to the employees Zadashevo. Pekmin, giggling, says that probably he bought meat for a specific purpose. Sol South asks the girl, doesn't she love meat? To which it gets an answer that free food is best. The woman, turning to Doko Prusen, is interested in him that with the business that they had spoken about before, and whether the advice that she gave was useful. The guy replies that such a beginner as him cannot use it. They just beat him. He adds that he has trained several times. With En says that there was not much time since he began training. Pekmiena is interested in him. She did not know that he was engaged in martial arts. The girl asks, did he really go to school? But the guy explains that he just bought a book and trains alone at night. Pekmin, laughing, says that they have a miser. And the guy jokingly tells her to give a bowl and sticks. Suddenly her eyes are rounded in surprise. Turning to the guy, she asks why the hieroglyph Kuvan was written on firewood. The young man hastily replies that last night, when he was going home from work, these unnecessary boards were given to him, so he chopped them on firewood. Dokochusen thinks excitedly. Couldn't the girl guess? Pygmiena asks if they heard about the young master who comes to the school of martial arts, and after the victory takes the sign from their name? With En, it replies that this is all that the guests of their establishments have recently been talking about. He has already gathered a lot, and some, it seems, threw it out into the street. The guy says that excellent wood for their meat came out of them, and to himself rejoices that they have not guessed anything. Doko Chusen sits in his room on a bed surrounded by signs. He thinks that his stomach will burst now, and only 6 pieces took the signs for firewood. He thinks whether he did superfluous. Rumors spread widely, and now only the issue of the time when they find it. He believes that he should not be revealed. Doko Chusen thinks that he is looking for high-class warriors, and he is not so strong as to confront him. The young man recalls his fight with the main mentor Kanchol, who was far exceeded him, and at the same time he retired. But even now, the guy is breaking through the one thought about the power of his hands. Doko Musen believes that he was lucky that no one can remember his face. However, he still needs to be careful, because there are already rumors. He thinks that tomorrow he will have the last battle, and everything will end. This time he will go to a place with the best reputation in Jinan, where each of the mentors has the best skills. He will go to the School of Martial Arts of Enho. The guy sighs. He will definitely have problems if he brings more boards. The sun rises from behind the mountains. On the rock there is a man who dreamed about with En on the shore. Looking at the city stretching below, he rejoices that he finally reached the place he needed, the territory of the Chagall family. Walking along one of the city streets, he hears someone nauseous. Turning, he sees 2 men. They demand from him to give them all his money, otherwise he will see the sun for the last time. The guy grabs the sword. After the use of military equipment, he, hiding the weapon, says that he is madly tired, and he adds that if they climb to him again, then he will cut them for real. The frightened bandits, who had lost all their combat enthusiasm, are frightenedly asking him for forgiveness. A man approaches the guy and, calling him a master, says that the name of this technique of the sword fully corresponds to her. He turns to him, and is interested in who he is. He asks if he knew that he would come here and waited for him in the morning. The man replies that he had such efforts. He was just a merchant and expected him to get acquainted. The son of the house Namgun gloomily looks at him. The young man again asks who he is, and what does he care about some merchant. The man, bending in front of him, asks for forgiveness for his tactlessness. He says that he is related to Enho's school, and, raising his eyes to the interlocutor, adds that his name is Munch. There are many visitors in the tavern today. Doko Chusen brings guests the dishes they ordered. The owner says that after a day of rest, he seems to fly. The guy asks Mak Chushana, did he ever be one of those who crawl? The man waves off him, and replies that he does not talk about it. Mak Chusan asks Doko Gusan and other guys cleaning on the upper floors, and then go home. The guy standing at the foot of the stairs nods. He climbs the stairs. The young man is immersed in his thoughts. He thinks that only the school of Enho remained, but all with whom he had come across were retired warriors. Doko Chusen represents the educational institution in which he has to go. He realizes that real fighters will meet him there, who can easily cope not only with mentors, but also with full-fledged warriors. He understands that they are first-class fighters, but is not going to retreat. The guy rises up and turns on to visitors. He politely welcomes the guests who have entered. The son of the house Namgun and the merchant stand in the doorway of the tavern. Earlier, Munch introduced himself to the guy as an official representative of the Enho school. He said that he had heard about the visit of the young master. He decided to meet him. The guy asked why he was waiting for him. Munch said that he was a merchant, and here in order to make a trading transaction. The man says that he wants to make one offer that will not harm him. Namgun, not wanting to listen to him, categorically refuses. Then Munch said that this is a chance to become even more famous. The guy is interested. They come to the glass. The man says this is the best place in the city. A local cook cooks first-class dishes. Doko Chusen invites them to go through. Munch demands to show them a place where it is quiet enough for a business conversation. The young man leads them to the top floor. Guests demand to bring them the best dishes. Munch likes Doko Chusen. Namgun asks what he wanted to talk about with him. The man is interested in whether he heard about the young hero sign of martial arts. His interlocutor is surprised. Is he really more famous for him? Munch replies that the guy is known only in the district. He walks to local schools, challenges the mentors, and, winning, takes away signs with their name. He added that only his school remained in the whole district of untouched. But this is not for long. Soon he will reach her. The guy is interested. Munch wants him to give the young hero a call. The man replies that he will generously pay. He is sure that if the victory is for the son of Namgun at the house, he will be able to absorb all the glory of the defeated young man. The young master considers the offer. He says that he seems to hear a servant, a very conscientious guy, is already running up the stairs, and he asked what need was so straining him. Munz replies that the young gentleman is very kind, and his battle skills are outstanding, which is nothing more than a gift from above. Doko Prusen manages to hear part of their conversation. He understands that a young man is a Namogun. From surprise, he almost drops the tray. He also begins to guess who the interlocutor of the young master is. Doko Chusen enters the room. He apologizes and says that he will now bring food in return for the one that splashed. But Munch says that these are all trifles. The young man, smiling, bows to the man as a sign of gratitude. Doko Chusen understands that the room is now the warrior called a spiritual blade. This nickname was given to the young master for the destruction of the military unit of the Haikfa. They say that his quick sword dissects not only the body, but also the soul of the enemy. And this means that he can control key energy. While the young man explains to the guests that he will bring dishes as they are ready, he thinks that with his current forces he cannot cope with the Namogun. Doko Chusen is upset. He reproaches himself because he trained so little, and asks himself the question, will he really be forced to surrender? He is called from below, saying that the food is already ready, and he can take it. Men continue the conversation. Munch says that he heard that the young master has special feelings for the daughter of the Chigal family. Namgun is embarrassed, and replies that he came to ask for her hands. One of the servants asks Doko Prosen, standing on the stairs, whether there are still guests upstairs. The young man asks to take the finished dishes instead to visitors. He goes to the owner and says that he needs to go home. He offers to wait a bit and go together. But the young man replies that he cannot wait. He has one urgent business. When asked by a man what happened, he replies that this is a matter of life and death. Doko Chusen turns around and goes to the exit. He says he should go right now. The young man is extremely determined. At sunset at the martial arts school, Enho announces that the reception of students is over today. The crowd of guys awaiting the whole day of their turn begins to be indignant. A little later, they begin to diverge. Some complain that it was necessary to come earlier. Others agree to meet here tomorrow. Some of them are perplexed. Why such difficulties for the sake of easy recording to school? A group of guys complains that they were very hungry and decide to go into the tavern. They continue to talk among themselves. One of them says that now is the time when a young connoisseur of martial arts appears. One of the guys replies that, no matter how cool this youth is, but he cannot overcome the head of the school of Yenho. One of the friends supports his opinion, someone doubts. Some of them decide to argue. Some put them on the head of the school, others on his enemy. A bottle of good wine is chosen as a prize. The debaters continue to push each other. Their friends rejoice that whoever wins, they will drink for free. A young man walks confidently along the street. His courageous figure and self-confidence are impressive. The evening comes, and on the market square it is already almost deserted. A buyer enters one of the shops. The girl welcomes him. Doko Musen asks if she has clothes for making martial arts of his size. And, adding that he is not very versed in this, he asks her to advise him something. The girl, thinking how many years to the guy, agrees. She decides that he is 17 years old or even 16. While the young man complains that the clothes are expensive for him, she continues to look at him. The girl believes that he is too young, but his muscles are not bad. Finally, she finds the desired product, and the guy agrees to purchase it. He calculates how much he has to pay for his clothes. and the amount clearly seems very large to him. Doko Chusen asks why it is so expensive, because the suit offered to him is not much different from what is dressed on him. The girl explains that fighting clothes do not sew on what because of this, and the price is. The guy is interested in whether she has something cheaper. For example, without pockets or an enhanced seam. Perhaps not so bright. It would have done it quite. Smiling politely, the girl replies that she does not trade like that. Having paid the right amount, the guy leaves. The merchant after him says that if you need to patch up the costume, then he can turn to it. But the young man is sure that he will not come here anymore. Doko Chusen is upset. Clothing was more expensive than he expected. He thinks that perhaps you need to look for a part-time job. On the street he sees a man and entangles him by name. Manager Hanchuar rejoices in the meeting and complains that they have not seen each other for a long time. He asks the young man what he does here. Doko Musen asks him not to say that they met here. Otherwise the sisters of Saucha and Mienis will go crazy. Doubts his words and says that it is unlikely that women are interested. But the guy, embarrassed, replies that the matter is not only in him. He ridiculously describes how they will be outraged by the fact that he spends money in Honchkra instead of giving them. The man agrees to be silent, but he is interested in what the guy is doing here. He hardly came here to see him. The young man replies that it is not worth judging hastily. They have not seen each other for a long time, so he wanted to meet. But the man does not believe him, and asks to say what he really wants. Doko Chusen is interested in how he guessed. To which Ian Vaughn replies that no one will be very upset due to the fact that he has not met him for a long time. A little embarrassed, the young man asks to borrow his weapons to him. The man asks if he really needs the wooden sword with whom the hostess is dancing. But the indignant young man says that he had in mind the real one. Yoon, in surprise that he was going to do with him. Doko Chusen explains that he decided to become an outstanding fighter, but he has no weapon. Suddenly he decides that he is better off to leave. But the man stops him. Won his sword, saying that one of the visitors left him in the form of a board for wine. He can take him. The young man is worried that the owner of the weapon can return to redeem it. The man replies that the period of redemption has long passed. Now this is their sword. And in any case, they have a dozen of these in their pantry. But at first he wants to ask the guy something, and he will not tolerate lies. And one asks the young man that he was going to make a real sword. Doko Chusen says he will defend himself. The man clarifies whether it is true that he needs a weapon only for self-defense. And the young man confirms that it is. And Vaughn gives him a sword, saying that he can go. The guy thanks him. The man is sure that he is not one who harms people for no reason, and he adds that the main thing is that he himself does not forget about it. He warns that, taking a sword from the scabbard, Doko Chusen should be ready for the other to do the same. The man asks to listen to his words. The guy presses a sword and a knot with a suit. He rejoices that finally, almost ready. The young man thinks that if he comes in his usual outfit, then the head of the Enho school and the Nemogun who arrived today will definitely recognize him. Doko Chusen believes that he should not fight with a young master. It is much more important to prevent him from getting to know Madame with En. So thinking, Doko Chusen continues to walk along the street, carefully holding a weapon and a knot with clothes. The young man near the school, without raising his head, answers the next visitor that the record is closed today. Let him come tomorrow. But he says that he came for another purpose. Finally raising his head, the amazed young man sees a person in front of him in a battlesuit, with a sword and a red mask hiding his face. He says that he came to meet with the head of the school. Behind the stranger in the mask, a whispering crowd began to gather in a surprise. He was recognized. This is a young master of martial arts, about which only conversations in the city. Two guys from the crowd talk among themselves. One of them doubts, because he does not recall that he would wear such a mask. Meanwhile, Doko Chusen says that he was forced to take some precautions, because some schools hired experienced masters to search for him. The crowd around rustled excitedly. People rejoice that they see him. The young man with whom he talked asked him to wait a bit. He needs to immediately inform the head of the educational institution about the arrival of the young master. Doko Chusen thinks that Namgun is waiting for him here. The spiritual blade asks Muns, does he really want him to go against the young master as soon as he ends the battle with the head? He says this is cowardice. His interlocutor replies that this is just a check, whether his opponent is good enough to fight him. Doko Chusen, meanwhile, recalls the conversation he had overheard. He understands that after he defeats in battle, Namgun himself will come out against him. The guy believes that he needs to avoid a fight with him by any means. Meanwhile, the young man returned, who reported on his arrival, and invited him to go through. Doko Musen agrees to follow him. He goes through the gates of the School of Martial Arts of Enho. The assembled people welcome him and rejoice that the head of the fight against the young master will witness the battle. But two warriors block the road. They say that they do not let strangers into school. If they are not students, then let them go. The crowd begins to be indignant. Everyone wants to see a battle near. Doko Chusen, having heard the words of the guards, thinks that since they do not allow strangers, then they were waiting for him, and everything is already adjusted. The young man, accompanying the guy, bowing to the bow, reports to the master that he fulfilled his assignment. Munch seems and says that he is the owner of the school and glad to meet with a young man. Doko Chusen thinks that his true intentions are too obvious. The guy replies that because of some circumstances, he cannot name his name. The man says that, judging by his voice, the rumors of his young age are not at all exaggerated. But the guy believes that he should not answer such questions. Munch insinuatingly continues that, as the owner of the school, he knows how to keep secrets. And he asks if the guy does not want to name his name. Such impolite, as he believes, is not appropriate for his glory. Doko Chusen understands that he is trying to provoke him, and if he arranges a scandal, then a namagun will come out. He replies that he does not see the grounds to trust school owners. He already has a sad experience. He won, and the hosts after that sent the killers to him. The honor of a fighter is nothing for them, and he adds that the owners are not a martial artist. They are just merchants who want to earn as much as possible. So this does not surprise him. These words bring Munch as a rage. He really wants to call Namagun and put up a guy right now. The young master agreed to help him, but he said that he would not allow situations that may damage his reputation. Listening to the conversation of Doko Muson and Munz, Namgun thinks that he does not like the owner of the school. Meanwhile, the young man says that his interlocutor knows why he came here. He agrees that this is known to everyone. He is here to challenge the head of the school. Munch regrets that you will have to wait a bit while the students prepare the site for the fight. Mentally, he is gloating, believing that the young man does not know about the spiritual blade. He is looking forward to how he then regrets that he came here. In the training hall of the school, students gathered, who wanted to look at the battle. Spectators call Dokogusen a jump, and they are indignant at the fact that he dared to challenge the head of the school. They say that he is very mistaken if he believes that their head Younghoi is as weak as the rest. They are sure that his victories came to an end. Standing in the center of the hall, the young man thinks that people from the street are just extinguished, and these only do what they reptile. He hears someone's voice, asking for forgiveness for the delay and referring to important matters, and turns around. Doko Chusen sees in front of him an incredibly huge and strong man, whom he has to look up from the bottom. He thinks that his opponent is really a healthy type. Of course, they said to him, but he did not think so. Really, the growth of this person is above 2 meters. The man standing in front of him seems to be. He says that he is the head of the Enho school, and his name is Jung Hon. Doko Chusen replies that he is glad of acquaintance. He is a beginner in Murim. Jokes for him gave a nickname the young master. It was not very long ago. He asks for forgiveness in advance for rudeness, but cannot name his real name. His words amuse the man. He says that he would like to make him so joked. The young man tried to make excuses that this was not in mind, but his interlocutor said that he was just joking. Doko Chusen thinks that he is a very strange type. Jung Hon, in his own words, brings a young man. He says that since such a master decided to honor him, a nameless warrior, his attention, then he can give him a head start. And without wasting time for further conversations, the man suddenly rushes on the attack. The young man barely manages to dodge his sword. Jung Hon continues to attack, but Doko Chusen, demonstrating an unusually fast reaction, avoids his blows. He manages to think about what they said to him that in Murim, they give a head start to beginners. His opponent cannot believe that he specifically gives him a chance, and so humiliates. Jung Hon again attacks the young man standing in front of him. Doko Musen is evading the blows of an angry man. He steps back step before such a powerful pressure. Jung Hong says that he has a combat sword, and he heard that he usually uses a wooden one. The young man replies that he also heard something about him, so he prepared. The man laughs. He thanks the enemy for being so afraid of him that he even took a combat sword. Doko Chusen understands that Jung Hon will be seriously beaten. He thinks that so far everything went so smoothly that he even relaxed. The young man decides to get together with the forces and no longer allow himself to weaken vigilance. The man, viciously flashing his eyes, again attacks Doko Gusun. He decides that he has evaded enough. It's time to fight. Jung Hong rushes right at him, furiously waving his sword. Doko Chusen is motionless on the spot, preparing to repel the attack. But now he sets in motion, deciding to demonstrate his talents to the enemy. Spectators rejoice that the head of the school is crowding the guy. The crowd rejoices, enthusiastic about the fact that, as they expected, the strength on the side of Jung Hon, and the young man dared to challenge him, is not suitable for anything. Doko Chusen raves the enemy's blow with a sword. The man is forced to admit that the rumors of the guy are true. The young man thanks him for such a recognition. Incredibly spectacular battle continues. Opponents demonstrate unprecedented strength and dexterity. The man says that unlike the guy does not hide his age. And he asks how old he is, assuming at the same time, which is probably less than 20. Doko Chusen replies something like this. He is not going to be frank. Jung-hun is surprised that at such a young age, he already masterfully controls ki energy. But the young man says that he does not feel her very well. The man laughed and replied that it turns out he only fights at the expense of muscles. It seems he trained a lot. For youths like him, this is not characteristic. For this, he respects him. Jung-ho suggests interrupting the conversation and continuing the battle. He again attacks the young man standing in front of him. But he is ready for battle, and the enemy's blow retekes. Jung-ho strikes the blow. He is clearly seriously configured. But Doko Chusen is not inferior to the enemy. The young man thinks that for the first time he feels how the edges of the swords vibrate over each other. He understands that a real fight is just beginning. Jung-ho says the weak fighters are not worthy of fighting him. Doko Chusen thanks a man for learning something new in the battle technique. The head of the school, breathing heavily, replies that you should not thank, and adds that his strength seems to be the end. Jung-ho, realizing that he could not defeat the enemy, decides to surrender. Opponents stand against each other. The crowd explodes with welcoming cries. Doko Chusen thinks that he has achieved the goal. He defeated everyone who challenged. He took up this, hearing that Madame and Yoon loved Swordsman. He slept little, devoting all the time to classes. Thanks to his skills, he was able to avoid some dangers. He lived almost without rest, but it was worth it. The young man thinks that everything was not in vain. He is happy, and understands why Murim masters are training until the end of life. A crowd is raging around. Voices are heard, claiming that they did not expect another from him. They don't really want to recognize. But even the head of the school is not an equal to him. Doko Chusen suddenly realizes that nothing has ended yet. The owner of the martial arts school of martial arts is suitable for him. The crowd continues to enthusiastically welcome the winner. People are interested in his further goals. He is considered a hero and offered to drink with them in a bar. Doko Chusen stands motionless. He thinks that in fact he had just defeated their chapter and they praise him. He recalls that the philosophy of Musim says, "The truth is one who is stronger. The strongest receives everything." The young man continues to stand motionless. He understands that the strongest is also responsible for everything. Such as Murim. Munch says he is a hero. He would not want to recognize this. But even the head of the school is inferior to him in skill. Enho's school is not like others. Here they can recognize the defeat. Spectators support his speech. Doko Chusen, looking at him, thinks that it cannot be that everything is so simple. He is sure that something is wrong here, and he sees how Namgun goes to him, carrying a sign with the name of the school. The young master is approaching, and his gaze does not promise the guy anything good. Namgun thinks that he can no longer listen to all these screams. It is time to see this master hero. But so far there is nothing special in it. An ordinary fighter. He continues to think that there is an agreement. As soon as the young man takes a tablet from him, he will end him. Lays one blow. Doko Chusen turns to Munch, asking him to devote him a few minutes. The man makes a sign to the wagon to wait. He asks the guy what happened. Is something wrong? The young man turns to all those present, and calls for those who, like him, should listen to him carefully. There is a truth that he must tell them. Spectators rejoice that the young master ranked all of them to Murim. Mun squints suspiciously, not understanding what the guy planned. Namgun is perplexed. What does the young man want to achieve this? Doko Chusen says he attended a lot of schools, but has not yet met the master like this. The reputation of the school of Enho justified itself. He was struck by the enthusiasm of the students who remained before the evening in the classroom. He continues his speech, saying that it is difficult for him to choose a comparison. But this place is like a dragon's den or a tiger cave. People listening to him cannot believe what is happening. Has he praised their school? Musa thanks for such an unexpected compliment, and understands that the name fun will have to wait. Doko Chusen rejoices that his tactics worked. He says that now he will tell them what they themselves know. It's time to restore justice in Jinan. He adds that he means those who suck the blood and sweat of those who want to learn martial arts. He can no longer see how businessmen grow fat. Therefore, he challenged the heads of schools. He took the signs from those who are not able to teach, thus depriving them of the opportunity to get into cash-in. To himself, he thought that actually he just needed the experience of fights. People who carefully listen to him are delighted. They believe that he does not look like others. He has different values. Doko-chusen adds that this is why today and here he no longer fights. People are perplexed what he says too. They do not understand why he will no longer fight. Why did he then challenge the chapter? Suddenly, someone is overshadowed by thought. And he says that he realized what was at stake. He is asked, is he really clear to him? He replies that he is surprised that they themselves do not understand. The guy explains that the young man says that he cleaned the top of those schools where they cannot teach anyone. And this means that they really teach at Yenho. Doko-chusen continued the speech. He says that on behalf of all Murim, he, a young master hero, calls their school a place where martial arts are really taught. Their educational institution is the best in Jinan. No, even the best in the entire province. Listening to the enthusiastic cries of the crowd, Munch understands that the young man arranged such a thing that now he could not do anything with him. Doko-chusen, looking at his confusion, thinks that the man had received right. Munch is furious, but nothing can do anything. His plan failed. A saddened man stands and listens how the audience admires a young man. Namgun, going up to him, says that it seems that everything went not according to plan. He asks Munch whether he remembers the conditions of their transaction. The man is inclined in a slight bow, and says that he remembers everything, and will try to figure it out as soon as possible. The owner of the school is beside himself with rage, and mentally shows Doko-gusan with insults. He watches how the crowd welcomes the guy, and understands that if Namagun comes out now, no one will like it. Munch thinks that you need to be more cunning, but so far nothing standing to his mind comes. He thanks the guy for such an inspired speech, and says that they accept his words and agree with him. His visit is a great honor for them. The man bows slightly to the young man, and he says that he should leave, but he will return later. These words find Munch by surprise. He stands like a thunder amazed, not understanding why he is going to return. The training room is empty. Only one person is still here. Namgun counts the coins, thinking that money is enough taking into account everyday expenses. He is sure that there will be no problems with them before returning home. He thinks that he can afford a new set of clothes for classes, and even a new sword. Namgun recalls the battle and tactics of the young master. The young man is sure that he could evade many blows, but he preferred to block them. He believes that this is usually gaining experience for a real fight, where beauty is not important. The young man is sure that in the art of battle the guy is not strong, and he is far from himself. As it were, the deal is completed, and now he can go about his business. He decides that it's too late, and perhaps it is worth linger here until tomorrow. And you will also need to buy something for a meeting with a young lady from the Chagel family. Suddenly, he hears someone asks him to stop. The young man turns back. Munch hurries to him from all his feet, asking him to pay him a minute of attention. Namgun asks the man, what else does he need from him? He is unhappy, thinking that he probably wants to return the money. But the man says that he needs help. He asks a little more to help his school. Munch recalls how he heard the words of the young hero that he would return. Asked what he had in mind, the young man was in no hurry to answer. At first he put his palm on the hilt of the sword, and only then explained what he wanted to say. He has high hopes for their school. Gifted people learn here, and he wants to continue to communicate with them. Munch was forced to listen to the exclamations of enthusiastic students flying from all sides. They rejoice that the hero census a martial arts appreciated their abilities so highly, and want to train even more in order to achieve its level. Despite the attempts of Munch to abandon such an honor, the young man assured him that he would definitely return in a month. Now the man stands in front of the Namagun, incomprehensible what help he interprets. The owner of the school asks him, did he really not hear that the guy promised to return? For requests and prayers for helping Namagun, he only frowns with displeasure. He says that he warned that he came here about his business. He was about to leave, but Munson offers him 5,000. The man is ready for anything. He does not know why their school was needed by the guy, but I am sure that if in a month he will not put someone to fight against him, then he can be closed. It is determined to deal with this problem at all costs. The man asks Namgun to linger until the young hero is the sign of martial arts, and he will give him 5,000 yangs for this. Doko-chusen is looking at the mask. He rejoices that no one recognized him. He spent all the money on the costume, but I am sure that it was worth it. He stands on the street and thinks that while the young master can disappear, the young man curiously worked for his plan. He recalls his thoughts in the training room. There, realizing that Namgun expertly owns the energy of Qi, and he was not even, he decided to take advantage of someone who had already put him a bandwagon. He thinks that since Mansa today brought Namgun today, so why not ask him to come again? Doko-chusen believes that it must be arranged so that he never looks at Madame within, and it doesn't matter to him how to do it. He walks along the street, and passing by the lane, recalls that old evening. In his memory, in the smallest detail, the battle with Hikundu, the head of the Black Dragons, pops up. The young man thinks that after that day, something has changed irrevocably in him. He wonders if his martial arts skills have improved because of this, that he defeated even the head of the Enho school in a duel. He puts on a mask, thinking that if Mansa acts as he suggests, then their new meeting is inevitable, and this means that he will have to fight Namgun. He concludes. Doko Chusan understands that he has only 1 month to master chi control. Mak Chusan tells the guy that he worked well today in the morning shift, so he can go later, and now let him just go down for lunch. He tells another servant, Desik, to deal with what remains. He agrees, and asks Doko Chusan, why does he sleep at every break and what does he do at night? He is interested in whether the guy will not have lunch again today. But he is in no hurry to answer. He already lies, covering his face with his hand. Then reluctantly says that he also does not have appetite today. A friend notices that he has not had him for several days. Is he sure he was not sick? Doko Chusan complains that he just sleeps well at home. The owner of the taverns intervenes in the conversation. He recalls that he offered to allocate a room for him so that he would no longer sleep in his hibora, but the young man refuses his offer and thanks for the care. Mak Chusan replies that he can do as he wants. Desik says he will leave him food and the guy can take her home. Then he asks the owner of the tavern if he can spend the night here, to which the man grumbles in response, what will be visible further. Doko Chusan thinks that there is little time left. He is worried that Namgun and Mr. Munch can come here again. Then he will have to plant them in the dark corner. He cannot allow the young master to meet with En, but having dismissed anxious thoughts, he decides that he still needs to sleep. Suddenly, he hears someone's voice, whether he is interested in today. Turning around, the affected guy sees in front of him the youngest daughter of the Chagall family. Noticing his confusion, the girl laughs and asks what surprises him so much. Not knowing what to answer, the guy says that she just came too close. With En is upset that she prevented him from resting. She asks for forgiveness and says she will leave now. Doko Chusan understands that he said something wrong. He jumps up from his improvised bed and shouts that this was not at all in mind. The girl slyly looks at him and is interested. Did he rest or not? The guy laughs embarrassedly and replies that he had already rested. He offers to spend it upstairs. Desik, seeing a scurrying guy, is surprised. He didn't even want to eat. The young man says that he will simply lead the mistress in place. A friend replies that he himself can do this. Doko Musin claims that everything is in order. He will do it himself. But Desik does not let him in. He says that the guy was only laying down to rest. A friend, worrying about him, offers him to go back a little. But the young man persistently asks him to shut up. Finally, Desik understands that he should not interfere. He leaves, saying that the guy does not forget to take the food. With En looking after him, is everything in order to be interested? The young man laughs and replies that everything is fine. He asks what drink she wants today. The girl asks to bring her tea luncheon. The young man looks at her alarmed, thinking that some kind of she is not like that today. The saddled with En sits at the table waiting for the order, and tries to understand where gossip spreads about it. She is worried about rumors claiming that she likes strong masters of the sword. Come on, if only this. But also handsome. Someone wants people to think that she is paying about appearance more than about everything else. The girl decides that someone specifically spreads rumors defaming her. And this is the one who sharpened his teeth on her family. She heard that more and more strange men were trying to get married to her. With En, the thought overshadowed that unknown people are doing this intentionally to destroy her chances of a happy marriage. At this time, her tea is brought, and having carefully sipped, she understands that he is too hot. Her reaction is quite appropriate for a person who sipped boiling water, but she is very inconvenient, and she looks anxiously around, hoping that no one noticed this. The girl sees Doko Chusan. The guy stands in front of the table, holding a dish in his hands. He looks at the girl dumbfounded. Then he handed her a plate, and says that he brought something to tea. With thanks him. He puts a dish in front of her, and the girl burns with embarrassment. She is very uncomfortable that he saw everything. Looking at Doko Gusen, she thinks, why at that moment it was he who turned out to be nearby. The girl tries to calm down. She believes that now is not the time to worry about something like that. We need to think more about the present, and make sure that something is strange. She plunges into memories about the day when she walked in the courtyard of estates. That evening, certainly someone came to their house. Looking after the removing young man, she continues to reflect that only one of the people's people could be. She already objected to the marriage with the family of Namgun, who was organized by her father in order to rebel against the Huanbo family. Really, all this happened in order to insist on this marriage, she thinks. She recalls her father. What if he is behind all this? With En, he believes that this is impossible, although it makes you think. But, she decides, do not doubt it without evidence. The moon shines brightly above the estate Chegal. Chegal Chanya is interested in those who are in front of him. Is the one about whom there are so many rumors. Man Tonsha? The head of the house carefully examines the one to whom he addressed the question. In front of him is a man in a long cloak and a national headdress. Chegal Chanya asks, is that illustrious person really before him? He stands in anticipation of the answer to the question he posed, not taking away the inquisitive look from the man standing in front of him. Mantonch replies that he arrived later than he wanted. He talks about the need to be sharp. The man recalls the place closest to the house of the Chegal family. This is the best institution in the city. But when he walked today along the street, he noticed that some beggar was pursuing him again. He thinks that he had already seen him 3 times on the way to Jinan, and he recalls that he was almost caught by one of the poor. The beggar asks for a coin and promises to immediately lag. But the person he addresses is very worried about his new clothing, whom he bought to make a proposal to Madame and En. He still gives a beggar who has 2 knots on his belt 5 coins. He thanks him. A man in a cloak, watching them, understands that these are people from the Caban group. He thinks that they probably suspected that he had documents. He continues to carefully observe what is happening around. He draws attention to the poor sitting on the ground. And he thinks that he saw a lot of beggars in this city. Seeing the noticeable nodes on their belts, the man realizes that the people from the Caban clan have already spread throughout Jinan. He believes that he needs to be more accurate. Chegal Chanya continues to look closely at the man standing in front of him. He thinks that he heard that he was an honest person, but still he needs to be careful. A man in a cloak welcomes the head of the house and says that he is Khan Ilsan, but usually people call him Many Tonch. Chegal Chanya is interested in how to believe in it. From what he heard, Many Tonch is not the person who will make his way to the houses of strangers through the walls. The man apologizes and says that circumstances forced him to do this. The head of the house asks what he needs from him. His interlocutor replies that he is here in order to translate the ancient document of the Chegal family. Chegal Chanya is interested in, did he really jump over the fence of his house because of such a trifle? If he needs a translation, he could just go through the door. He considers this behavior a disrespect for their family. Khan Ilsan asks him to calm down. Turning to the head of the house, he asks, does he really think that if this document was ordinary, he would turn to him? Han Ilsan promises that his document will lead them directly to the Pai Yenkim. The affected Chegal Chanya clarifies whether his interlocutor has in mind the Devil's Sword. The man confirms that he speaks of a man who destroyed all the old groups one after another, about who was called the Devil's Sword. Today it is known as Pe Enkim. The head of the house is interested in where he got this document, but Khan Il-san says that he cannot say this. Chegal Chanya wants to look at the scroll, but the man replies that he is not able to do this until he gives him a clear answer. The head of the house, Kagal, asks him not to worry. It doesn't matter how interesting the Devil's Sword is for him. He will not look at techniques that he will not even be able to learn. Khan Il-san asks for forgiveness for involuntarily offended their family. Chegal Chanya replies that you should not do this. The fact that they are born without abilities for martial arts is the curse of their family. His interlocutor is interested in, doesn't the head of the house want to get this knowledge? Chegal Chanya replies that he is also a warrior. Therefore, if he says that he does not have such a desire, he will lie. In addition, if the Devil's Sword is in his hands, then the rest of the problems will solve easier. Khan Il-san asks, then why all this? The man replies that it is one thing to desire to get this knowledge. It is completely different to try to take them away. He continues that the main thing is to be a person. He is not a robber and recognizes his desire, but he is not going to take away anything from him. Chegal Chanya says that he needs to take care of his own and not to dawn on someone else's. Heaven gave him the Chegal family. He is happy that he has it, and he does not have time to think about what belongs to another. Khan Il-san is amazed at his frankness. He asks for forgiveness for his rudeness, but the head of the house interrupts him, saying that he already apologized enough. He asks to leave him a document, and he promises the name of the Chegal family that no one will know about it. Khan Il-san thinks that he knew that he would come here the right decision. He says that he heard a man worried about the groom of his youngest daughter. The head of the house is interested in where he got such information. Khan Il-san swells that this, of course, will not pay for his kindness, but he can solve his problem. He swears to take care of his troubles. He helped create dozens of families, and although he is not a professional matchmaker, it will not be difficult to find a worthy party to the girl. Chegal Chanya replies that his daughter still does not want to get married. He says that he does not want to force her. And then, with a sigh, he adds that, of course, he would like to do it. The man says carefully to the interlocutor that the groom should be smart and beautiful, and he should be one of the masters in Murim and be very strong in martial arts. Khan Il-san replies that actually it is quite difficult to find such a guy. A loving father adds that all this should look as natural as possible. So the man must make sure that neither her daughter, nor her husband, nor about anything, are guessed. He tells Khan Il-san that they need to be deceived. The man thinks that his interlocutor is not just an honest person. He is also very stupid when it comes to his daughter. Two tipsy men are raving along the night street. One of them complains that he drank so much and did not even notice. The second exhorts him and asks to go home. They continue to go, complaining that they have been forced to suffer for a month now. Where else will there be such hard-working beggars like them? This is some kind of shame. One of the men says that shame is that in this area they are not alone. If everything continues so, then the students will stop respecting them. On this, they decide to disperse in different directions. Before the hut, standing in a small meadow surrounded by trees, is a group of people on their knees. Their leader is asked a question. Did he find Mans of Tonsha? The man asks the deputy master, is he sure that he was not misleading? They searched the whole city, but did not find a single trace of a person with that name. The deputy master, hidden behind the canopy, replies that they could not find anyone exclusively because of their laziness. He tells him to take more people with him. The leader says that they have already mobilized everyone who could. They collected all the information up to what the color of the laundry prefers to wear the owner of the Enho school, the richest person in the area. The deputy master throws back the canopy, hiding him. He says that he was in the market today and saw many beggars there. He advises using them, and also tells not to stop the search either day or night. The leader objects. If they stop begging, they will simply die of hunger. It seems to him that a man has incorrect information. The deputy's eyes flashed unkindly. He menacingly asks a kneeling man, how does he dare to assume that he is wrong? Novogi Mensen, the elder of the Kiban group, unkindly looks at the people in front of him. Frightened leader asks him to calm down. The old man, who burned with an anger, is pleased with his humiliated request. Nehoga Mansan says that he does not worry about starvation. If a man does not find the person he needs, then he will break his legs and make him beg for forgiveness until the end of his days. He tells them to find many Tonch immediately. A man in the house of the Chagall family welcomes Khan Il-san. He says that he cannot believe that he met such a famous person here. He seems to say that he is the head of the Haumun family. Chagal Chanya and Man Tonsha stand opposite him. Men shares a round table on which there are glasses and a jug. The head of the house, Chagal, begins to speak, but the guest interrupts him. Khan Il-san wants to know how far the Haumun family has advanced in their business. The man replies that he does not quite understand what is at stake. But Chagal Chanya says that Man Tonshi is already known. The head of the family Haumun admits that he became so famous for not just that. Men are located at the table. They discuss the theme of the marriage of the mistress with En. Now there are rumors about the young hero sign of martial arts everywhere, and they are intertwined with the previously popular gossip about the lady from the Chagall family. Man Tonsha is interested in their opinion, how this situation can drag on for a long time. The head of the Kaomun family replies that the heroes about the hero are beginning to subside, so he thinks that they can continue the implementation of the plan next month. They placed people throughout the central market, and when the time comes, they will begin to act. Man Tonshi listens carefully to them. He asks, they could not wait with their plans and send staff to Habe province. The interlocutors look at him with misunderstanding. The head of the Hauman family replies that they cannot do this. They spent a lot of money to place their people here. But Chagal Chanya tells him to do as Mans Tonsha said. He will cover all costs. The man asks with resentment, does he really not believe in the Hauman family? The head of the house Kagal looks at him in bewilderment. Man Tonch asks them to calm down. He says that he did not mean. He simply offers a little reconsider their actions. As he heard, more than 2 months have passed since the implementation of the plan. But in all this time, there was no progress. The head of the family, Hauman, says that the spiritual blade of Namgun in Jinan, but Chagal Chanya objects that he has some business with Enho's school. The heads of houses continue to argue about Namhun. Mantonch asks them to calm down and drink. They are all in one boat, so they do not need discord. Hauman asks what they are going to do. Mantonch says that there are simply not enough rumors. It doesn't matter how much they spread. A couple of grooms still appeared. The head of the family, Hauman, is interested in what follows. The man believes that people do not come because they have no way to check how true the rumors are. His interlocutors are perplexed, because it should be so. rumors are not built on anything. Man Tunch says that no matter how much Torgash tells about the beauty of his flowers, no one will believe him until he puts them on the showcase. His words are confused. He believes that they should send a young lady to the League of Murim to Habe. This will be the beginning. Dawn comes. Above the house of the Black Dragon faction, the sky will pink. The giant Hikundu is standing his head. A ball of ball flies into it, leaving impressive dents on the wall behind it. His minions are asked to stop the execution. After all, if it continues, then he can die. A man holding balls in his hand replies that he really wants to beat them, but he recoups at Hikundu. However, if they want to take his place, then he does not mind. He asks how they dare to humiliate the Black Dragon in his absence. He believes that they need to be taught. His eyes burn with anger. He says that this time they will understand what is happening with the perpetrators of such a shame. He throws one of the balls, which is rapidly flying forward, carrying an unprecedented destructive power. In the room of Dokogu-san, a suit is carefully folded on the bed, and a sword is sloping nearby. There is an extinct candle on the table, and there is an open book. On the river under the bridge, sitting on a stone, Doko-chusen meditates. A solar disk rises above the mountains. The young man is focused on the concentration of energy. The understanding comes to him that he was looking too far, and the fact that he needs to be everywhere in the world. What he has been looking for so long is called ki. The young man stands on a stone, closing his eyes. He revels in his discovered knowledge. All this is not easy for him. Sweat rolled down his face. At a moment, he decides that this should be enough. He feels what he had never felt before. Chi energy concentrated in his stomach. Doko-chusen is sure that now he can repulse the spiritual blade of the Namefun. He thinks that it would be necessary to try this ki, but unfortunately, he should go to work. The young man reflects on the fact that recently his body has become easier. Today he feels it too. The first buyers appear on the market square. Walking down the street, the guy feels hungry. He thinks that he trained chi from hour and until dawn last night. Doko-prusen is interested in that the owner of the tavern has prepared today. Suddenly he stops, realizing that he feels some kind of danger. The guy notices that the energy that has a warning his energy is concentrated in one place. He sees a man lying on the ground and rushes towards him, naughty by name, Mr. Chongi. Raising his head a little, the young man asks what happened and how he feels. He will recognize the guy. Doko-musen heard that among low-ranking fighters, this man is considered one of the most talented. He is perplexed who could do this with him. Suddenly he hears someone's voice asking who he is. Is it really a friend of this weakling? Chongi asks Dokogusen to run. The stranger who inspires fear, approaching, says that if he does not want to hurt him, then let him follow the advice and get lost. A strong and tall man going to them added that he has a disgusting mood today. The young man says that he has no idea who he is, but their tavern is very popular. And if he behaves like that in broad daylight, then people will poke his fingers in it. The man, considering him funny, is interested in who he is. Doko-chusen seems to be an employee of the tavern. This amused his interlocutor. He says that the world is very wonderful. Some miserable servant dares to get into his affairs. Chongi advises him to immediately escape, because before him is the supreme leader of the Black Dragon Hochua faction. This name makes an impression on Dokogusen, but he is clearly not going to run. Hochua is a southern barbarian. He is so ferocious and cruel that even his own subordinates are afraid of him. The supreme leader of the faction is surprised that Chins still had the strength to speak. Doko-chusen asks the wounded man to stay in place, otherwise he may become worse. Seeing that the young man was heading for Hochua, Chongi again asks him to leave. The guy stands opposite the leader of the Black Dragon faction. He says that if he wants to beat Mr. Chongi, then he will first have to go through him. The man asks how he dares to handle the guest so rudely and strikes. To his surprise, the young man is ready to repel the attack. For Hochua, it was a surprise that his opponent knows martial arts. He guesses that this is the same young man who opposed the Black Dragons. Doko-chusen boldly looks at the enemy. He is ready to accept the battle. In the tavern, servants carry ordered dishes. Two men who brought noodles are talking. One of them says that recently his friend is very difficult to pull out for dinner. Is his security bureau so much busy? The interlocutor replies that the days are issued crazy. After all, the Bureau of the Golden Dragon is still closed, so all the work fell on them. They continue the conversation, during which they discuss that the daughter of the leader of this bureau disappeared during the trip 15 days ago. The one who finds it will be paid a solid award. They are surprised at how to be an impudent in order to abduct the daughter of the head of the security bureau. And they think that the abductors probably want to get a ransom. Men come to an agreement that such villains should be punished, and they ask to bring more drinks, despite the fact that only the early morning. One of them says that it's so angry that it will be strange not to drink 2 bottles. His friend replies that this is not his problem. Why worry so much? Chang'e is interested in the opportunity to earn extra money and curry up in front of the Golden Dragon. He thinks that if he handled, he will be able to marry this girl. Inadvertently, he pushes the person walking towards him. He sincerely apologizes, saying that he just thought very much. Chang'e is sincere. He did not want to push a man at all. But the big man, who turned out to be the supreme leader of the faction of the Black Dragon Hochua, sparkled his eyes angrily. Around Doko, Gusen, and a man, a crowd begins to gather. Hochua says that the young man was just lucky to see and fend off his lazy blow. The guy replies that his movements are so obvious that it would be strange not to notice them. The supreme leader immediately hits again, saying that he will see if he can block it. But the young man manages to close, and the blow does not bring him any harm. Hochua cannot believe that he had repelled his deadly attack of a dark palm. He believes that the guy does not deserve to vegetate the waiter here. Doko Chusen thinks that he will not be able to recapture such a blow again. His hand will just break. The man invites him to join their faction and become his student. The young man replies that being a waiter is better 100 times. Yes, even die 1,000 times better than joining the Black Dragons, which I can only mock those who are weaker. Hochua, hearing his answer, was very angry. The leader of the Black Dragon faction is bursting with wild laughter. People are forced to cover his ears. He possesses such an unusual force. Looking at the young man with eyes with red light, the man asks the guy if he understood him correctly. So, he prefers the work of the waiter to stay in their faction? 2 golden balls appear in his palm. People with horror and distrust look at the giant. The angry master of the nucleus of a wild beast appeared before them, the most dangerous warrior of the faction. He waving and turning to the young man, he says that he would look intently what will happen next, and think about the consequence of his words. Throwing the balls, which quickly rush to the walls of the tavern, he promises to destroy their institution. Doko Chusen, rushing to him, requires him to immediately stop 8. The young man raises his fist to hit the enemy. Hochua incredibly finds himself behind him. He beats Doko Chusen from behind. Falling to the ground, the young man thinks why the slow time does not turn on at such moments. The head of the faction orders him to lie and look at the consequences. The defeated guy watches what is happening from the ground. He is forced to watch the nuclei of a wild beast is being forged by the tavern. Despite the pain, he is trying to rise. The leader of the Black Dragon faction, holding a luminous ball in his hand, says he warned him. Doko Chusen stands based on a sword Hochua is mockingly interested in. He really has not yet surrendered, because his legs are not even holding him. The young man lifts the weapon and promises the enemy that now everything will be different. The walls of the building are shaken and showered under the well. Aimed blows of Hochua. The split sign of the institution lies on the floor. The leader of the Black Dragon faction, masterfully controlling the nuclei, smashes the tavern. People in the crowd are amazed at what is happening. Someone uncertainly asks, probably, you need to call someone. Someone complains that Oval will now close. The owner is outraged by arbitrariness, but a standing man nearby advises him not to contact a Black Dragon. Suddenly the man is old, and he turns to see who he needed at such a moment. A servant of Dasik approaches him. The man rejoices that he is in order and asks that with the others, are they intact? The guy replies that neither guests nor employees were injured. Makchu-san is pleased that there were no casualties. Dasik asks what is happening here and hears in response. The leader of the Black Dragon faction decided to bring a bustle here. Suddenly the owner realizes that Doko Musen was fighting with Hochua alone. The young man resolutely raises the sword, ready to resist the raging giant. They stand against each other among the square, surrounded by a crowd of people. Doko Chusen promises the enemy that now everything will be different. The leader of the faction cannot believe that the guy dared to challenge him, but he is more striking in the fact that in the hands of the enemy, a sword is pointed key. He is surprised that the young man was able to recapture his previous attack. The man thinks about how a simple waiter can resist him. Doko Chusen attacks Hochua, but he successfully evades. He mocks the guy, saying that he opened and prepared to throw the core. Opponents are ready to attack each other and repel attacks. The leader of the faction tells the guy that he is not the only one here can use Kuei. The young man replies that perhaps this is so, but only he does not need to boil with this. The face of Hochua turns into a dragon's face. He growls that he will have to make the guy a disabled person to bring him to his senses. Doko Chusen easily reflects all the nuclei abandoned into it with a sword. The balls fly along different trajectories. They are behind the young man. He has to try well to survive. But in spite of everything, he manages to cope with a seemingly overwhelming task. The enemy does not stop the attack, but this does not scare Doko Gusan. The leader of the faction picks the guy, saying that he continues to defend himself, and he will see how much he is enough. The young man, not paying attention, blocks the sword of the blows of the continually flying nuclei in him. Abandoned by a strong hand, Hochwa. He masterfully owns a weapon, and the balls seem to have no chance to achieve the goal. Dako Chusen continues to fight fearlessly, but now he decides to attack the leader of the Black Dragon faction. He wounds a man who did not expect such activity from an opponent, a hand. The young man is preparing to deliver another blow. His opponent cannot recover. Hochwa is perplexed. Where did the guy come from? And why, owning such skills, allowed himself to be beaten? The leader of the faction asks the young man, does the one who faces him knows? He says that after such a faction will not give him a dissent, and asks, is the guy of blood revenge is not afraid? The walls of the taverns are badly damaged, the nuclei inflicted tangible damage. Mak Chu-san and Desik are amazed that the young man managed to survive. Doko Chusen, with contempt in his voice, advises Hochwa to get lost. The leader of the Black Dragon faction stands on his knees, clamping the wound with his hand. The young man recommends that he disappear. The man is angry, but he does not have the opportunity to object, and he agrees. He leaves, and Doko Chusen, holding his sword in his hands, escorts him with his eyes. Hochwa thinks that he will make the guy regret that he let him go alive. He promises himself that neither the guy nor the tavern will survive until the end of the day. Friends are interested in the well-being of Doko Chusen. They are outraged that the leader of the faction nearly killed the guy and defeated the building. People from the crowd support them. Someone says that everything is scattered here. Two guys stand aloof, silently watching what is happening. Then they begin to talk quietly together. One of them is surprised that a simple waiter was able to sharpen the sword of Ki. His interlocutor believes that he did not. He heard that there are such schools where they teach the method of freezing the blade. Maybe he also knows how. They continue to discuss the incident. One of them says that he heard about the beast, like Huhua. They say that he is a famous warrior. His friend replies that this man was unlikely to be the famous leader of the faction. Dako Chusen is watching the guys, and rejoices that they decided that it was just the skill that he had learned at school. Mak Chu-san and the rest of the waiters surround the guy, wondering what happened while they were on the market. They are worried if he is wounded. The young man replies that everything is fine. He is intact. He only has a bruise on his hand. They look at the crushed tavern. Doko Chusen is furious, which is replaced by confusion when he hears him called a lousy. In the Black Dragon faction, they cannot believe that Ho Chua was beaten. A man sits in the hall on the elevation. Servants are on the sides of him, and a man stands on his knees. The chief leader of the Black Dragon faction, Gvanpen, turns to a kneeling man. Led him to stop jokes, and call him Chua here. He is trying to object, but Gvanpen interrupts him. He says that if he decided to tell jokes, then let it do it normally. In Jinan, there are only a couple of people who can be compared by strength to their brother. The person is trying to say something again, but the chief leader of the faction does not allow him to do this. He continues to say that he would rather believe that one of the best students dared him to dare. People in the hall support him. They confirm that it is difficult to win Chua. And if this person decided to poison the jokes, then let it do it more realistic. Gvanpen orders to stop talking. He believes that it is not worth saying that some righteous won him even as a joke, and he adds that only a couple of days remained before they return to the Black Dragon faction. People in the hall are sure that those who dare to tie a fight and invading their estate will be carried by a well-deserved punishment. The chief leader of the faction thinks that they no longer have to live quietly because of this group. Hohua appears in the hall and welcomes Gvanpen. Struck by the view of the entered man, the chief leader is interested in what happened. Ho Chua stands in the center of the hall. He is completely exhausted and wounded. A man who is accused of lying asks if everyone still thinks that he is joking. The crowd is outraged. Everyone wonders, who dared to do this? Someone suggests that these are again the best students from the group of righteous. Some man offers to run from here. A scream commanding everyone to shut up is sweeping over the hall. Silence reigns. No one dares to open his mouth. All gathered look at the Hochkua in the center. He asks the chief leader of the faction to give him 10 people. If he fulfills his request, then he will take only half of his salary this month. Gwanpen asks him, does he really want to interfere with the money in this question? The man continues to say that it is not about money, but in devotion. They offended his brother, who he will be if he lets them with it. And how dare they touch the first leader of the Black Dragon? He expresses urgently to collect everyone who is free. Gwanpen threatens to show that the anger of the Black Dragon is so terrible. Ho Chua did not expect such a reaction. The sunset painted the sky in crimson paints. Gwanpen says Ho Chua that the gathered people will be enough. They can go. In front of them is a lot of lines of warriors stretched into a string. Ho Chua thanks a man, and promises to take care of everything and repay for an insult. He replies that he should not thank him. Of course, he will always satisfy the request of his younger brother. Gwanpin turns to the people standing in front of him. He admits them in front of the battle and calls for bringing blood revenge on the heads of those who dared to attack the Black Dragon faction. The crowd answers him with enthusiastic cries. An unexpected noise attracts universal attention, and Mr. Vanpin is interested in what happened. The man, because of which Kudoron began, shouts only one words, "The enemy." Gwanpin says this is impossible. He is perplexed whether in the entire province of Shandun, someone has such a force to dare to attack them. But what happened after amazes everyone. An unknown enemy smashes their estate. Before their eyes, a person with a sword in his hands appears. Doko Chusen does not expect that the owner of the tavern can call him a lousy. Looks at him with surprise. Mak Chu-san continues to pronounce the guy. He asks him how he can now lament the institution. They can always restore it. But his life is alone, and he almost died. The guy is amazed at his words. He did not expect to hear such speeches from him. The owner of the tavern says that he began to study martial arts not long ago, but his successes are simply amazing. Friends say that now they understand why the guy always sleeps during breaks. He does not sleep at night, but now they know that it is worth it. One of the waiters said that he thought that Doko Chusen Murim, or like that. The waiters are violently discussing the incident. They are sure that if it weren't for the Chus, then they would have to look for work again. Desik says that he will need to buy something later. Another servant reflects on whether to do the martial arts at night. Doko Chusen rejoices that everything is safe. The owner of the tavern understands that so far they will not be able to conduct business. Mak Chu-san and Doko Chusen stand, considering the damage caused and thinking what to do next. The young man is sure that the repair will fly into a penny. The owner believes that with money he will be able to come up with something. A man bows in front of Namgun in Bao. He holds out a letter to him, and it reports that he was handed over to a man in black combat clothes. The young master, looking at the servant, asks if that person said something else. Namgun opens a letter, and the servant says that this is a message from the young master hero. A guy with a sword, which caused the estate of the Black Dragon's faction, stands in front of a crowd of warriors. Gwanpin asks Ho Chua, does he know who he is? Perhaps this is one of those who attacked him. But the man says that he had never seen him before. The main leader is furious from such a neglect of his faction. He urges his warriors to kill this impudent guy. A crowd of men rushes into an armed young man. The guy says this is a trap. Namgun, who boldly standing in front of the warriors rushing towards him, thinks that everyone continues to talk about this young master hero. Stupids, and nothing more. Men, encouraged by the cries of their leader, hurry to deal with the guy. Namgun recalls the readings of the received message read. In them, a modest warrior named Young Master Hero asks to teach him his skill. He promises that he will not forget about his favor until the end of days. The letter said that he would wait for him in a mansion located in the vicinity of the city. Namgun believes that since he was attacked here, it means that they are all at the same time. He easily straightens out with numerous opponents. The minions of the chief leader of the Black Dragon faction show off him with insults and ask how he dared to come here. The young man promises to kill them all. His sword flashes at an incredible speed, causing irreparable damage to the attacking men. Namgun tirelessly waves a blade, hitting numerous opponents. They try to surround it, sneaking up from the back. But he stops any attempts by enemies to approach him. Opponents, gathered with strength, again rush to the young master. Namgun is not going to retreat, and fearlessly continues the battle. There are very few men who are ready to fight him. Gwanpin is perplexed. He cannot understand how this guy could appear literally from nowhere and kill all his people. He wants the younger brother, Ho, personally take care of this guy. Looking at the brave young man, the chief leader of the faction thinks that, most likely, this is a newcomer to some group of righteous. He rushes Ho Chua, driving him quickly to deal with the insolent. The first leader of the faction is in a hurry to fulfill the order, mentally lamenting that everything is somewhat strange today. Namgun meets him with a contemptuous look. The young master raises the sword, preparing to continue the battle. Warriors enthusiastically welcome the appearance of Ho Chua, encouraging him with cries, and asking the young man to teach a young man. But a man does not hide in the clouds. He understands that his opponent is too tough for him. Namgun easily beats off the nuclei abandoned by him with a sword. Suddenly, Ho Chua is overshadowed by some thought, and the man screams that he remembered. He finally realizes that the guy standing in front of him is the spiritual blade of Namgun. The young man in a red mask, from afar, watching the battle, asks the question, "Is it time for him to go?" The man, screaming in pain, holds on to the wounded hand. The second, no less battered, the warrior asks for help. Namgun ruthlessly waves his sword, and a man standing in front of him freezes helplessly. Doko-chusen cannot believe that Namgun is so strong. The young man, holding a red mask to himself, watches the development of events. He understands that he does not defeat the young master. He still has to grow and grow before him. He puts on a mask and decides that it is time to advance. Doko-musen heard that all these villains are hiding in the warehouse. The voices of men who are clearly nearby come to him. At first, someone asks to hurry, then, on the contrary, behave quieter. Looking around the corner, he sees how two men are trying to cope with the castle. At the same time, one of them brings a friend for calling himself a specialist, and he himself fiddling for so long. The bandits who once fought with Doko a garbage in the lane are bickering. Verzila wants to get out of here as soon as possible. The friend asks him to shut up. Suddenly a man in a red mask appears in front of them, and kindly offers to help them. He resolutely goes to them. Men are uncertainly interested in where he came from. Doko-chusen replies that they do not need to know this, and he asks whether they are storing everything they stole here. Verzil, showering him with swear words, rushes forward. He believes that in front of him is a thief who came here for the riches of their faction. Accepting the combat rack, the young man says that they also wanted to steal everything and escape to hell. It was thanks to them that he easily found this place. Doko-chusen without much effort beats the attack of Grimilla. The young man strikes the enemy. The stunned Verzil cannot take a breath. He falls down right in front of the amazed friend. His friend is unpleasantly amazed. He swears, because if not for this person, then he would take his share and escaped without a trace. He is trying to attack Doko-chusen, but he easily evades the blow. The man wants to hurt the young man with a blade, but he manages to grab the sword and fend off the blow. The bandit is amazed because he considered himself a good warrior, but Doko-chusen does not allow him to think for a long time and delivers a decisive blow. Both villains lie at the feet of a guy rising above them. He recalls that he has already seen a similar picture and laughs. Out of the corner of his eye, he notices a rope lying against the wall. Having decided that if you leave them just like that, they will run away, and who knows what will happen later, the young man binds the bandits. With one blow of the sword, he breaks the castle that men could not open. Doko-chusen freezes in place, not believing his eyes. In front of it is a room filled with valuable things. The young man thinks how many these treasures can stand. He looks at the golden figurine and thinks that the black dragon stole all this in people. The guy is outraged by the actions of the faction. He puts a figurine in a bag with many of the same figures. Doko-chusen sees that many objects have names. He thinks that he can be able to return all the owners. He decides to take something with himself and get out of here. Choosing things, he thinks that you still need to take a little to repair the institution. Hochkwa again and again throws the nucleus into the enemy. The chief leader of the Black Dragon faction from the elevation is watching the course of the battle. A man reflects on the veracity of rumors about a spiritual blade, and he thinks what made him come to their fraction. Looking at the devastating around, he understands that the righteous can be forgotten about revenge. They can simply destroy them. A man does not want to give up so easy. An unexpected thought appears in his head. He thinks that if you take that girl and escape, then they will be able to get to their feet again. Doko-musen hears a prayer for help. He sees in front of him a captive with her hands stuck in shackles, asking to save her. Namgun easily beats off the nuclei, unravelly flying into it. But the senior leader of the Black Dragon faction continues to attack. The balls beaten off by a young master are imprisoned by men, which even more angers Ho-chua. Warriors in the crowd attack Namgun, but the guy easily, as if playing, repel them and attack. Ho-chua stubbornly continues to throw the nuclei, hoping that he will be able to hit the enemy. The man thinks that if everything goes on, then this monster will destroy them. His hand squeezes two cores that he prepares for a throw. He is trying to concentrate, but he does it well. Ho-chua makes an incredibly powerful throw. Namgun prepared to repel his attack. Doko-chusen, who freed his hand, listens to her gratitude. The former captive sits on the floor, rubbing his wrists. The young man, looking at her, thinks, "Is there really such beautiful girls in Jinan?" But at the same time, he mentally adds that she, of course, is not as good as Madame Ien. The girl asks for forgiveness for delivering him troubles, but she has a request for him. She seems to be the daughter of Pichelbach from the Golden Dragon Security Bureau. Her name is Soin. The girl asks the guy to help her get out of here. Doko-chusen is struck by the fact that she is the daughter of the famous wise gold finder, Kan Pichelbach. The Security Bureau of the Golden Dragon is known not only in the province of Shandun, but throughout the north from the Yangtze River. This is the most prestigious organization of this kind in the entire region. Its owner is no less famous. Unlike other merchants who are interested in only people's money, he spends all his strength on the fulfillment of the true duty of the Security Bureau. Despite wealth, the man behaves wisely and humbly. Therefore, everyone calls his wise gold detector. Noticing that the young man froze, the girl was worried and asked, Is everything all right? Having come to his senses, Doko Chusen assures that everything is fine, and he asks how she found herself here. Soin says that they were attacked when she traveled around the central lands, and when she came to her senses, she was already here. She does not know what happened to the people who accompanied her. She continued to talk about what was still here. People from a black dragon often came here. She heard that they tried to contact her family and demand a ransom. Doko Chusen thinks a black dragon is worse than animals. He says that he understands what happened to the mistress. The young man promises to try to pull her out of here. He is going to state her escape plan. Suddenly recalls the circumstances that he forgot about. Doko Chusen understands that while there is a battle, it will be difficult for him to slip away from here with the girl. The young man thinks that Namgung believes that it was he who had an ambush. If he meets him now, then the young master will be furious. He decides that it is worth avoiding this meeting, at all costs. The girl excitedly asks what he was thinking about. She is unpleasantly surprised when the guy says she cannot help her. Soin asks, wasn't he bursting into the estate, and why refuses to help her? He answers her that the reason is simple. He is a thief. Namgun continues to bravely fight with numerous opponents. He looks at the haze laying around him. The attack stops. Warriors are perplexed. Where did their older brother Hochua go? Gavanpen cannot believe what happened. Warriors panic, realizing that they will not cope with the young master. They decide to run as well as the senior leader of the faction. Gavanpen shouts after them, but he is not able to stop them. The man is left alone with the Nemo gun. Only one thought beats in his head. Save. Soin cannot believe that the young man refuses to help her. The girl thinks about what he told her. She meticulously looks at his clothes and a bag standing next to him. Soin comes to the conclusion that the guy did not lie to her. He is dressed exactly like a thief. She is unpleasantly amazed. How could this happen that of all people, some kind of thief saved her? She does not even know what to answer. Finally, she hesitantly says that everything is in order. Doko Chusen disgraces incredulously if he misheard. The girl replies that everyone who walks under the sky is equal, so it is impossible to allow any discrimination on the basis of the profession. She decides that it does not matter that the guy is a thief. He is her savior, and this fact will not change anything. Soin tells the young man that if he helps her get out of here, then he will never have to steal and envy someone else's wealth again. She will tell her father to give him so much money that they will never end with him. Doko Chusen thinks that the girl is very persistent. The young man about the fact that even if she pays, he still will not be able to make the impossible, upset the young person. But Doko Chusen says that this can do the one who attacked this place and allowed him to slip into the warehouse. The girl asks who we are talking about. She thinks the guy is talking about his accomplice, but he objects. This is not a partner. He just took advantage of this person. Soin asks, who's he talking about? Namgun, who has overcome all enemies, hears a scream for help. The young master does not think incredulously why some woman screams in such a place. He believes that it can be a trap. Several men block the path to him, Gvanpen in confusion. He realizes that he had a new problem, and he wonders how the captive could get out of the warehouse. He understands that if a girl returns home, then you can forget about the revival of a black dragon. They will be destroyed altogether. The chief leader of the faction, looking at the alarmed young man, thinks that he cannot be allowed to know about Soin. Namgun reflects that the young master hero had to come here. He is perplexed how much he still needs to defeat people to appear. Two men attack the guy from the back of the guy. He easily copes with them, but he believes that they crossed the line. He thinks that these guys are one of those who begin to understand something only if they are completely crushed. Suddenly, his attention is attracted by the runaway Gvanpen. Namgun decides that a man is in a hurry in search of a young master. He follows him. The guy hears a cry for help and gross abuse again. He sees how a man grabs Soin's hand. Namgun is amazed at the beauty of the young lady. It came to his mind that the young master hero may not suit any traps. Gvanpen shouts to the captive and insults her. The young man no longer wants to listen to this, and protrudes from the shadows, blocking the man's path. The chief leader of the faction asks if the guy knows who he is, but that one blow of the sword makes him shut up. Namgun asks the girl how she feels. She thanks her savior, and is interested in those who he is. The young man seems to be. He calls his name, and says that he is usually called a spiritual blade. They continue the conversation, during which the girl notices that, of course, judging by his strength, he cannot be an ordinary person. The guy admires her beauty. He is pleased that she heard about him. Soin seems to be. She says that she heard that their bureau has long been connected with the Namhun family. He cannot believe that her father is the owner of the Golden Dragon. But the girl confirms that this is so. She promises to tell him more and more after they get out of here, and he asks if he will help her. Namgun promises to withdraw her from here. She notices that something confuses him and asks what is wrong. It turns out that the guy noticed related bandits and does not understand what they are doing here. Soin says they guarded her, but she fled as soon as a chance turned out to be. The guy is amazed at her strength. He invites her to follow him. Turning around, the girl winks slyly and raises up the index finger. Dako Chusen is hiding from prying eyes, not forgetting to hide a bag of gold. He is striking in the behavior of the girl. He wonders whether she had to prove that she was the daughter of the head of the security bureau. And he is also perplexed why she had to poke that he owed her. He thinks that she is very naive, believing him from the first word that he is a thief. Dako Moon regrets the missed reward, but he believes that first of all, you need to think about your life. He stretches with pleasure, thinking that the day was very long, and if now he has money for repairing the taverns, then they must be given to Mr. Mak Chu-san. On the streets of the city is crowded. People are in a hurry about their business. A surprised man asks the interlocutor, does he say seriously? The guy confirms. The Black Dragon Mansion is completely destroyed. This happened in one night. The man cuts off the conversation and is in a hurry to leave. When asked by the guy where he is in a hurry, he replies that he needs to pick up 5 silk rolls that people from this faction stole from him. The young man shouts after him that he is not the only one smart. A breathless man tries to break through the crowd, but he is ordered to stand in line. People are pushing and trying to get around others to be the first. A man with a bag in his hands rejoices and mutters that with such money he will be able to build a whole store. People from the queue are interested in, where did he get so many coins from? The man says that this is simply because the Black Dawn stole them from him, but they object to him that here is stolen by a black dragon. The man is clearly embarrassed. Furious guys say that they have never seen him here. He pleads his guilt, throws a bag and runs away. The guy says that he has been living here for 20 years, and he dares to lie to him. Some person who came out of the warehouse reports that there is almost empty there. The guy is furious due to the fact that he received nothing. People decide that it cannot be that the loot is stored only here. They decide to search the entire estate. In the market, the merchant offers to buy cheap sweets. Another seller invites to taste a barbecue from the chicken. Another man calls not to miss his chance. People stop near him and look at the books. 2 people eat barbecue. The guy tells the man that he spent too much money on the way to return his silk. He replies that he never thought that he would see them again. As if with easy money I got. They are building guesses about who brought the Black Dragon to such a state. The guy says they saw a mask there and a mask there. His friend suggests that this could be a young master hero. His interlocutor agrees with him. He says that the guy had already punished all sorts of villains, and this time he chose a black dragon. They decide that it is time to call him just a master hero. The guy tells the head of the martial arts school, Kansha Hall, latest news. He says that the Black Dragon is destroyed by the very person who previously challenged him. The old man replies that he had not seen such furious fighters for a long time. An elderly man is sure that heaven sent him to punish evil. His interlocutor replies that he did not know why everyone was thinking that he was so good. Now he understands his celebrity. Namgun asks Soin how she likes food. The girl replies that she was a lot of where she was while traveling, but this tavern is the best. The guy says that he always comes here when it happens in Jinan. He believes that it is noisy here today. A few days ago some fighters brought a bustle, and now they repair this place. But if it interferes with the girl, he can ask them to behave quieter. His companion suits everything, and he recommends that she try pork. Doko Chusen brings them ordered dishes. He carefully examines young people, and he concludes that Namgun fell in love. He decides that he no longer has reasons to fight with a guy. The young man hopes that everything will be fine with them. The owner of the tavern is interested in what he is laughing. The man tells him to tell about the reason for his fun, and does not want to listen to any excuses. But the young man transfers the conversation to another topic. He is interested in how the second institution is being prepared. Mak Chu-san replies that since the guy got the money for the repair, they are ready to start the business. They begin to discuss the damage inflicted by the tavern and plan its repair. Doko Chusen says that now villains regret their act. The owner replies that perhaps that is why they gave them money for repairs. The man did not expect that the young man would go and ask them for money. He replies that he was just lucky. On the floor of the rooms there are gold figurines. Doko Chusen is sitting and looking at the figures. He thinks that he took them to find the owners, but no one seemed to be. Chegel Chanya, who is in his estate, asks what his interlocutor thinks about this. He carefully examines the scroll. The man is sure that the document says the truth. Of course, we are talking about P.E. Enkheim. His interlocutor is interested in where his uncle took out the papers. But Chegel Chanya puts a finger to his lips, asking him to shut up. He says that he will entrust him with the translation of this ancient document. The man warns that no one should know about this. It is also forbidden to create duplicates. He orders to do it secret, and not to tell anyone. Madam and Ian walking along the corridor. She recalls a recent conversation. The young man tells the girl the news that he heard from other family members a couple of days ago. With Ian, he could not believe that his father suddenly wanted to send her to Muram's League to Habai. She thinks, can it be that it is he who spreads rumors? The girl enters her father's room. He is a little surprised by her arrival, and is interested in the purpose of her visit. The girl says that she recently has so many thoughts. Therefore, she did not go to him at all and did not greet him. With ENS asks for forgiveness. The man says that she hardly came here to say hello. He asks what she wants to tell him. She is interested. Is it true that he wants to poison her in the Muram League? Father says everything is true. With Ian is outraged that he did not even warn her. Father objects what he told her. He called her several times, but she did not come. Therefore, he left a letter in her wards. The girl looks at him in bewilderment and recalls recent events. The maid gives the girl a letter, saying that she found him under the door. With Ian is surprised that nothing is written on the envelope. Her interlocutor asks, is it really a love letter? The same as those that she received before. With Ian gives her an unopened letter, and asks to burn with the rest. The girl says that her fans should know that contacting her is just rudeness. All sorts of rumors about her will also go. She recalls that even after this day, she repeatedly put letters under the door. It turned out that their father wrote them. Stunned by an understanding of her oversight, the girl stands, dangling her head. She does not know what to say. The man asks why the daughter is so surprised. Didn't she open them? With Ian replies that she simply forgot their content. Chegulchanya asks what she says, but the girl decides to better pretend that nothing happened, if only not to upset her father. She refers to the fact that she has a lot of thoughts. He is interested. What is she thinking about? And he asks, did he not write to her in a letter that she needed to send something to her sisters in the League of Muram? The girl can only bow her head. The man says that he asked her to prepare, because he will soon send her there with an assignment. He asks, she can't hear about it for the first time? The girl says that she remembers everything. Father sighs with relief. He says that she is one of the pillars on which their family stands. The girl, agreeing with him and promising to remember it, is inclined in a slight bow. With he asks what kind of thing she should bring. The father replies that she is secret, and to anyone but his family members, he would never entrust her. The girl thinks that she has no idea what it is, but she is sure that this is necessary to restore the reputation of their family. He reports that on the way it will be accompanied by people from the Golden Dragon Security Agency. They will be here soon. He asks her to prepare in advance. A reassured girl leaves the room. Father looks after her. Without turning around, he reports that he has left with En and you can go out. Behind him, a man appears in a cloak. Mantonsh is glad that everything worked, as was planned. Chegulchanya agrees with him. He says that the man predicted everything correctly. He gratifying his head, and thanks for the praise. They talk about a girl who continues to move more and more from the room where they are. Father still cannot believe that she surrendered so quickly. His interlocutor replies that everyone wants to be good children in the eyes of their parents. The girl thinks that you need to go to the Tavern Oval tomorrow. Chegulchanya hopes that his daughter does not feel too guilty. Manstanshi says that they need to cope with this risk in order to achieve the goal. He is sure that as soon as the girl arrives in the Muram League, half of the plan will be already fulfilled. Chegulchanya says goodbye to the guest, saying that he is counting on him. He adds that the translation of the document will take about 7 days, and maybe more. Mantonsh is surprised that the Chegul family has already begun to work with his papers. The owner of the house replies that he cannot be lazy when he works so hard. There is a man on the steps of the security bureau of the Golden Dragon. His thoughts are engaged in anxiety about the health of the owner. He hopes that he will recover soon. He sees a servant runs to him with all his feet. A man asks a person who breathes heavily after running, what happened? He rushes the servant with an answer. He still cannot start speaking. After what he reports, vanity begins. Dako Chusen masterfully beats off the colonels flying into it. Ho Chua continues to attack him constantly. The young master makes a lightning-fast movement with a blade. Haik Undu attacks him from the back. He barely manages to dodge a powerful blow with a sword. The young man is preparing for a new attack. The nuclei begin to fall on top of it, but the guy only compresses the handle of the blade tightly. He thinks that you need to concentrate his chi on the sword. He carefully looks at his weapons, but there is no time to be distracted. The enemy again attacks him. Doko Chusen sits on the ground and thinks that it is very difficult to support ki swords when he moves. The last time he succeeded, because the situation was extremely dangerous, and he did it subconsciously. Namgun masterfully supports Qi during the battle. He is sure that in Murim there are many people like a young master. He understands that with the skills like him now, he will not be able to protect the mistress with En. The young man wants to become so strong as to protect her from all troubles. He does not leave his thought to become the best blade Sinzile. Soin, sitting at the table, thanks Namgun for accompanying her, and says that she needs to leave somewhere. The guy replies that he also wants to take a walk, but reminds the girl about safety. She agrees with him and smiles back. Namgun tells the girl that it seems that she has disappeared earrings. If she lost her, then he is ready to give her a new one. Soin replies that she sent her with a letter to her parents, so that they knew that everything was in order with her. A few days later, the guard will take her. The young man asks her not to refuse to accept the second earring from him as a gift. With En, Doko's garbage says that she needs to go on behalf of her father to the Murim League to the sisters. To the guy's question, when she returns, the girl replies that it is possible in a month, or even 2. She asks why he needs to know this. The guy says that she is a frequent guest in their institution, and if she stops walking, then the sales will fall. And then, he adds that it will not be so comfortable here. Yes, and someone will have to give her place. The girl interrupts his babble. She says she realized what he was worried about. He replies that he does not even understand himself. With En tells him that her father entrusted her this task, so she wants to regularly fulfill it. She says she does not want to upset him. Doko Chusen is upset by news. The owner calls the guy and asks him to go down. The young man thinks about the Murim League. The owner of the tavern complains that during the pogrom, a pot of branded broth was injured. And this is a special dish that is aged in this special bowl for years. Doko Chusen is interested in whether they can find the same broth in the Murim League. The man says that it was there that one master taught him to cook. Mak Chu-san tells the guy to go there and get the broth for him. The young man objects that people from the security agency better cope with this task. The owner answers him that he is not a cook, so he does not understand anything about this. He explains to the guy that, speaking with the terms of Murim, it is like getting an object that improves chi from his master. Mak Chu-san is sure that many people will want to get such a treasure. Therefore, he cannot entrust this task to anyone else. The young man thinks about whether he can see Madame with Anne there. The man reminds him that he wanted to open his glass. He promises him that on the day when he brings him the broth, he will give him the second institution that is preparing for the discovery. Mak Chu-san asks the guy does he like such a business capacity? The guy answers the question to the question. He is interested in, when is he better to return? Riders rush along the forest road. At the head, a man jumps in a fluttering cloak. He rinses his companions, saying that they need to get to Jinan as quickly as possible. Men are ready to do everything to execute the command. Huan Chan-su, the chief of the Golden Dragon Bureau, looks at the earring lying in his palms. He rejoices that the lady is alive. He thinks that the owner will be happy, and he is also pleased that they can save on expenses on the trip, thanks to the Chegal family. Salt Sosh, looking at the road suit Doko Gusen, says she thought so. It looks just fine on it. He even reminds her of her husband. The woman asks the young man to be careful on the road. Doko Chusen says she took care of his house while he is away. Yukva's son asks how far he is going. The boy is afraid that the guy will no longer return. Doko Chusen replies that as soon as he completes the task, he will return. The kid asks to bring him a gift. The older brother shakes Horan for boring the guy. The young man looks at the quarrel of the boys. He tells the guys that while he is not, they must behave well. They nod. Salt Sosh and children say goodbye to the guy and wish him a successful road. The young man goes to fulfill the assignment of the owner. Doko Chusen enters the tavern and asks the young servant, can he eat? He welcomes the guy, and he is interested. Will he be alone or have he have satellites? The guest asks to give him a room and makes an order. Doko Musen is waiting for him to be held. The guy calls the mother and reports that they have a visitor. He says that the young man ordered dumplings and noodles. The guy recalls his work in the tavern Mak Chu-shana. He thinks that he began to work in a glass at about the same age. Doko Chusen says he prefers to eat in the room and asks to spend it. The guy is meditating, holding the blade in his hands. He thinks that it is necessary to concentrate in one place. The young man rises in the middle of the room, holding a shining sword in his hands. He makes them a couple of waves and starts training. He performs the technique of the wing of the white raven. His hand tightly squeezes the handle of the sword. He performs the landing of a white crow and continues to practice. Doko Chusen makes another wave of a blade. He turns out to be conceived. He thinks that somehow he managed to do this while he was calm and concentrated. But, unfortunately, so far the two techniques are in motion are its limit. The young man decides that for today he will be enough. He unfolds the card and looks exactly where he is now. Doko Chusen thinks that it would be nice to practice ki while he is on the road. He looks at the card. The owner of the tavern told him that the fastest way to get there is through the north. Get dark. Chigilchanya walks around the yard of the estate. He appears on the threshold of the room, and he asks the person who is there, "How are you doing with the translation?" The young man sleeps at the table. The man thinks that the guy is too diligent. Chigilchanya sees that he translated about 5 parts of the document. Who would have thought that the devilish sword, which disappeared from Muram immediately after he broke all the groups, would leave behind something? And it doesn't matter if it will fall into good hands or bad ones. Muram will never be the same again. The servant escorts Doko Gusen, surprised that he is leaving so early. The young man sees a broom in his hands. He recalls his first training, when the same tool of labor replaced him a sword. He gives advice. When you wave a broom, it is better to do it in a place where there is no ceiling. Looking at the map, the young man understands that today a long road awaits him. He decides that he needs to move faster. His path lies through the forest. Doko Chusen walks along the road. Tall trees grow around, and the blue sky is visible at the top. Suddenly, strangers block the road to him. One of them requires money, and the second threatens with a knife. Laying men on the ground was not difficult for a guy. He weighs prey in his hand, a bag of coins. The young man continues his way. Suddenly, he sees a guy sitting on the ground. He barely restrains tears. Doko Chusen is interested in what happened to him. The young man says that he was attacked by robbers. Then Doko Chusen gives him money and reports that he dealt with his offenders. The guy thanks him and invites him to continue the journey in his wagon. The guy gets comfortable, and they continue to move towards the goal. In the evening, they, sitting by the fire, have dinner together. And in the morning, the guys say goodbye. Here their paths diverge. The young man looks after a new acquaintance, and then he studies the card. Doko Chusen decides that he is in place. The young man reached the mountain range of Sorakan. The height of the mountains here is small, but most of them are stone, so people prefer other travel routes. But this is the fastest road to Habai. Doko Chusen believes that uncomfortable soil will help him with training. Trying his foot pebbles, he thinks that he can get comfortable with ki. He starts training. The guy decides that it is necessary to focus not only on ki swords, but also to look around. Doko Musen tightly squeezes the handle of the sword. It seems to him that now he can support chi swords much longer than before. When he was just starting, he managed to keep her no longer than a quarter of an hour. Now, at least half an hour. Doko Chusen was decently exhausted and decides to relax and continue the training tomorrow. He goes to look for brushwood and a place where you can break the camp. The young man is surprised by the unexpectedly strong gust of wind. He thinks that it may rain and decides to find the cave. On the way between the rocks, the horse detachment jumps. Their commander says that there will be a downpour soon. He orders the camp. The man thinks that they need to achieve Jinan as quickly as possible. The lady is waiting for them. Mentally, he asks her to wait a little more. Soin sits by the window and looks at the rain. The person who entered says she can catch a cold. The girl thinks that Chef Juan is late. She is worried and hopes that nothing unforeseen happened. Doko Musan is in a hurry to hide from the rain. He manages to find a cave, but there is also water, and he decides to go deeper. He sees some inscriptions on the rock. Chegilchanya, holding a glass in his hand, asks the guest, does he like the house? He is glad of the arrival of Mans of Tonch. His interlocutor likes the estate. He would have stayed here longer, but he could not. The owner of the house offers a man to occupy the whole residence if he wants. Man Tonch replies that he appreciates the offer, but so far it cannot answer. He is too used to wandering. He is interested. Why did Chegilchanya call him? And were there any problems with the plan? The head of the Chegal family replies that so far everything is going well. And he called him because he wanted to hand these documents. The man hands him a bag of papers. In Sorakin, rain pours. Behind the rain wall, the entrance to the cave is barely visible. Doko Chusen looks at the letters on the wall, but the darkness in the cave prevents him from reading the inscription. We have to resort to new knowledge. His vision becomes unusually sharp, and darkness is no longer a hindrance to him. An inscription is carved on the wall. The sword has a limit. He understands that he did not seem to him. The young man thinks about what this may mean. He screams deep into the cave, "Is there anyone here?" And then he decides to go a little further. He goes along the dark passage. The young man moves further and further, but nothing more unusual is found in his way. Suddenly, he sees a greenish radiance in front. He enters the expanding part of the cave, on the ceiling of which the green hemisphere shines. The amazed young man looks at her intently. Then his gaze glides along the walls and objects located around. He is amazed at what he saw, and tries to understand who could do this in a cave. You can't just smooth out a stone. But what was open to his eyes further is shocking the guy. The head of the house Chigal says Mans Tonch that the transfer is finished only half. But he admires the work done, and says that he himself would not have managed this in 6 months. He considers the documents and says that almost everything here. According to the translation, the secret cave of the Sword of the Devil, near Shandun. but its exact location is unknown since the second part of the document is encrypted. Mantonch decides that if a place nearby, then they may not rush with their plan regarding En. Chanya asks the guest the question. Is he going to leave when the translation will be completed? The guest asks him to calm down. He will leave only when he finishes with everything that he entrusted to him. The head of the house, Chegel, thanks him. Mantonch believes that without a document, no one can find a secret cave, where the devil's sword left his things. In front of Doko, a skeleton sits in half, stroke clothing, near which there is a small box. The young man looks at him carefully. He understands that this is a shelter of Kain, those who find what they are looking for, without harm to others. But he knows that there are those who are ready to go to anything to get the desired. They are called the Inf. Most of them have long cut the hands of the Murim League. Often who left a mortal life ended in secret shelters. In addition, they leave all their knowledge to the one who finds this place in the future. The young man understands that he managed to find a treasure. He carefully touches the box. Doko Chusen carefully examines the chest that fell into his hands. Removing the lid, he takes out the manuscript from there. He begins to read. An unknown person writes that out of hundreds of names called him, he prefers only one thing. This name is a devilish sword. The young man is surprised. He never heard of such a person. He continues to read carefully. He understands that the owner of the manuscript was a great master. A person writes that he began to study the art of a sword for far from such a special reason. He just wanted to win the heart of a woman he loved. Dokuchusen thinks that they are like him. He recalls the lady with En, but then he returns to reading again, and he recognizes the story of the one who sits in front of him now with a silent skeleton. A young man named Injuice works in the field. He hears him a hurry, complaining that he is busy for too long. The man who watched him says that he had too little, and threatens to leave him without dinner. The girls walking by smile. The young man is staring at them, and then he receives a blow to the head from a man forbidding him to stare around. He is not able to withstand the enemy superior in growth and strength. One of the girls slyly looks at him. People work in the field. Girls continue to follow the road. Finally, they sit down to relax under a tree. They discuss the desire of one of them to marry a good swordsman, but in the district, there is no one who would engage in martial arts. A passing Juice hears their conversation. One of the girls shouts to the guy that her friend wants to marry the swordsman. She says, if the guy begins to train, then maybe they will have a wedding. Her friend only embarrassedly looks at the young man. He, looking at her, makes the most important decision in his life. The next morning he tries to train but breaks the hoe. For what he gets from a man of interest to a man of what he will now work now. But he does not give up and makes himself a wooden blade. He is trying very hard but quickly gets tired. The young man stubbornly continues to train. The man constantly scolds him for this. But then, noticing his efforts and perseverance, he begins to give tips. He indicates that it is the young man who performs incorrectly and how to do it. In the juice, gratitude seduces his words. Over time, he begins to control the sword better and better. He is changed, turning into a stately and handsome guy. In the juice, hears his name to help in the field. Turning around, he sees a girl who loves him, standing with a knot in his hands. She winches him slyly. Suddenly bandits appear, the purpose of which is to rob the village. One of them tells the girl to give everything she has. The villains are going to not only take away all the good from people, but also kill everyone. Men go to a girl helplessly on the road. Their faces do not portend anything good, but the guy bravely rushes to her defense. The villains stop bewilderment. In the hands of the young man is a training sword. A frightened girl looks at the juice. He promises to protect her. On the ground lies one of the bandits. A friend froze nearby. The young man goes to the rest of the bandits. They swear and ask, does he know who they are? He doesn't care. He firmly intends to protect the girl. His hand squeezes the handle tightly. He rushes on the attack on a man holding a cyst in his hand. The villains, outraged by his courage, decide to teach the guy. He fearlessly decides to withstand the whole vatag. One of them is working on a pussy, and the ball almost hurts the juice. The bandit threatens to teach him a lesson, and if he behaves well, he will die quickly. But the young man easily reflects the blow. He firmly intends to protect the girl to the last breath. He alone is opposed to numerous opponents. The girl leads the peasants to the aid, but the guy had already dealt with the villains. People are amazed at his courage. In the juice, they ask, did he suffer? Men thanks to him to save the village. They notice that he is wounded, and decide to call a doctor. The young man thinks that only martial arts allowed him to protect his beloved girl. He is very glad that he succeeded. But at the same time, he understands that he needs to be stronger. In the juice offers sparring to a young warrior. He is outraged and wants to teach him. The man promises to give his sword if he overwhelms it. And he suggests showing everything he is capable of. The young man wins. To become stronger, he goes to the plains. This was his first appearance in Murim. He calls to the battle of famous martial arts. They begin to recognize him. One of the opponents promises to deal with him. His luck will end today. They go to battle and cross their swords. The enemy is sure that one who does not have control over chi can never block his blade. He promises that this is the reason for the defeat of his enemy. But John manages to win, and since then they began to call him a devilish sword. No one can break his blade, so he continues his journey in search of the strongest. He fights with the most famous warriors Muram, and always wins. But together with the battles comes disappointment. Therefore, he decides to hide. But even in hermit life, he strives for training. To make the blade uncontrollable, turn the weapon into supernatural power, is the dream of anyone who has a sword. So he turned 70 years old, and he achieved everything he wanted. Everyone in this world praised and respected him, but he had to meet with feelings that he hid for a long time. Settlement. Emptiness. Only then did he recall the reason why he decided to become a swordsman. Only then did he decide to find her. But she had left this world a long time ago. He had no chance to see her beautiful face. His skills absorbed his goals, and without a goal, there was no sense to continue. He decided to rip off his stomach. He has nothing more left, so there should have been its end. At that time, he heard that an interesting person appeared in the plains. Anyone who knows how to abduct. Sin Suje, Han Queer. At first, John thought that Han Queer was a sinking that lives in lust. But in reality, everything turned out to be different. Sin Suje admires the kidnapped girl. He says that he likes to just look at her. In the juice, this habit of a person wearing a red, ugly mask became curious. Soon, the head of the criminal was cut off by the group sent by the Gup family. But the man was surprised by his last words. What is this in a simple desire to possess beauty? It was strange to hear this from a villain who abducted people. But on the other hand, he envied his confidence. He did not worry about the opinions of others and his reputation. Instead, he just went to his goal. In the juice writes that he did not want to leave a legacy behind. But he realized that he still wanted at least something left after his death. He bequeaths his knowledge to the one who finds his manuscript. But do not think that they become a teacher and student. He wants only one thing so that his involuntary heir never forgot the reason that made him move forward. A tent is broken on a rocky site. In the middle, despite the rain, there are two warriors. The man turns to the boss and reports that he ordered people to relax. He receives an order to be vigilant and change the sentries every hour. As soon as the storm subsides, they will continue. The warrior leaves. His boss remains to stand. He thinks that he will not be easy, but he is ready to take a chance. He recalls that there was a lot of people who have found their last refuge here. It is better for him to find better space for the practice of martial arts. The rain pours constantly. The man, hearing an incomprehensible sound, turns into bewilderment. Doko Chusen stands in front of the skeleton. The reason he began to engage in martial arts is the girl's heart. He went along this path to please the lady with En. The young man is sure that nothing has changed. He still wants to protect her from all adversity. He is sure that he will become a blade Sinzile. Suddenly, the book lit up with a bluish radiance. The guy looks at her in amazement. The energy emanating from it transforms the guy, changes his aura, penetrates into the brain. Doko Chusen falls in front of the Elder's Devil's sword, asking him to accept his gratitude. The skeleton looks at him with black inhabitants of the eye sockets. The young man continues to thank him for such a generous favor. Cracks appear on the skull. The skeleton in front of the young man turns into dust. He stands silently, looking at the remains of a once great warrior. Doko Chusen goes to the exit from the cave. Going out, the guy sees that the rain is still pouring, but he is ready to move forward. His body is protected by unusually strong energy. Doko Chusen believes that if you keep the aura at the right level, then he will not get wet. He understands that now he is not afraid of the vagaries of nature. He literally soars above the ground. The young man moves freely through huge boulders. Realizing the possibility of his body, he decides that he should go on the road. Doko Chusen continues his way. Now it is not a hindrance to him. He himself is striking in his ability in the cave. Now he easily runs through the air. He does not even understand how he succeeds. The young man realizes that all this thanks to the martial arts of the old man of the devilish sword that leaked from the book. He could now read it all, but he has no idea what to do with this knowledge. But he is not going to transfer them to someone. Now he understands why the old man did not want the relationship of the teacher and the student. An unexpected noise attracts his attention. He asks the question, "What was it?" For a while the guy is listening. He hears loud cries for help. Doko Chusen rushes in the direction from which he heard the voices. He sees how some people seek to free a person whose leg crushed a stone. They are trying to move the boulders to free the victim. Another person is carried on a stretcher. The man manages to pull out from under the blockage. A man on a stretcher clearly experiences severe pain. The young man continues to observe what is happening. Chef Juan says that everyone who can help the wounded. It is necessary to get out of here as soon as possible, because it is not known when the next landslide can occur. The warrior reports that most of the horses died under the rubble. But the man brings herself away from him, saying that first of all it is necessary to help people. Someone screams that people were still under the rubble. The Chef Juan looks up wary. He screams, realizing that the irreparable will happen now. He is trying to warn his people about the new landslide. Doko Chusen rushes to his aid. He practices the technique of the master of the sword. His body, radiating extraordinary energy, hovers high above the ground. The Chef Juan is trying to keep the boulder impending on him. Then he in bewilderment realizes that the stones have stopped. He looks up, trying to understand what happened. And he does not believe his eyes when he sees the reason for the stop of the rockfall. They ask him, "Are everyone intact?" In front of him with a sword in his hand stands Doko Chusen. He looks at a man inquiringly, but he is not able to say a word. Then he bows in a bow, and he says that he, Huan Chan-su, the chief of the Bureau of the Golden Dragon, expresses his gratitude to the master. Thanks to him, they are saved. The man thinks that even though the guy looks young, he is a magnificent master. Most likely he is Qi Ying, who lives here as a hermit. The young man replies that he will accept his gratitude later. The man does not understand what he was talking about. He looks after the removing young man. He calmly goes in the rain, but his clothes are dry. He goes to the rubble. Looking at how the young man envelops the flow of powerful energy, the man thinks, is it a person in front of him? Obeying the desire of the young man, the stones fly apart. A person freed from under the blockage looks at him incredulously. The second man sitting on the ground is so amazed that even a word cannot say. The Chef Juan, no less surprised than his subordinate, stands behind the guy's back. Doko Chusen thinks that he has overdid it. It was an emergency situation, and he used a lot of ki. He understands that it does not matter how much he received knowledge from the Elder of the Devilish Sword. The number of ki has not changed. He sighs tiredly. The salvation of people took a lot of effort from him. The men released from under the blockage thank him. Doko Chusen tells the soldiers to help the wounded. The victims are transferred to shelter. Chef Juan thanks the guy for his help. He replies that it is quite natural to help people in trouble. The man thinks that he is a very modest guy, despite the fact that he has strong skills in martial arts. He wants to make contact with him. Doko Musen asks what they forgot in such a remote place. Chef Juan does not want to call the exact cause, but it reports that they went here, since they urgently need to get to Jinan. The young man understands that the cause is Soyan. They sit by the fire and continue the conversation. Doko Chusen rejoices that his ki has already recovered. Looking out of the cave, he sees that the rain has stopped, and decides that it is time to speak. He thanks for tea and is going to leave, but Chef Hohana stops him. He wants to repay the young man for his kindness. The man thinks that with such force, he will be able to restore the guard bureau of the Yellow Dragon. He wants to make friends with the guy. Doko Chusen refuses the board, but the chief Hings insists. The man offers him 5,000 silver coins. The young man thinks that everything is much more troublesome than he thought. After all, he just wanted to save people, and at the same time, test the knowledge gained. He replies to the chief who understands his feelings, but there is no need for this. Looking at the lying sword, he tries to explain why he helped them. He says the reason is the man himself. Chef Juan does not understand what it is about, and the young man asks what he did when he saw a stone falling on him. The man replies that he tried to cut him in order to save the wounded. The young man said he saw it, and he would have enough skills to deal with the boulder. Doko Chusen says that a man would survive, but he tried to save others at the cost of his life. The guy could not help them, but with his actions the man did not leave him a choice. Doko Chusen says that in a sense it was he who saved them. He is even ashamed that he did not rush to the rescue immediately. Chef Juan feels awkward because he did not understand the guy's actions, but the young man asks him not to speak like that. He thanks for hospitality and is going to leave. Doko Chusen feels relief. He believes that if everything will continue to be involved in this, he will fall into problems. He seeks to quietly leave home, but he is naked again. Behind him is the Chef Juan. He asks how the name of their savior. The guy thinks for a moment. He does not want to call himself. It seems to him that then something can happen in the future, and he is looking for an answer in the knowledge of the Elder of the Devilish Sword. The man is interested in what he thought so much about. He is waiting for an answer to the question asked. The young man replies that his name is a devilish sword. He is bored with conversations, and he is rapidly leaving the society of a man. Chef Juan understands that the young man was simply teleported. He is sure that this is a rejuvenated master. There are various dishes on the table. Soin sits at the table, biting his lower lip. Namgun smiles affably at the girl. They sit at the table against each other. The The servant stands nearby, waiting for orders. The young man asks Soin to eat until it cooled. The girl thanks him. She tries the dish, and thinks that she is already bad from the fact that she has eaten the same last 5 days. Mak Chu-san grins that someone does not like his food. The servant says that a new order was received for 2 portions of noodles. Reluctantly chewing, the girl thinks about when people from the security agency come. She worries, thinking that something could happen to them. Namgun is interested in why she does not want to eat anymore. Is she really not to her taste? His interlocutor replies that she is simply unwell, and she wants to go to rest. Namgun asks worriedly, "What happened?" He wants to go to the pharmacy and bring the medicine. She refuses, saying that nothing serious. She just needs to lie down a little. The girl goes to her room and goes to bed. She thinks that all men are the same. She believes that Namgun has no advantages except one. He is not even 30, but he has already made a reputation for himself. The girl decides to use loneliness and sleep well. But to fulfill the Namgun, which was knocking at the door, does not allow her to fulfill her. She believes that the guy is too annoying. But he reports that people from the security agency are looking for her on the ground floor. In the hall of the taverns is the chef Juan. The owner is interested in Desik, who came to them. He replies that this is the head of the Golden Dragon Security Agency. Mak Chu-san, looking at an important guest, tells the servant that he would prepare to make money. Chef Juan hears his name by name. Turning around, he sees a girl hurrying towards him. Bowing in a bow, he asks for forgiveness for being late. But Soin says that everything is in order. She is glad to see him. The man asks to provide him with a restroom, and they decide to talk later for food. Hungry men are pounced on food. The waiter is asked to bring new dishes and wine. The owner of the tavern promises tips to the servants and asks them to serve customers faster. Chef Juan is amazed at acquaintance with a spiritual blade. The girl represents men to each other, and he says that her savior is Namagun. Soin is interested in the reason for their delay. She carefully listens to the story of the journey. The chief of the Bureau of the Golden Dragon says that if not for the guy who came to their aid, they would have died. The girl asks the name of their savior. The man replies that his name is a devilish sword. Namgun is listening to the story about the hermit who lives at the mountain and cut a stone the size of a house with one blow, like a small pebbles. Chef Juan continues to say that he looked 20 years old. He seems to have reached legendary rejuvenation. If he appears in Murim, he will probably become the second of the 10 great masters. If he is seen in public, then the outcome will be one. Having reached the education, he will finally end his background. The man summed up his story. The girl is surprised that she never heard of such a master. Chef Juan, looking at the face of Namgun, asks what happened and how does he feel. He replies that everything is fine. Just overthrough. He is going to the pharmacy. Soin says they will wait for him here. Namgun hastily goes out into the street. The girl asks the man if he saw it. He replies that the young man clearly panicked. She says that Namgun seems to know about the devilish sword. The chief of the Golden Dragon Bureau agrees with her. He cannot believe that such a great warrior lives in the unknown. The girl orders to immediately send pigeons with a letter. She believes that they should attract such a master to their side. Then the rest of influential families will not dare to look down on them. About such villains as her abductors, you should not even talk, the girl thinks. Shi Huan is going to transfer news home, and the girl orders to send a couple of people along the trail of the Devil's Sword. The man objects that they need more people. She looks at him in surprise. He explains that they still have a task from the Chagall family, which must be performed in the first place. But they have already received an advance from them, and they can hire more warriors. The girl agrees with him and says that he fulfills the task as it seems convenient to him. She asks him to find another person. The man advises her to turn to the information merchants, but she wants them to look for them. The girl says that the person he needs is a martial arts master and a thief. The tired Doko Chusen goes along the road. From the top of the hill, he looks at the city, and he understands that he has achieved the goal. In front of him is the entrance to Hebei province. Standing on the street, he carefully studies the map, and then he looks at the person walking towards him. He asks him, "Is it true that this is Qing'an County in Hebei?" The man confirms his hunch. He says that the guy is probably from another county, and then he points to him a luxurious mansion, and says that he does not even think to approach him, because he belongs to the Yang from Hebei family. They have been named for the divine spear for 100 years. But there are rumors that the group of robbers River Soroka Yang aimed at them. Doko Chusen is interested in how river robbers could get here. The interlocutor replies that the fights between light and dark fractions are not uncommon. The man says that if he still goes there, then nothing good awaits him. He says goodbye and leaves. The young man stands, thinking about his words. In the courtyard of the Yang family mansion, Hebei is an elderly man. This is the head of the family of John Chogvan. He is immersed in memories. The man sees himself not yet an old warrior with a spear in his hands. He attacks a man armed with a sword. The enemy sticks a blade into him. The man's face is skewed with rage. The old man thinks that heaven is so indifferent to everything. At the door to which he goes, there are guards. They ask John Chogvan why he came here at such a late hour. He is interested in how Sheen is there. He is informed that the young gentleman does not plan to leave his chambers. The old man says that almost 8 years have passed. Is it really not before the threat of the attack of river robbers that he will not come to his senses? Jan Chogvan shouts that the heir to the Yang family behaves unworthy. How can you be so obsessed with an unworthy woman? He is surprised when his son still answers him. The young master says that his wife is a good woman, and asks not to insult her. He is not going to leave the chambers until his father accepts their relationship. The servants are concerned about the rage of Jan Chogvan. His son hears the name of the doctor. The young man regrets that it happened. He mentally turns to his beloved, praying her to survive. And he will receive the approval of his father, and then they will certainly meet. He quietly pronounces her name, Satya. He hears screams notifying that the enemy is here. Warriors are preparing to repel the attack. A man with a blade enters the courtyard of the mansion. This is the deputy chief of the river Harsh Yan Ka Khan. The servants become uneasy, because in front of them are a master of martial arts. They shout that the entrance here is prohibited here with dirty river robbers. The young warrior says that if a man leaves now, he will save his life. He only laughs in response and says offensive words. People listen, trying to understand what kind of sound they hear. He waves his sword, and the enemy's head falls to the ground. The robber says that he should not insult him so much. He should be treated extremely respectfully. Warriors are trying to encourage themselves by the fact that the enemy is only one. But he laughs and calls them a group of weaklings. The deputy chief of the river Harsh, Yan Kaha Khan, says that he is not alone here. Warriors appear near him. 2 groups in the yard are opposite each other. He calls for revenge and the destruction of all members of the Yang family. The robbers rush to the attack. Warriors of spears meet opponents armed with swords. The robbers encourage themselves with screams, saying that the time has come. Men who protect the mansion want to surround them. The confrontation begins. A person with a spear blocks a blow with a sword. The opponents are frantically fighting, not inferior to each other in power and skill. The battle is in full swing. Both sides fight fearlessly, not sparing strength. Yan Ka Khan tells you to find John Chogvan. He promises him to kill him with his own hands. He recalls the past of their confrontation, and he promises to himself that this time his life will definitely break off. In the family, Yang from Habai was born the god of spears. After his death, unfortunately, not a single warrior was born worthy of inheriting this title. And so it lasted 100 years until a worthy heir appeared, and it was Yang Xuan, the son of the current head of the family. His father never doubted that he would inherit this name. Naturally, all the attention of the family was riveted to him. But because of this, the guy lost freedom. It was unbearable. He abandoned the right to be the heir and escaped. And after he met a beautiful girl, like a lonely flower, it blossomed under the cover of the sun. She looked at him. He was not for her the heir to the Yang family from Hebei. She saw in him an ordinary person, and not the one who should inherit the name God of the Spear. They have a charming baby. They became a family, and he kept holding his son in his hands with tenderness. His wife was always in a hurry to help when he could not reassure the child. He acquired a family who looked at him the present. A son with whom he values more than life, and a beloved woman who is more beautiful for him than all the virgins in the world. He vowed to do everything for their happiness. Therefore, he again took up the spear and returned to the world of martial arts. Among the masters, there would be no one who would not hear about Yanmo, who owns a spear. But because of this name, his father found him. He made him return to his hometown and take the Yang family. But he was not going to follow his father's decrees so easy. In Jinan is his family. It is in this city that the place where it should be. He breaks the spear and no longer wants to engage in martial arts. On a sheet of paper, the image of the bun and the salt of the yuva. The young man looks at the portrait and says that he misses this woman. The noise outside the door attracts his attention. He understands that the invasion began. He hears a cry that the robbers attacked them. There is a battle in the courtyard of the mansion. Warriors masterfully parry the blows of attackers. Yankva Kanzorko monitors the progress of the battle. It without much difficulty reflects the attack of one of the warriors. And he says with contempt that the Yang family really does not represent anything. He screams, turning to John Chogvan to go out. At the same time, he promises that he will surely demolish his head. He mockingly adds, if he, of course, is not afraid to fight him. Having furiously waved his sword, he promises to kill all these guys. and he collapses the blade on the wounded enemy sitting at his feet. Suddenly, he sees how a young man can easily cope with his robbers. He is beside himself with rage. Ian Koa Khan asks a daredevil who he is. He replies that these are his words, and not those thieves who broke into other people's possessions. Yan Kwa Khan rushes to the attack, but his opponent masterfully owns a weapon. During the battle, opponents manage to insult each other. Strunging a strong blow, the young man seems to Yang Xin, the eldest son of the Yang family. The confrontation of warriors and robbers continues. Doko Chusen from the roof of the house watches what is happening. He recalls the words of a passerby who told him that the river robbers aimed at the Yang family. The young man thinks that the man, of course, warned him, but he could not even think that everything could happen. Initially, he wanted to call the masters of this family to battle in order to find out how much he became stronger, but now he will have to postpone with these. He decides that you need to find an inn and relax. Suddenly, the events taking place on the battlefield attract his attention. Extraordinary energy is swirling around the warrior. The young man is trying to understand what kind of aura it is. A warrior with a spear bravely opposes the enemy. Jan Shuin fearlessly stands in front of the robber. He, having heard his name, rushes on the attack. But the enemy is ready for this, and puts a spear forward. He masterfully owns them and leaves no chance to the opponent. Yan Kwa Khan does not intend to retreat, and strengthens the onslaught. The spear Jan Shuin almost reaches the goal. But, despite the failure, he again makes an attempt to hit the enemy. Yan Kwa Khan barely manages to evade lightning attacks. None of the opponents are going to concede. The robbers gasp amazingly and try to help the leader. But he tells them not to intervene, and sends to look for an old man. Opponents stand against each other. Yan Kwa Khan mockingly says that it seems that his opponent has already lost his strength. He laughs that this is quite in the spirit of the Yang family, and he tells the young man to attack. Ian Shawina understands that he has not trained for too long. Suddenly he notices some kind of movement behind. Accompanied by servants in the yard, his father appears. The young man, despite their differences, cannot leave him in trouble. He decides to win time for him. Looking at the old man, he thinks that he needs to run. Jan Shun is unkindly squinting at his enemy. He tells him not to be distracted and continue the battle. The young man again strikes with a spear. The battle between them does not go to life, but for death. His opponent successfully defends himself with the help of the sword, while he continues to mock. Yang Shuin is already tired. Forces leave him. He decides that this is his last chance and rushes into the attack. Moving towards the enemy, he encourages himself with a cry. Ian Koa Khan invites him to say goodbye to life. The distance between them is rapidly reduced. The robber throws up his hand in which the sword is clamped. The enemy's spear is aimed at his chest. With a blow of the blade, he cuts the spear shaft. In anticipation of death, the man closes his eyes and asks for forgiveness from Yuva. The shaft falls to the ground. In the head of Yang Shuin, the idea that he will wait for his beloved in the next world. Only then his apologies reached her. The enemy's sword is already listed above his head. Men are facing face, and the course of the battle seems to be a foregone conclusion. Suddenly, Doko Chusen arises between them. With 2 fingers he stops the blade, ready to collapse on the head of one of them. The young man who managed to hide his face behind the red mask, turning to Yang Shuin, asks how the surname of the Yukva, which he had just mentioned. The robber cannot believe his eyes. He is interested in the young man. Who is he? He replies that his name is a devilish sword. Jan Shuin, carefully listening to the conversation, says that he hears this name for the first time. Yan Kwa Khan asks how he dares to intervene. Does he really want to wrap all the river bandits in the world against himself? The man is trying to attack the guy, but Doko Chusen stops his hand with a wave. He says that he was going to wait until one of them wins, but he can't stand more silently and watch. The robber, without hiding anger, looks at him. He offends the guy and raises the sword. Jan Shuin screams to be careful. Doko Chusen carefully looks at the attacking enemy. He pronounces only one word: get lost. The robber inflicts an incredibly powerful blow, but his attempt was unsuccessful. The enemy, elusive for the eye, injures him. Doko Chusen hides the sword in the scabbard. He is interested in the young man as the surname of Yukva, of which he had previously mentioned. By accident, not salt. He confirms that this is so. The young man is glad that his guesses were true. Noticing that their leader lost the battle, robbers are in a hurry to hide. In the mansion of the Yang family from Habe, a feast is arranged. People are surprised, because this is not included in the habits of the head of the house. The townspeople exchange news. The main one is the defeat of river bandits. The man addresses the gossip, wondering that they are so actively discussing. He offers to chat behind a glass of wine. The head of the house said to let everyone on a feast. Doko Chusen in a red mask sits at a table on which there are many diverse dishes. He in no hurry to eat dishes. The young man asks Yang Shuin standing in front of him why he came. He turns to him with reverence. He recalls the moment of the celebration when the robbers left their yard. He asked the guy in a mask who he was, and how does Yuva know? The young man replied that he was the one who saved his life. Does he need to know something else? He appeals to the young master, begging him to say if he knows at least something about his wife. The head of the family of Jan Chogvan is suitable for them. He thanks the young man, and he says that if it were not for his intervention, then Jan Shuin would have been killed. He asks Doko Chusin to become their guest. Jan Shuin begs him to tell him about Yua. Doko Chusin continues to eat calmly. The young man asks him to answer. After all, he will save another life. But the young man does not want to forgive him, because all this time the woman was waiting for her husband, and he lived comfortably and did not grieve. Jan Shuin says that 8 years have passed since he had not seen his family because of his father. He was looking for them everywhere, but all his attempts were in vain. The young man is surprised by his words. He understands that he did not know something. The young man says that he searched the whole of Jinan and Shannon, but could not find his wife and child. Doko Chusin cannot believe his words. He asks if the man checked the slums in Jinan. He responds negatively, unable to believe that the Sata could be in such a terrible place. The young man asks him to calm down, but the young man cannot pull himself together. He wants to leave. Doko Musin asks what he is going to do. Jan Shuin replies that he immediately needs to pick up Yukva. The young man is interested in whether his father will do it. Does he think that the head of the family will just leave everything and will not separate them again? Doko Musin asks if he is afraid to harm his children. He advises first to convince his father, and only then meet with his family. The man is amazed at the word children, because he knows only one child. He recalls a woman with his son, and thinks that when he left, she expected another child. He whispers her name, Satya. Doko Chusin says he has one trick. The young gentleman is interested in what he wants to say this, but the young man only smiles mysteriously. In the city, people are outraged by the arrogance of bandits who dared to attack a righteous family. Jan Chogvan rejoices that they were lucky. He sits in a huge hall on an elevation. The men present here say that no one dares even to think that the greatness of the Yang family is no longer what before. The old man is pleased to listen to their speeches. He recalls how their savior said that let people consider the Yang family winners. The young man did not wish that the whole world became known about his existence. Jan Chogvan can only play along, since a real hero does not want to reveal his personality. But he is sure that in a few years the day will come when their family will again become the best fighters of Habai. He hears someone turning to him. On the threshold is a breathless servant. The old man is anxiously interested in what happened. Was river bandits attacked again? But the man responds negatively. He approaches both quietly, so that others do not hear, reports the old man. He reports that the young gentleman is practiced in martial arts. On the training ground, Doko Chusin and Jan Shuin stand against each other. The young man squeezes a spear in his hands. His opponent is armed with a sword. Jan Shuin says he will start first. The young man agrees with him. Raising a spear, the young master rushes on the attack. He warns that this is the spear of the Yang family. But Doko Chusin easily evades the weapon directed at him. Yang Shuin attacks him again and again. The spear is aimed right into the head of the young man, but he is motionless, and only at the last moment it deviates to the side. He delights the enemy's blow. Nevertheless, a man is too slow for him. Jan Shuin squeezes the shaft and is preparing to reflect the opponent's blow. He is amazed at the power of Doko Gusen, and asks to repeat again. The young man raises his sword again. Jan Shuin thinks that the trick will not work. He rushes into another attack. The opponent, not moving, is waiting for him. Doko Chusin, looking at him, thinks that, perhaps, he began to move faster. The young man raises the sword, preparing to repel the attack. The spark of their weapons meet. Jan Shuin is amazed that the young man knew where he would hit and so accurately blocked the blow. Looking at the aura surrounding the guy, he cannot understand who is facing him. The young man recognizes his defeat. Doko Chusin thinks that the bait has worked, and there are already enough training. They hear a voice asking them what is happening here. In front of them is the head of the family of Jan Chogvan. The old man is surprised that the guy who does not want to become a warrior, training again. Doko Chusin asks the young master to leave them. He leaves, and the young man praises his skill. He says that the owner of the house has a smart and gifted son. The old man is pleasantly amazed. He thinks that Jan Shin has acquired the favor of a great man. But the young man continues to say that he is a little disappointed with his unstable state. Although he holds a spear in his hand, his thoughts are in another place. With such a mood, he will not be able to reveal his talent. In the future, he can get sick of the devil's disease. The old man is alarmed that his son has such a terrible disease. Doko Chusin says that he heard that the family of a young master is in another region. Probably because of this his heart is yearning for. Jan Chogvan asks what he should do. The young man answers, to cure the disease, it is necessary to eliminate its cause. He asks, Why would not the owner of the house officially bring the family of a young master? On the street of Jinan, accompanied by warriors, a carriage is traveling. Soin welcomes Ian and wishes her good luck on the way to Habai. To the question of a girl from the family, Chigal Soin answers in the affirmative. She is the daughter of the head of the security bureau of the Golden Dragon. Namgun is silently present during their conversation. With Ian says she heard that the girl was gone. The young man, meanwhile, thinks that he should not worry about her. He is more worried that a descendant of a devilish sword appeared. He still cannot believe this news, but if it is true, a big hype will rise. The conversation of young people is watched by Chef Huan. He recalls how the lady ordered him to follow the Namgun, who knows something about the devilish sword. The man thinks that if everything works out, he will be able to restore the bureau. Soin invites the girl to the wagon, and he promises her to tell everything. The Chef Huan sits on the horse and gives the command to go. Namgun follows them. Travelers are sent to the Murim League in Hebei. On the training venue of the family mansion, the young gentleman trains. Doko Chusen recommends him not to rush and properly distribute force. Jian Shuin promises to improve. The old man is happy to watch their training. He recalls how the young man asked in a mask, will he teach his son a martial art? He agreed, but said that, first of all, he needed his permission. The old man was delighted that such a master will train Yang Shailin, which means he definitely has talent. But the old man doubted whether the proposed method really is the only chance for his son. He replied that the proposal from the great man who had great mercy to their family, worthy of attention, and he would consider him. Jan Chogvan wants to restore the authority of their family. Young people continue to train, and the old man leaves. Jan Shuin squints after him, trying to understand what he was thinking about. Doko Chusen again makes him a remark, and he promises to improve. In the evening, when the streets have already begun to get dark, the father and son meet in the courtyard of the mansion. The young master asks, was he called the test at such a late hour? The old man replies, does he really need a reason to meet his father? Jan Shoan says, if nothing happens, then he will leave. The old man begins the conversation with the fact that the master of the devil's sword praised him, and he should stay closer to him. The son asks what follows from this. Do he need to steal his secret techniques now? The father complains that the son is already an adult and thinks like a child. To which he replies that excessive greed is the disposition of his father. The old man is outraged that the son is trying to teach him. But the young gentleman asks, is he really not only he appropriated someone else's fame after a recent fight? John Chogvan is justified by the fact that the hero himself did not want to reveal his personality. Therefore, he only fulfilled his request. It so happened that their family went to fame. Jan Shuin accuses his father of just standing and watched others fight. He says that this is not enough stolen glory. He also wants to borrow the technique of martial arts. If they find out about this, people will point a finger at their family. The man says that only today he will pretend that he has not heard this. The old man objects that it was the master's proposal. The son is surprised, and John Chogvan says that he himself decided to transfer some techniques to him. Yan Shuin is perplexed. Why is this a master? He recalls their conversation about one trick. The father says that the young man in return set him one condition. He said that now their priority is the deliverance of Yang Shuin from the disease of the devil's heart. He tells his son to go to Jinan and bring his family. A man cannot believe what he heard. The old man confirms that he allows his son to bring them to the Yang clan. The excited Jian Shuin barely restrains his tears. Doko Chusen from the balcony watches their conversation. The young man decides that he should leave the hospitable house. He goes to the gates of the Yang family. Suddenly he hears him naughty. Looking around, the young man sees men who predicted that he will try to leave without saying goodbye. Doko Chusen asks for forgiveness. He did not want to bother them, and did not expect to face them. He says that those who met should part, and those who parted will meet again. Looking at the men, the young man is glad that he managed to reconcile them. The young master thanks him. The old man asks why he leaves so quickly. Didn't something suit him? He says he leaves for a short while. He has a personal matter nearby. The young man assures the owner of the house that his proposal is in force, and on the way back he will go to them. Men understand that such a great person has a lot of things, and they invite him to visit them again when he is free. The old man holds out a bag of money to him, asking him to accept his modest gift. The young man gratitude accepts the offering and says goodbye to them. Men with reverence bow to him. Jan Shuin pronounces gratitude. His father reproaches him for not going on the road yet, and rushes him as soon as possible to go to Jinan for his family. Dako Chusen sets off. Night. Around the fire, tents are broken. Soin comes out of one of them. She trembles with the cold. The girl decides that it is best to warm up at the fire. She goes to the burning fire, near which, despite the later time, sits with En. She asks the girl what she is doing here. With En is surprised by her appearance. She says she thought, everyone is already sleeping. Soin complains that she woke up from the cold. With En laughing, he replies that she was also frozen. Soin doubts that this is a real reason. With En says that she just for the first time is so far from home. Her interlocutor supports her, saying that she understands her. With En, he says that she herself sought to leave. She explains that the father wants her to marry for the sake of family prosperity. Soin asks who her fiancé is, but with En says that he himself does not really know anything. The girl is interested in whether there is someone in her heart. With En answers negatively. At the same time, she recalls Doko Chusen, but he does not want to admit his feelings even to himself. Soin, looking at her, thinks that probably there is unrequited love here. The girl thinks that he is still too young. However, like herself, she says that her interlocutor will easily forget a simple guy. With En, he looks at her inquiringly. She asks what Soin is thinking about now. She replies that she just envies her. To the question, why? She says that she herself does not know. With En, he is indignant at the strange speeches of the interlocutor and goes to sleep. She says goodbye to Soy until morning. The girl who remained sitting by the fire understands that she really envies her. She thinks whether it is possible for her to return to those days when she smiled so much. She decides that now it doesn't matter. She should attract a master named a devil's sword to the side of their bureau at all costs. Even if you have to use marriage as a bait. A large clawed paw steps on the grass. A huge mouth shines with sharp fangs. The alerty guy peers into the darkness. A huge tiger comes out to meet him. It happened about a time ago. Looking at his hand, he wondered how strange it was. He was convinced that having gained the wisdom of the elder, he increased his level. Perhaps because he came to this with the help of it seemed not to achieve his achievement. In addition, he could no longer use his elder's combat skills. The bowl that needs to be filled with combat skills has indeed increased, but its power remained unchanged. Of course, sighing, it was possible to assume that the elder was really a trick, if he was about to convey her skills. Why did he not leave a lot of miraculous potions at the same time? However, at that moment, the hero felt someone's presence in the forest. Suddenly, this man suddenly appears from the bushes. He holds his hand, and it is immediately noticeable that he is not good. After a long conversation with this stranger, the hero noted that the battle was unfolding nearby. Suddenly, he grabbed his body and with anxiety in his voice, said that he had to run immediately from this place. He explained that he was constantly hunted by a beast that made these spooky sounds. Given the sound, the beast is far away, but it is time to run immediately. After that, they immediately rushed to flee in the opposite direction. From this roar it was possible to assume that there was an unusual beast from the mountains. Then the stranger explained that this beast was a divine creature. 42 warriors from the Marima League were sent to him, but the beast killed them all, and only he remained alive. They were unexpectedly found in a dead end. He voluntarily suggested that he flee, assuring that he would detain the beast. He explained exactly where to go to find the Ligue, and added that they should notify them of the complete destruction of the punitive detachment sent to the detention of a large millennial tiger. However, he clearly made it clear that it would be extremely difficult to make his request, and suddenly the royal river came behind their backs. The giant tiger looked at them from top to bottom. "How is it possible?" the stranger whispered, trembling enthusiastically. He had his feet and he could not stand. The innocent mouth of the divine beast eagerly sought food. The unknown creature reached out to the sword again, begging his owner to flee. She promised to detain the enemy, even if it costs her life. The beast did not intend to wait long. He immediately decided to attack the boys. The monsoon decided not to spend time and went forward, covering the unknown girl, putting up his weapon against sharp like a blade, tiger claws. The unknown person was aware that one blow of a millennial tiger was able to break the sword. However, the monsoon seemed to believe in his strength that he was sure that he would never be defeated. Thanks to this, he was able to push the tiger. The problem is that although the monsoon wrapped his sword in a special way, he still cannot injure this tiger. It was difficult to predict that the tiger would be so powerful. However, at this point, Manus felt his sword even brighter and has a deeper shade of blue. They stood face to face with a tiger, looking at each other fearlessly. Then Manus has put even more effort. The answer to the question of what to do next was clear. It is necessary to attack with even more power. Also lucky was that the tiger decided to start the attack on his own. It became a fatal tiger mistake because one powerful blow Moonon caused him a serious wound. This wound is incompatible with life. The acceleration tiger is difficult to get to the ground. The unknown is in a state of shock without realizing what is happening around. The monsoon asked him for help. He reminded him of the words he said earlier, noting that this beast was a divine creature. Therefore, in its essence, a certain internal alchemy is hidden. A little time passed, and both galope riders went forward. The stranger asked if it was indeed on a horse, because only a few hours have passed since he taught him to sit in the saddle, and he already looked like an experienced rider. The monsoon explained this by the fact that he had a wonderful mentor. He just wondered what school this rider was when he watched him. There was an assumption that it could be from the South School. This assumption arose because a stranger's master also belonged to the South School. He sent a successor to take the leadership. Whatever we think, it is too early to draw final conclusions. He was only convinced of one thing: this guy would grow up to a prominent man. Therefore, he was aware that it was necessary to tie friends with him in advance. Meanwhile, two children were entertained by throwing stones into the water. They argued which of them would wash the dishes throughout the day. Miso froze when someone was approaching. It was a man in a straw hat, followed by several spears fighters. The boys were confused, because for the first time they saw these soldiers and did not understand who they were. John jumped instantly, hugging Miso. At that moment, a girl appeared who pleased them to stop. She already assumed that Miso and John Koran had done something. After the pause, her movement stopped. She barely said the word dear, and tears appeared in her eyes. He removed his hat, apologized for his late. She, not finding words, suddenly sinks to her knees. It was her father who was absent for a long time. Misa and Jan were his sons. The father gently stroked the misu on his head, noting that he had already grown up and will probably be ready to get married. He was aware that the Koran sees him for the first time and probably did not recognize, and it was at that moment that he confessed that he was their father. Earlier, he assured that he would necessarily return, but could not fulfill his promise due to serious circumstances. His wife sought to find out what really happened to him. With tears in her eyes, she confessed that she even thought that he would never return. He carefully wiped the tear out of her face, sincerely apologizing. "You had to pass a lot of trials in my absence and suffer for my mistakes. But now I'm ready to turn the world upside down to make you happy." After these moving words, he asked her for one thing: never part again. Sitting on this cold earth with hot hearts, they hugged. Soon the monsoon reached its destination. He was just in front of the Marima League gate. He looked at the sign, which was stated nightly. The stranger once again clarified whether the monsoon really said that he needed the league, and noted that in this case, it would be smarter to say goodbye. He thanked the monsoon had time with him and said goodbye. He is deeply grateful for rescuing his monsoon. Both expressed gratitude for the kindness that radiated from each of them. The next step should take a monsoon. This move will bring him closer to the goal, leading inside. In a moment, he found himself before entering the refectory. When he entered, an empty hall opened in front of him, and one young man rushed towards. The monsoon approached her to eat, but at the same time wanted to find out if there was no elder Joni Tyre Jones here. The master chef pointed his hand on the black-haired one, which is now in the kitchen. She wanted to understand the purpose of visiting a stranger. He later confessed that he had arrived with a power of attorney from the will of Shandun, and asked to pass a somewhat master chef. In a moment, the little one stood at the doors of the cook, reporting that someone had visited him. Everything happened as the monsoon predicted. The Marima League Repeated League is not just a regular establishment. Obviously, there are a lot of visitors here, so food is cooked in large quantities. The master chef was fully focused on cooking, but as soon as he heard the word guest, immediately looked around. At the same moment, a voice was heard in the hall. "Ah, it hurts. Do you think normal to offend your only student?" In response, "Oh, Timoshenik. Who said I took you into the students? I warned not to distract me during cooking." Then the dark-haired appears with ghoul on the head. Still, he appeared with the chef. A dark-haired guy is a self-proclaimed student of the chief of Pina. Following this, the monsoon noted that he was a great honor for him to get acquainted with this person, and introduced himself. The juice immediately stated that San had told him nonsense. He could not believe that San actually sent someone so far from the province of Shandong for a regular decoction pot. The monsoon was aware that many wanted to taste this broth. That is why he came after him. Then the juice advised Pen to put it in a leather bag and specify the address for departure. Explaining everything, the old man asked Musin to stroll around, because he would have to wait a long time. It was a little strange why such silence prevailed here. Opening his eyes, he noted that everything was evaporating around, and the only thing left was the hand that stretched to him. He lives in this world for a long time, and immediately realized that the ability to slow down. Looking at the juice, it was possible to immediately understand that the war was over. The monsoon immediately guessed that his life could be in danger. The guy, with tears in his eyes, only shouted to the master, asking what he did. He pleaded to look at the huge bump on his head, and desperately asked how to appear among people now. Under the exclamations of the guy, the monsoon bounced the old man. Immediately after that, he asked him, "Who are you?" Pen was also lost and asked the wizard what was happening and how you can get a guest that just came from a distant. but the Juice ordered the young man to stay away. The Juice suddenly asked Muson with a strange question. Why not answers? At the same moment, the monsoon simply did not want the mustache closer. After a hard laughter, the bald strained, and a powerful aura began to radiate around him. He asked his Muson's question again and again. Who is he really? You argue that I am brazen, but your words are openly offended. Didn't you first try to hurt me? However, after that, the question was somewhat surprised. How could this young man notice that he was going to direct a remote attack on him? Of course, he realized that he had made mistakes, trying to activate his strength to find out who this young man really was. However, he did not intend to harm him at all. The head was filled with surprise. How did this young man notice his intentions before he realized them? Then the Juice asked him the question of how much time he has already engaged in martial arts. However, Muson remained a mystery why he was interested in this issue. Angry even more, the Juice reproached him for the absence of a drop of courtesy, because Kangcho was accepted to answer the questions of the elders. After that, the monsoon acutely feels pain throughout the body. He squeezes his clothes around his neck, feeling that breathing is becoming more and more difficult. The Juice was well aware that San sent a letter almost a month ago. The road from that place was taken by the month, and now he sought to find out what it took about 2 months. However, the monsoon was not going to answer any of his questions, constantly ignoring them. However, his grandfather warned that his senseless stubbornness could cause blood feud. My answer remains unchanged, Monas emphasized again. However, even after these words, the energy of the Juice remained as powerful. It was so difficult here that the monsoon was forced to lower one knee. However, in a minute, when everything finally calmed down, the Juice wondered whether the monsoon was working as a waiter at Chuksan. At that time, the boy was hiding under the table, and the Juice turned to him. He commanded the boy to attribute the unconscious to the back of the room while he was engaged in the preparation of dinner. At the same time, the monsoon felt frantic pain throughout the body, but he was saved by an unusual spiritual power. The boy decided to do everything as the old man commanded him. Already without consciousness, Monson was drawn into the back room. There he carefully put a young man on a comfortable bed. With his eyes closed, the monsoon plunged into sleep. However, something made him open his eyes. The reflection that there were always other heavens behind heaven, forced to feel a fool. Looking at the ceiling, he could not believe he was defeated, and it was so much that he could not even move his finger. Having acquired his knowledge from the elder of the Devil's Sword, he was so fell out that he began to believe that he had already mastered everything. At this point, he decided that it was time to return to his original goal. He will soon fit on his own to open the door. He entered the room saying, "Hey Scam, you look great." The monsoon sought to find out what he planned to do with him yesterday. However, the Juice was in no hurry to answer this question. The monsoon assured that he would only answer his question. After that, the chef explained that he just sought to awaken his distance abilities. He also confessed that he did not intend to harm him. The monsoon confessed that he realized the question of Juice just because of the feeling. His technique was a threat. He could not explain where the feeling came from, but it was because of him that he did not answer the question yesterday. It was just more inferior in curiosity. Who is he really, this mysterious chef? Then he noted with surprise that he could not believe how the monsoon reached such a high level on its own. Muson confessed that he had mastered the martial arts on his own all this time. However, he now feels as if he had encountered an obstacle and has no master, as others who could point his way. He sincerely admitted that he did not know where to start. The Juice saw a lot of fighters, but rarely happened that someone reached such a level of skill on their own. He was well aware that letting him out means to waste his incredible talent in martial arts. Thus, the spring was under the sign of intense training, and now winter has come. Muson's muscular body was perfectly trained and prepared. Once again waving the sword, he decided that this is enough today. Handed on his hair, he felt that it had grown noticeably. Pull the clothing that was lying on the ground. He was too cold, but the solution was, and the monsoon knew how to warm up quickly. He always believed that he was best warming after workouts. It was a fire. Then FEC came up and asked if he completed her workout before. The monsoon answered the affirmative, realizing that even if he continues to beat the ball, it would not change anything. "Brother, what you just said, did you know very well, you know?" After that, Monas repeated the words of Juice several times, emphasizing that the main thing is to be patient. In fact, the guy came to call him for dinner, and on the road he would take care of everything here for many years. However, the Jew did not teach him any reception, and now states that he would become a martial art teacher for who he has just met. He complains that the elder causes him to run back and forth, forgetting to teach his fist battle, but also forbids to call his teacher. "You do nothing because he won the basic skills of martial arts in Shaolin," Monas replied. After all, if the servants who are a real treasure, which is so proud of Shaolin. Because of this, the monsoon explained to the baby that he should obey because he would be near the elder and did not master any new reception. By the way, who would have thought that the elder is a true master of martial arts in Shaolin? One of 18 students of the Buddha, known as the King of Fist Battle. However, the guy was convinced that Pen's family with Hebe did not threaten anything if they were from Shaolin. As a result, their conversation, a mocking interlocutor advised him not to stop and dream further. However, the monsoon himself could not understand why he would not master the technique of a knife battle that his family is so proud. Instead of waste time here, Pen unambiguously stated that a man should only fight their fists. While in Taverna, he greeted the familiar words, "How much time has passed from your last visit here?" However, the man replied that there was nothing surprising that the warrior of the League Marima feeds on in military tavern. However, the juice, pointing his finger, believed that if it is he, then everything changes dramatically. "Ha, older, you have not changed at all. Your stubbornness has remained the same as you have not passed. You behaved in the same way during the Great War. I still sometimes remember how you provoked Hindus so that they would first start a fight," said the warrior. And at the head of the League Marima was Saint John Chon from the Jin family. In general, they were quite familiar, because they went through the war together. Jan came here with the intention of setting up dojo at the Marima League and asked for help from his servant. The Juice answered briefly only by asking to leave this topic. He characterized himself as just an old man who has already departed from active affairs, and now only prepares food. However, John would never seek help from an infirm elder who is just making food. He sought help to the King of the Fist Battle. He appealed to him to pass on the share of his power to this young man. Subsequently, Peck, Monsoon, and Juice gathered together. The Monsoon immediately realized that the old man was hiding something. The man reached out to him, asking him to take it. It was a ring. The Monsoon did not understand the purpose of the old man at all. After a joking question, "Are you going to offer me a hand and heart?" I had to dodge the answer. When the Juice was thinking about how the Monsoon was located, he expressed the opinion that at first it would be necessary to find out the cause of this proposal. He wanted to understand why this ring was needed to decide to accept it. An hour ago, I explained why I needed to create in the SNA. Your hot group is becoming more dangerous every day, and it is necessary to strengthen our strength to balance the situation. After the clarification, he agreed that it is important for educational institutions to direct young people to the right path, and then he decided to share his power with John. However, despite all the circumstances, he put forward one condition. Now Monas has learned that Ju intends to appoint him with his student. One of my closest younger brothers has an extremely dangerous plan. I sincerely seek to help him, but because of my age, I can't enroll in dozo. Monas, however, finally grasped the essence of the situation and wondered why the ring was so important. He heard that it is a kind of recommendation. It is only necessary to show it to the governing dozo, and you will be taken without any exams. The Monsoon immediately thought about the entrance fee. As soon as the Monsoon spoke about it, the old man was annoyed immediately, noting that the Marima League did not seek to make money and everything will be free. By the way, dojo is called Knightly Justice. After some time near the Golden Dragon Security Bureau, the sisters have already reached Heibi. They got off the carriage, taking the first steps on the traveler. They enthusiastically breathed fresh air after a long journey in a carriage that left a sense of movement in the body, as if they were still swinging on the road. One of them decided to relax today and postpone the journey until tomorrow. They were met by a young man who asked if they were feeling well. Miss Can immediately shone with a smile when she saw him. Who could imagine that the snow will melt so quickly and the river will come out of the shores? It was a real spontaneous catastrophe. This is where the father of CO appears, who has been scratched for his daughter. He rushed instantly to hug her firmly. He asked her whether many troubles had caused her to be annoying abusers, but she assured him that everything was fine and was incredibly happy to see him again. Having collected all the guys who returned from the trip, he offered to drink, because they did their business perfectly. And thanks to that, his day was so successful. With smiles, everyone lifted their glasses and drained them to the bottom. They continued to lift the glasses one by one until everyone fell asleep. He soon spoke with someone about how 100 years ago Pon Kim was the most prominent martial arts master in the world. The masters of the highest level then named his name, which was divided into two parts. His daughter stood near his father, listening carefully to the whole story. And the fact is that the son of the family returned home with his girlfriend, and his father already guessed that they were together. The guy moved slowly forward, looking at the wedding ring he was holding in his hands. The young man was thinking about the prospect of joining dojo, which functioned under the auspices of the Marima League. But suddenly he noticed a young man who looked crazy. He told the young man that the elder was already looking for him to feed. However, the young man strongly assured that he did not feel famine. The monsoon sought to understand what happened. Usually, as soon as someone remembered the food, he always hurried to the table. However, the teenager was upset, realizing that his brother Manus, most likely, is already happy with his happiness, and he himself would also like to become part of the Order of Knights of Justice. The chef shared with him this news, and now he knew that his older brother would soon go on the road. However, the hero suggested, the monsoon was aware that the most gifted persons from different provinces would be eaten on the trial, so he wondered what decisions should be made at this moment, and also why he was entrusted with this ring. He was explained that the ring is a kind of recommendation that should be demonstrated by the management in order to be taken without examination. So he decided to pass the ring to his younger brother. He soon went to take entrance exams. The first task was to scratch the stone. Every entrant could go forward without interruption as soon as he was ready. Many laughed and considered the task too simple. Finally, a fighter came out in the arena, holding his sword in his hands. He just laughed, remembering that the trials in the distant province were even more complicated. After that, he suggested that the manager search the stone stronger. Immediately after that, the arrogant warrior began to rotate his weapon with confidence. With a split, the warrior intended to destroy the stone statue with one powerful blow. However, to surprise, the weapon only flew into 2 parts. The judge immediately reported the failure and said that the participant could go home. Only then did the brazen realize that this stone was far from simple and rushed to ask for another opportunity. However, the observer was aware that the warrior was already fortunate, because the sword could have pierced his heart and lead to death. The examiner then told other participants that the league was not responsible for possible injuries during the exams. Those who were not sure of their abilities could now refuse. Indeed, many people began to retreat, fearing that they could suffer so much that they would remain crippled. Ultimately, there is no volunteer left to leave the bench. The man reported that the test was completed successfully for all who left. The first task was to evaluate the determination of the candidates, and now they all moved to the second stage of tests. In the next stage, even the slightest error could be fatal for them. Soon the master reported that only 7 people made their way to the finals. The master immediately expressed his gratitude to the sword for his support. However, he only carried out his duties, noting that a little was known about the activities of the Ilban group. They were aware that these people did not sit quietly with their hands. The confidence that the elders thought something was unwavering, and the master understood it, so he instructed his assistant to pay special attention to them. In addition, he was interested in whether the person was registered, having a distinctive mark. As it turned out, she was already accepted into the circle of masters. Although the young man was still quite young, he was still noted by the king of his fist battle. Apparently, there were good reasons for this, so he had no doubt about him. This young man could even inherit the name of the king of the fist battle, and in the future to play a key role in the implementation of the plans. The registration of the finalists soon began. The inspectors called the finalists in turn, issued them special passes, and provided a reception certificate that should be transferred to the management. A separate sheet should formulate their life goal. After their departure, the entrance exams will continue until the end of the month. During this period, they will have full freedom of action in the league, as they became revered by the students of the Knights of Justice. All the knights who have successfully passed the test were freedom. However, only the monsoon remained inviolable without taking steps to the exit. The warden immediately suspected that the boy had some difficulties. However, the guy still worried the challenge associated with visualizing his life goal on the wall. However, he later realized that his true life goal, which he formulated at the beginning of the martial arts classes, has long been determined. Soon the time was when he had to go back to his room. He was amazed at how well her room was furnished. The man warmly congratulated Muson on the opportunity to live in the magnificent apartments of the great man. All this seemed like a beginner to someone who is just a student, like himself. The accompanying person has clarified that it is intended for the one who will become the leader of the league in the future, which is why they must show proper respect. However, the young man could not understand why they suddenly came to such conclusions about him. He even began to worry that Zhang's warrior used his authority. Thanks to Muson's mention of him, the warrior even sneezed. And now he thinks whether the master of the rooms who had prepared with such diligence. The young man was happy to live in a spacious room thanks to his old friend. Looking out the window, he noticed those who have passed the entrance trials today. In addition, he thought what to do until the entrance exams continued. He decided that the best solution would be to help Elder Juice with his affairs. Shortly before that, another unfamiliar girl came to the gate of the Murama League. Immediately at the gate, she was met by her girlfriends, happily greeting her way to her sister. They were quite worried about her delay, because she had to come a few days ago. The older sister, gently holding the younger than his cheeks, moved how much and grew up since their last meeting. However, she felt dissatisfaction when the girl was indignantly noticed that the older was treating her as if with her baby. Having decided to give her a lesson, she designed a little punishment to show how important it is to respect the elders. At this moment, another girl also breathed a sigh of relief, noticing that everything was fine with her sister. The oldest daughter has frozen for a moment because it has passed a lot of time since she saw her sister last. She also paid attention to her sister and realized that she did not change at all, remaining the same magical girl as it was in the past. After that, they decided to go to a cozy place to eat delicious, because the younger is probably quite hungry while traveling. The middle sister asked the younger whether she was still visiting the institution. However, her sister noted that she was the only institution where she could enjoy delicious food. However, another sister had doubts about this, and asked how the young man who sympathized with her felt. It turned out that the younger sister visited the institution every day to see the waiter who worked there. She tried to remember his name. It was a good young man whose face was covered with soot. However, her younger sister quickly covered her older mouth, reminding him that it was their common secret that no one else had to know about. Finally, the older did not resist and laughed, confessing that she shared this secret with their older sister. And it happened for a long time. Returning, she noticed that her older sister was also enjoying the moment. Finally, the girls got to the military dining room, where the meal was waiting for them. The second sister did not notice the young man who usually saw in this work. The man reported that the young man went in search of his fate, and may have already found his way. The girls realized that this young man exceeded all their expectations about skill. After that, giving the bow, they expressed their gratitude for the guest. After that, the older sisters shared with the younger that this man, the elder Juice, was considered the most prominent chef in the whole region. Thanks to his bald, he is often considered a former Shaolin student. The old man trembled from indignation when it was heard as girls discuss him. He did not restrain himself and cursed their rude and uneducated behavior. The older sisters were also interested in why the younger sister appeared at this time. Since two older sisters will soon become the Knights of Justice, they will no longer be able to pay the same amount of attention to the younger sister. However, the girl confessed that she was not aware of it. So the sisters shared that only the perfect fighters and the most fertilized newcomers from school on MANHUA were accepted to the league. Teachers there became the most prominent masters from all over the world. Studying at such an institution promises the rapid development of students' skills and abilities. The sisters dream that their younger sister also joins them in their studies. The girl was aware that after awakening of energy, these did not study the martial arts. She was at a completely different stage of development and did not intend to master martial arts. She asked the sisters to study carefully because she hoped that once they were in danger, they would be able to protect her. The sisters just smiled, satisfied that the younger one trusts them. Here the girl remembered that she should pass the letter to his older sister. The older sister also suggested that the younger visit and carry the cups. The oldest sister launched a letter and began to read it. It turned out that his father reported in the letter of replenishment in the family, adding to their circle a mighty man as a son-in-law. However, he noted that even by passing the letter through a younger daughter, the senior should not worry. She just had to give an impression as if she did not know anything. My father assured her that he personally resolved all the issues. The older sister could not understand why her father put such difficult responsibility on her. Shortly after the girls left, Monas appeared. However, the elder was angry because he was approached only with the same topic. However, the young man could not understand what he was roaring when he visited the refectory to eat. It was then that the old man decided to treat the guy. Thank you for the treat. The guy ate hearty and was ready to go on the road. The old man was surprised when the guy said goodbye as if he went not for the next turn, but on a long journey. After all, the reason was that they would not meet for a long time. In addition, the monsoon noted the absence of the baby, because he seems to have passed entrance exams despite the deduction at the stage of admission. However, his success in the entrance tests was ensured, and Monas did not disclose that the Elder Ring became the secret of this. The monsoon even dreamed that the Elder Juice rewarded the young man for his perseverance, teaching at least one combat reception. However, when the Elder refused, the monsoon laughed and bowed, thanking him from the heart for a lot of good. However, he only emphasized the boy what he never had the right to forget. When the monsoon just nodded, the Elder raged from indignation due to such inactivity, but still released the boy. A little time has passed, and finally all the Knights of Justice gathered together. Everyone whispered excitedly, glad that learning is finally in action. And among the gathering were also known warriors. Among the mentors were well-known masters of martial arts, so students will have a great opportunity to learn many new skills. However, suddenly the man exclaimed loudly, seeking to introduce silence. Then, from the top of the building, he jumped rapidly, as if 3 meters of height did not mean anything to him. He called himself a brilliant sword, who will be headed by all next year. From today, students are strictly forbidden to leave the boundaries of this institution. However, certain persons will have the opportunity to go, those who have received his personal permission due to significant circumstances, as well as those who decide to stop training and leave the institution. Finally, the latter, who are allowed to leave these walls, are those who have left this world. Many of these words were scared, but some just laughed, considering them a joke. The manager instantly discovered several really valuable people. Then he instructed the boys to fully focus on training, because they were to become their future organization. Then he unfolded his internal energy, which struck everyone with his dazzling glow. At this point, the monsoon grasped what the real power of the experienced martial arts master was. However, this was not a surprise, because they were in the Marima League, whose glory demanded confirmation. The monsoon was pleased that he dared to join. Finally, all participants were divided into classes. The hero found himself in the 33rd detachment. However, when he approached, no one was waiting at the entrance. He thought that everyone had already come inside. Entering, he immediately noticed that he was already expected. There were a young man and a girl. The young man immediately suggested that everyone name his names if assigned to one detachment. He was called Henshin from the Chongsun faction, and he urged everyone to give up official formalities. The next one was a girl named Tan So, who came from an influential Tang family from the Sachin fortress. Finally, the monsoon realized that his turn had come. He only called his name, emphasizing that he was not belonging to any of the groups. Immediately afterwards, everyone began to question whether he was once a student of League Marima. However, when it became known that he had no connection with the League and mastered the martial arts on his own, the newcomers were stunned. At first, the young man thought he was lucky when he met the Tan family, but realized that it was only a cunning trap. Perhaps in order to balance the forces of their team, they have been appointed Musen. In addition to independent boys, there was also an experienced student of a master who belonged to one of 5 large families. In contrast, he was only a newcomer, arriving from a distant province. However, the girl was more interested in how this young man was so flawless and was able to become part of this place. This meant that the guy, at least at an average level, has chi. So she asked him to be careful and did not interfere with them under her feet. However, the young man reassured them, assured that he would not have any temptation to interfere with them. Of course, it was angered, because she had no intention of helping the boy, even if he asked. However, the second young man was ready to support him. Finally, someone appeared to check that all of the 33rd detachment were collected. After that, he made a few notes and appointed a guy in blue robes commander of the 33rd detachment. After that, he gave them the first task. After breakfast, they needed to gather in the training room. If late, everyone will be punished. It was clear that the mentor sought to teach them to work with a coordinated team. The guy called the girl from the Tan family to stay side by side because he did not want them to be punished for being late. Monas, although he was clearly not asked for it, he also decided to stay with the leader. The girl from the Tan family was clearly angry, but the guy tried to reassure her, and she suggested that she discuss everything calmly at the table, not during the aimless wandering of the corridors. Soon the leader wanted to find out what martial arts and weapons participants choose. He also shared that he prefers to use the sword, improving the fencing skills of his faction. However, the girl was surprised that he was so interested in the combat preferences of the interlocutor. But the guy explained that their teacher would judge them as a team, so it is important to know what techniques and weapons each of them uses. Left without arguments, the girl confessed that she was using a silver wire, and her techniques were inherited from previous generations of their family. Because she came from the lateral branch of the family, she was not taught to use poisons, and she was even forbidden to use them. The moment has come to ask Musen about his skill, and he replied that he possesses the art of battle on the sword. His technique was called the White Crow's Sword, though no one even heard about it. The girl even expressed a hypothesis that he at least acquired some encyclopedic knowledge or something like that. However, he believed that this treasury of knowledge was a regular martial art book that could be found in the market. He constantly improved his skills and managed to master them through the bought book of breathing exercises, which he purchased with the sword of the White Crow. At that moment, both allies felt the strangeness of the guy. They could not decide whether to rejoice or be upset about the fact that their team joined the monsoon. However, the leader at least knew that very strange persons were already in other groups. In addition, they learned that someone expressed their desire to become a swordhei. They were wondering who this person was who made that choice. However, the hero, without hesitation, confessed that such a decision was his true dream. At this moment, the other two felt inconvenient because it was a real shame, and they got into serious trouble. Soon they came together with their mentor. He introduced himself and said that he would lead their group. He could be called simply a coach. However, the leader soon realized that he was in front of the same legendary swordsman. He played a key role in the bloody theory of thousands of hills, but he considered those stories an exaggeration because he only fulfilled his duty with piety. However, great honor was to meet him and get science from him. However, the only person who did not congratulate the teacher was the monsoon. At this point, his interested look was chained to a bird circling nearby. The teacher immediately felt that with the 33rd detachment, something was not fine. He could not believe that he had seriously written his life goal. He also understood that the rest of the detachment would not be just with him. However, when the students began to deny, the teacher explained that they should support each other, especially those who are behind, because their mentors evaluate the work of the team as a whole. When one of the team members fails, it affects everyone else. However, the monsoon couldn't help but think, who really is this teacher? He noticed the powerful energy that the teacher radiated, but could not understand what it really means. Then the teacher realized that explaining something monsoon was a futile business. At the same time, the team leader apologized to the teacher for his actions. However, the mentor was aware that the experiences were superfluous, because after the entrance tests were unlikely to meet this young man again. He decided to take them to the first test. However, at this point, the hero is distracted, seeing the stone under his feet, and throws him in a flying bird that hesitates them. As soon as the stone hit the target, the bird struck, losing balance, and the magician that had in his body had been forced to leave him. The magician immediately apologized to the master for the attack that forced him to lose. The owner thought that they were exposed, but the real reason was that one of the students threw a stone in a bird for entertainment. However, nevertheless, they managed to find that now this outstanding sword has served in the ranks of Knights of Justice. The commander gave an order to prepare a report for the higher authorities about all the information received and then send a new observer. The magician, which was preparing for the rite, tried to deny, because he had already lost his eye while performing a ritual. The head, with forceful, pressed him, noted that their faith is much more important than his lost eye. The magician was frightened and instantly obeyed the command. The head stressed that they should always be careful and not look at the leader, Marima. In the end, all 3 team members arrived at the task. They could not imagine that martial arts were able to generate such a realistic illusion. If it were not for the teacher's reservation, Manon would believe that they are in a real cave. The first test is to find the way from the illusory maze using the martial arts skills. In addition, the manager warned that no one can predict when ephemeral creatures appear with the intention of destroying them. Therefore, they needed to keep calm. The monsoon did not stop wondering how immense the world of martial arts was. He could not even imagine that there were such unusual combat techniques. But suddenly he was struck by an unexpected sound that caused anxiety, so he warned the leader about the movement ahead. However, the leader perceived it as a short-haired joke, because his senses were not recorded. He was convinced that there was absolutely nothing to find here, and the time for jokes was clearly inappropriate. But at that moment, the ghost was so close that her face almost touched him. The monsoon managed to help his leader, rapidly entering the battle, which greatly facilitated the situation. He was genuinely amazed at how majestic the opponents were created by the illusion. Meanwhile, one of the observers reported that the detachment at the highest speed of promotion was the first. The deaths were not recorded among the subjects, but several people were injured and sent to the doctor. At the same time, the manager felt some disappointment, although he was aware that child training took considerable time. The expectation of instant achievement of the goal would be careless and self-confident. However, he decided to find out what was happening to the guy, who was instructed to monitor the league. Since nothing suspicious was discovered, the deputy decided to meet him personally. However, it was at this point that something unusual happened. Unlike the 35th and 39th units, 33rd has already overcome most of the test. Then the observer promptly listed all the participants of the detachment, marking the guy of an unknown origin named Monas. However, the deputy was convinced that they were distributed in groups by the level of skills, and suspected that one of the participants could deliberately cover their true opportunities. He decided that he was probably either a team leader or a girl from the Tan family, so he instructed their actions closely. At this time, the battle between the leader of the detachment and the illusions continued continuously. Obviously, the girl did not stay away and entered the fight, using metal needles. During her journey, she's already overcome several illusory opponents. Soon, the leader of the team showed a striking agility, having dealt with all the attackers with one powerful blow. Despite the lack of air, he realized how to give advice with illusions, and was pleased that he finally found an approach to solving them. The girl also decided not to grab the back and keep up with her leader. She strongly expressed the desire to face even more enemies, because now the load was no different from previous workout. However, it was the easiest way to overcome obstacles, because he coped with numerous illusory opponents. However, over time, he was annoyed by the constant execution of the same combat movements. His team members were intrigued by whom the monsoon really was, and suspected that he was kept secret. However, when they both realized that their thoughts were the same, they soon began a dispute, considering Monsoon's opponents too weak. Perhaps because it was only the first task, the weakness of illusions became obvious, because Monas could easily cope with them. Although the leader noted the diligence of Muson, he still asked him to stay nearby if more powerful illusions appear. The guy did not protest, only calmly nodded in agreement. The girl and the leader were convinced that Muson happened to be the weakest illusions, which made him look completely tireless. The leader decided to go forward so that both team members could follow him. It was then that the hero sensed the bells of chains. This illusion was clearly different from all previous ones. He announced the team members of the rapid approach of something unknown. The unknown creature immediately wrapped the leg of the leader, and, without delaying, began to tighten him into the depths of the cave. However, the monsoon stood in defense, using the technique of wings of the white crow in flight. With a rapid movement, he dissected the chain that kept the team leader. The ghost, which finally appeared, remained dissatisfied. Hardly seeing this ghost, Monas immediately realized that before him, the most important illusion of all that gathered here. It was not surprised, because it was different in size and looked most threatening. On the path of the protagonist, a giant man grew, all in the ropes of chains. The bright blue halo emitted around it. The man did not waste time in vain, and instantly started a lightning dance with his chains. The man began an attack on our hero. But he, without waiting for the attack, still managed to beat the blow with his sword. However, the enemy did not retreat and struck the young man. Skillfully manipulating chains, the man acted as if they were an integral part of his body. The chains flew directly to the young man, who skillfully evaded and reflected from them, but there were excessively many. Nevertheless, fear was not peculiar to the young man. On the contrary, he boldly opposed his enemy. The young man continued to repel the enemy attacks, but they did not stop. Suddenly the chain caught on stalactites. At the same time, they were stinged away from the cave vault and began to fall rapidly on our hero. Another moment, and the huge stalactites would inevitably crush the young man, but he managed to dodge in time. However, the danger has not receded yet. The young man realized that the threat was still chatting behind his friend. In a moment, the chain was already hanging in front of the monsoon. To have time to dodge, there is very little time left. It seems that the protagonist failed to avoid this lightning strike. Is it really cut in half? A powerful explosion came in an instant. No one could understand what happened to Muson. Friends were in great anxiety for the fate of the boy, hoping that everything would cost safely. Suddenly before them there was a mysterious phenomenon, an object that emitted bright blue light. Friends were puzzled, unable to understand what a mysterious object before them. Suddenly they heard a familiar voice. It turned out that their friend was alive. He hid, attached to the ceiling. The monsoon did not even assume that his opponent was able to create such chaos only by the chains themselves. For the average warrior, such a battle would be lost before the collision with the enemy. Meanwhile, the enemy does not waste time. He again rushes to the attack using his chains. At this point, the monsoon pushed away from the floor of the cave and rushed to his enemy. In a moment, the young man was right in front of the enemy, who did not expect such a lightning attack at all. The monsoon instantly attacked the enemy, but he did not even try to evade or defend himself. All this happened through the thick chains that rolled his body. It became clear that even such a powerful blow is not able to break them. In such a situation, the young man decided to strike a number of blows to check how strong these chains can be. His opponent finally moved to blocking the blows, but the young man did not intend to stop the attack. It seems that this chunky man did not assume that the young man would be so persistent. In response, a bold man again involved his chains, using them simultaneously for attacks and protection. It seems that he aimed his next attack directly on our hero's comrades, who were not ready for it. The girl was extremely embarrassed, because she did not hope that this blow would kiss them. The only thing she could do was to cover with her hands. In her defense, the young man standing nearby immediately spoke. Certainly, the sword. He began to block the attacks of the enemy. He restrained the enemy's attacks by the Chongon faction, because he stood in protecting people. However, the enemy did not intend to retreat and only intensified his attacks. And so, taking advantage of the moment when the enemy was busy with the battle with his friends, our hero was already on his back. The hero was well aware that he had only one opportunity for a successful attack. And here, finally realizing the situation, the monsoon began to act. Seeing him, the enemy tried to protect himself with chains. Meanwhile, the young man was rapidly approaching the man, preparing his sword for the attack. Every new step, the young man approached the enemy. And finally, he struck the enemy. Immediately after the impact, the enemy seemed to dissolve in the air, and suddenly, When the enemy finally disappeared, something mysterious appeared before the young man. This resembled a bright red crystal, friends covered with numerous stones and debris from the rock. The guy repelled all the stones with a sword, protecting his girlfriend behind him. This test took a lot of strength, so the guy gasped with fatigue. Despite the fatigue, Hanshin was able to save the girl, for which she was infinitely grateful to him. Friends were aware that if Monson is now being lost, his life may be at risk. There is still time to help him until nothing wrong has happened. When the dust was slightly scattered, our hero, alive and unharmed, friends immediately rushed to him to find out what happened and where this giant illusion went. The protagonist is confused, hesitates between telling the truth or resorting to lies. This illusion was clearly beyond the capabilities of any ordinary student. The monsoon did not want to confess that he had overcome this illusion, so he lied that she just dispelled herself. Friends were quite impressed with such a response. It seems to have raised some doubts. The young man immediately realized that his deception failed to persuade them, so it was necessary to invent a new strategy. He suggested that the illusion was dispelled as soon as they fulfilled a certain condition. In particular, it was possible to stand against him for a certain time. The monsoon emphasizes that the conditions were to be determined in advance. The young man is worried, because he is not sure that even such a fiction will peck his friends. However, in a moment, friends are already convinced of the truth of these stories, because they believe that the Murim League is not able to try to kill them. The girl was surprised by the appearance of such a powerful illusion, because it was only the first exam. However, this was only part of the test. Suddenly, the enemy appeared before them. Fortunately, our heroes have already found the way to leave this place. It's been a long time from the moment they went to the task, but have not yet returned, which caused anxiety in the man. But the voices that were very familiar to him suddenly came to him. And so, after all a moment, the same trinity appeared in the yard. Their faces glowed with joy from returning. The man was sincerely happy, learning that everything went successfully with the 33rd group, and immediately congratulated them on the exam. He then asks the group leader to go forward. In a moment, he conveys him an object that resembles a brilliant crystal. The teacher said that in knightly art, this symbol serves as an assessment. From now on, when passing the exams, they will receive such signs. There were several options. The red label corresponded to red, blue, blue, white, white, and yellow, yellow. These were different levels of distribution. Blue labels denote 3 participants with the highest common results. White receives those detachments that have successfully passed the exam, and yellow, those who coped only after a few attempts. The red labels were unique. They were received only by those detachments that successfully fulfilled the secret task hidden in the exam. Hyanshin became interested in where all the collected labels can be used. The trainer stressed that their presence here is related to the mastery of martial arts and improvement of abilities. They will take place in martial arts, adapted to the level determined by their evaluation. Thus, the amount of workouts varies depending on the label they receive. The coach reported that he could not say what workout you can hope after the exchange of a white label, because another specialist is responsible. He advises to contact the relevant person. Today, students have been able to work well, so the coach advises them to return to the restrooms. The next exam is scheduled for the next week. Friends were delighted, but our hero wondered. In a moment, he pulled a trainer some object and asked how to use it. It turned out that the guy reached the trainer the red crystal. The coach sighed heavily, thinking that the young man did not listen carefully to his guidance. And only when a man noticed a red label did it surprise him. Meanwhile, friends were also amazed when they saw a red label. The trainer could not understand where the young man came from this label. The protagonist explained that he just found her on the floor. 2 days have passed. Friends were going to dine, but no one could figure out how our hero managed to sleep all these days. When he met friends, Mona suggested that they join lunch. Kanchan expresses his admiration for the boy's excellent appetite and invites him to join their table. The guy was surprised that even at the time of lunch there was no one here. Others may have been training, preparing for an exam, which was not all the first time. The coach noted that the group was incredibly lucky, because it never happened so that the illusion simply disappeared, as it happened in their case. Be that as it may, it is a great relief that everything is fine and they can meet so easily. Hyanshin stood up to go to oatmeal, so the girl asked him to take a little for her. Konshijin hesitated whether it was better to work out separately, but the girl insisted on going to the hall and joining a group session. The guy disagrees with the girl, believing that first it is worth focusing on improving his own skills. The girl believes that it is for this purpose that they should gather for joint workouts. The girl is convinced that joint training can increase their individual abilities. This leads to arguments between them. Finally, our hero has completed his meal. He appealed to friends to stop the dispute because it may look as if they were married. The monsoon believes that all the decisions of his friends are considered. But if they continue in such a spirit, then before the darkness, none of them will be implemented. Therefore, he proposes to go and find out what martial arts show in the Murim League. Immediately after this conversation, our heroes went to the secret repository. The protagonist sought to enter and find out as soon as possible what was hidden inside. At the entrance to the repository stands a security guard who asks who they are. The head of the detachment steps forward and reports that they represent the Knights of Justice. After that, everyone demonstrate their seals, confirming their identity. The monsoon then pulls out his red evaluation mark and demonstrates her to the guard. The guard nods as a sign of consent, and 3 receive access inside. In the interior was the head of a secret storage named Keon Volume. The watchman approaches the leader with the news that 3 Knights of Justice came here. He was always pleased when young people came to this place. The guard reports that the students brought a red label, which was incredibly surprised by the manager. The man hardly believes that the students who got red labels have already appeared. These people seem to have impressive abilities, so it has high hopes on them. Looking at the environment, the main character notes that all the shelves are empty. The manager sincerely welcomes them in a hidden storage and promises to carry them inside. The students follow him, carefully examining everything that surrounds them. Meanwhile, the girl begins to tremble with cold. It cannot understand why it gets colder every step. The cause of the cold was the stay in the book storage. 10,000 books were collected there, and an annual system of protection against spoilage was introduced. Books are evidence left by previous generations for posterity. No one is able to win time, but these books are more valuable than everything in the world. Full of curiosity, students listen closely in the story that the manager tells. The young man draws attention that other persons who are busy with books are also around him. It turned out to be students who came out of white permits. They could not take books from the library, so they remained here, reading excerpts about martial arts. Those who are on the white marks should leave the storage in a week, while those who use the yellow should be released during the day. The leader noted this because the blue and red labels were different. Those who have a blue label have the opportunity to borrow a book for a whole week to use it in their training room. The red label gave the owner the opportunity to take a book from a repository for herself. But the rules allowed to take only 1 book, no more. If they violate the rule, they will die. And this was not the administrator, but the monsoon himself. The chief was passionate about watching the outstanding intuition of this young man. The monsoon stated that the rules were not intended for blind submission from the outset. This statement stunned the chief. The rules existed solely to punish them for their violation. If someone makes a mistake, there will be no need to call for order for others. Suddenly, the main character feels a light tingling throughout the body. He thinks, if he now enters the battle with all of them, will he be able to win? The leader is delighted with the ingenuity of the boy, because thanks to his ingenuity, he will not have to chew everything in detail. It seems that our hero really attracted the attention of this man. He hopes that the young man will not be forced to feel it in his own experience. Words of such a terrible content caused frost friends on the skin. After that, Convol gave them permission to start searching for the book they wanted to take. Now he had to do his business, so he wished success in further searches. The group began to think about how to proceed, whether to go together or to split. The monsoon expressed the opinion that they should be divided, because they had no idea about the content of the books that were stored in this repository. The girl completely agrees with Musan, believing that this approach will be more effective. It was necessary to find the books needed to each of them, because tomorrow they planned a meeting in the middle of the day. After that, the girl goes in search of a book. At the same time, Hyunchin also plans to go in search of time. Last time, our hero has absorbed the internal alchemy of the millennial tiger, receiving a considerable amount of chi. However, it is still difficult for him to manage it. The protagonist is convinced that this is where he needs a valuable book. He currently needs a book about the art of managing chi. The monsoon was fussy between the shelves, looking for the book he needed. He grabbed every book, quickly flipped through the pages, but could not find what he was looking for. The guy quickly examined the whole first section, but found nothing useful. So, the protagonist decided to move forward. The monsoon suggested that rare books could be where these mysterious strangers have sat down. Only a moment later, the young man began to activate his strength. It turned out that the young man sought to find out how many unknown people were here. Fortunately, it turned out that there were only 2 strangers here. The monsoon tried to find where the rest of the people accumulated. The young man went in search of this place, and strangers watched closely at his every step. Noticing the approach of the young man, the man in the mask immediately reported to his supervisor. However, the head advised not to touch this young man. He is also one of the students in Geo, where they teach knightly justice, so it should be ignored. After all, the students are not aware of where observers are, so they are not concerned about. The monsoon is convinced that it can find the best books if it penetrates deeper. But even observers are unknown, which works hiding a secret storage. The man believes that the young man only in vain spends energy, as well as the girl who just came. The monsoon goes into a department where books are much more than in all other parts. At this point, our hero again activated his energy. He focused fully on his search. The book that is imprisoned is different from ordinary volumes, and it is her guy who must find. And so he suddenly feels bright yellow rays. This suggested that the young man finally found the same book he so searched. The bright yellow glow was pouring from there, which is around the corner. The book was no doubt there. When he finally got to the place, he found that someone had already ahead of him. It was a girl, and the energy source was the same book. The protagonist came out of the corner, attracting the attention of a girl who immediately asked who he was. Her voice awakened familiar memories. It seemed that the girl was a little nervous from the appearance of this unexpected guest. Meanwhile, Monas realized that the woman was in front of him. The young man called his name to reassure the girl. After that, Ms. Kan also named her name and asked if the young man was also a student of Art of Knightly Valor. It was a great honor for the young man to meet with the daughter of the head of the Golden Dragon. The girl could not explain this, but the young man's voice seemed to bring her peace. The hostess wondered what brought the young man here and whether there was something that she could be helpful to him. The girl quickly noted that the young man also seems to be fond of sacred Buddhist texts. The main character is convinced that this book is the source of the energy wave. The monsoon is curious to look inside, and the girl gladly passes the book into his hands. The book is very pleased, but she believes that those who have a blue label, like it, should not lose their chance and should take such a book for a certain time. If the lady has a blue label, it testifies to her martial arts. Miss Khan has wondered if they met before because his voice seems very familiar to her. The monsoon denies, claiming that he first met this girl. In any case, he can take this book, but she asks to return it after reading. Our hero is genuinely rejoicing, thinking that lady has safely got her home. The young man was convinced that this book caused him special feelings. He could not understand how such powerful energy could radiate from the text. Suddenly, the young man heard his friends calling his voices. Have they already found their books and now urge him to hurry up? At first he hesitates, but still decides to respond. It turned out that friends came to look for him because they have not seen him for 2 days. The monsoon was stunned by the realization that so much time had passed, and he didn't even feel it. The night came. The protagonist calmly rested in his bed when suddenly strange things began to happen around him. The morning has come. The guy left his storage and surprised that he was feeling strong hunger, although he could not understand why it happened. It looks like after he split with friends, our hero spent 2 days in repository. Friends have been curious about what amazing the book should be if the guy was so immersed in search that he even lost his time. Despite everything, it was time for lunch, so it was necessary to have a snack first. The girl immediately realized that the book chosen by the boy is a Buddhist sacred text. The guy guessed that for ordinary citizens this book looks like a regular sacred text. However, unexpectedly the guy realized that the energy that had previously prevailed in a secret storage disappeared. The guy is thinking about the opportunity to return and exchange. However, everything changed. He decided not to return. Returning home, the guy began to study the book carefully. No matter how long the monsoon devoted to reading, the content of the book remained unclear for him. The protagonist, feeling great fatigue, decided to relax and went to bed. He tries to remember what energy he felt in repository. Despite the fact that he has read the book many times, he still does not find any mention of this mysterious power. The guy wondered that he may have actually been just a regular book. As soon as the guy was resting, a wonderful light suddenly shone out of the book. A bright yellow spherical object emerged from the book. The glowing object flew to the guy rapidly and disappeared into his head. Immediately afterwards, the Buddha himself appeared behind our hero. In the end, the morning came, but it could not be called good, because the guy felt no matter. The whole body was engulfed by unbearable pain. The monsoon rolled on the bed, squeezing the sheets of suffering. It seemed as if he had been beaten by someone last night. The whole body was throbbing. Despite the pain and fatigue, the guy was aware that he had to continue to go forward. Now the young man had to stretch his body, even if he had to overcome his own fatigue. When our hero approached the table, he was surprised to find that the book he left before bed disappeared. He suspects that someone has imperceptibly penetrated his room and made a treacherous plan to steal the book. At present, he felt the piercing pain pierced his whole body. He did not have time to realize how, but in a moment his body was filled with a lot of energy of chi. However, this energy was excessive. If you do not give her a way out, the vessels simply will not stand and break. Musin will be difficult to cope with a huge flow of energy because of the weakness of its current vessels. If he does nothing, it can become fatal. It is he who is guilty of this. Today, it will have to pay a high price for the fact that all these days have neglected energy management training. Our hero will not allow stream stop. Regardless of the price, it will open the way to the lower abdomen. After that, the young man began to fight for his survival. As he assured, he tried to find the way to the lower abdomen. It seems that the guy reached his own. In a moment, exhausted, he fell on the floor. Meanwhile, all the spies were in a state of full readiness. The invasion groups focused near the Murim League in anticipation of the team. Problems with religious ceremony should not arise. According to the intelligence collected, tomorrow is the perfect moment for sending teams for a mission for penetration. To hide their energy, they plan only to attract young people who have not yet awakened the devil. Despite his youth, these warriors are the elite of their school, so they will undoubtedly be able to cope with the task. If students unnoticed, the entry into the league will be extremely simple. The man is convinced that their fighters are able to conquer Dozo Knightly Justice in one night. The elimination of the strongest students will allow them to easily bring their plan to life. He is absolutely convinced that the Academy of Heavenly Sun under the leadership of Ilona will soon begin to dominate all the mainland part of the country. Kongjin with his girlfriend went to the dining room, looking in surprise, because he did not see our hero, who was usually always there. It was not necessary to wait long. A guy appeared on the horizon in a few seconds. The hero apologized for late, explaining that he plunged into the study of the forms of chi that he did not even notice how the time quickly spilled. The monsoon was ready for the next test, but was forced to wait a few days. The main character suggested that they go to the training hall together and conduct joint training. Unexpectedly, the girl had an idea. She decided to invite them to walk together. The boys were noticeably surprised by an unexpected offer, but gladly joined her. And so they went to enjoy a joint walk. All passers-by on the street they walked were students of a noble knightly craft. The girl knew that all students successfully passed the first exam. The teacher gave them special permission to celebrate the event. Although our hero did not show a great desire to take a walk, the girl insisted. They had to share all the moments of life together, so his friends got it to join the walk. Because the girl did not know when they still have the opportunity to spend so carelessly and just have fun together. Hyunjin really liked this idea, because it is a great opportunity to strengthen their friendship. And then after a while, their path led to the Yuyan Tower. The guys could not understand why Tan chose this place. Are they really going to go inside? The girl assured them that there was no reason to worry, because she did not intend to take money from them. Lady Tan herself is able to provide her expenses. In this case, the boys decided to eat delicious food and enjoy drinks. Meanwhile, Ms. Kan spilled drinks to her older sisters. There was such a warm and friendly atmosphere between the girls that they could seem like real sisters. Ms. Kan has a real pleasure in staying in such a company. The girl was convinced that Dadzio of Knightly Justice chose them randomly. The girl is convinced that this is a real sign of fate. In addition, they are the only teammate consisting only of women. If she envied such a development, she would invite a village. However, in a moment she decided otherwise, because it is too young to drink. This is almost incredible, because throughout the way to the city it kept calm and nobility. The girl explained that, in fact, it was just a mask, and the worst feature of their younger sister. It turned out that Soyeon behaves modestly, so as not to spoil a good impression of himself. Unlike others, these two have long left their home. If everything was different, they would not have a reason to turn to the League. So, these two are real fugitives. At that time, our heroes generously quenched their famine and thirst, so they slept firmly now. However, the hero has already been taken over. He stretched, seeking to relax his muscles. After that, the guy went outside, where she had already prevailed. For the first time in his life, he just drank alcohol with someone. From his childhood, he only placed dishes for visitors, but never drank anyone with anyone. But today, he felt it on his own skin through the support of friends. Suddenly, the protagonist faces a cruel scene. Strangers in masks coldly deprive the life of a man. The monsoon has frozen, stunned by a surprise, is not able to realize what was happening. Seeing the witness, the bandits decided to get rid of him, because the witnesses cannot be left in any way. Fortunately, the main character skillfully owned the martial arts and was ready to repel himself to protect himself. Our hero appeared real bandits responsible for the murder of 2 young men. The escape was no longer possible because the bandits were noticed by a witness. The bandits, having exchanged thoughts, decided one will attack from a height, and the other will try to find a vulnerable place. They seem to be preparing for the attack. These scoundrels are not inclined to leave witnesses alive. The protagonist was determined to defend his own life. It was the perfect opportunity to find out how much his strength grew. It was not necessary to wait long. In a moment, the thieves rushed at the guy. The monsoon concentrated all his powerful energy inside himself. Obviously, for enemies, this development was a complete surprise. But still, it did not stop them. One of the enemies decided to attack from height. The enemy struck the young man's neck, but it turned out to be useless, because he was protected by a shield. Then the hero struck a powerful blow, and his opponent flew back. Now strangers have realized that they should be more careful, because they are clearly not simple mortal. If the young man knew that opponents would be waiting for him in this place, he would certainly take a sword with him. However, the young man showed great ingenuity by finding an alternative solution. The young man grabbed a regular stick and prepared desperately to fight with her. The monsoon seemed to radiate confidence in his own abilities. And so, when he watched closely at his opponents, one of the strangers quietly approached him from the invisible side, remaining outside his field of view. In an instant, when a stranger rushed at the guy with an attack, he grabbed his throat unpredictably, as if he felt his presence in advance. The monsoon sought to find out what purpose these strangers appeared here, and what they were doing. However, it is clear that they were not going to reveal the secret of their mission. In an instant, our hero firmly grabbed the stranger's neck, who was in his hands, and literally in a moment he stopped breathing. If these abominations came here with the intention of killing, then they must be ready to die. It was quite annoyed. At the same moment they rushed at the boy, intending to strike. However, our hero was already alert, ready to meet opponents. The young man skillfully reflected and neutralized every impact of opponents using only a regular stick. He was able to confidently repel the sword with a regular stick. Now it's time for the protagonist to strike back. In an instant, the young man suddenly disappeared from their field of view. This caused considerable stress in men, because they could not understand where their opponent suddenly went. But he was already in their backs. He killed the enemy aptly, crushing him with a stick. And after all, only one of the attackers remained. The young man hoped that at least this would answer the question: what purpose they were here. The man seems to have completely different ideas. He quickly pulled the bag with the poison that was with it. After that, he threw him into the body of his dead friend. In a moment after the bottle fall, the poison spilled and began to eat the body of a fallen soldier. It was a trick, conceived to get off our hero trace, but he was able to predict the enemy's intentions. The stranger did not suspect that a real master was among the students. The enemy could not understand how the spy managed to lose so important data and not report it. Meanwhile, the young man caught up with a stranger and struck him with a powerful blow to his head. From a powerful blow, the man flew in the air a few meters ago. The pain seemed unbearable and the man could not get on his feet. The monsoon could not understand how hired murderers could show such carelessness. If a man does not immediately explain the purpose of their visit, the guy is ready to resort to find out the truth. The stranger refuses to speak stubbornly, so the young man grabs him by the collar, determined to know the truth. It seems that the enemy begins to suffocate. Perhaps this is a consequence of the same poison he tried to use earlier. And so, in a moment, a man loses his life. Unfortunately, our hero did not have time to find out who they were. Suddenly he heard human voices. Someone was approaching here, and the guy realized that he had to run immediately. As soon as people approached, their eyes opened a terrible picture. Many bodies. It was necessary to inform the left immediately. Our hero was unexpectedly attacked, knowing that he is a student of Dozo of Knightly Justice. And there were 3 attackers, just as many students in each training detachment. The only hint that fell into his hands was the wooden label lying in the grass. The next day, the bodies of 2 dead students were discovered. The warriors had already interviewed all students and local students who visited this place yesterday, but no witnesses were found. Given that there are no signs of struggle, it seems that they were lured into the trap and killed. There is an assumption that the attackers could be 3 or even more. It is undoubted only that the death of these students was the beginning of the battle. Under the tree was hidden a dangerous substance for the destruction of bodies. Probably someone became an eyewitness, and so the murderers decided to eliminate him. It is said that no one but these 2 students suffered, even the locals. It is suggested that a high-quality warrior could appear, who accidentally came across the attackers, after which they used the method of self-destruction in order not to leave any trace. The Murim League would certainly notice if a high-level warrior appeared in these lands. They say this event is related to the descendants of those who choose the dark path. The attackers left no trace, and the only hook was a witness, whom they unfortunately were killed. Lisa Murim should be prepared immediately. The supervisor requires to increase the number of guards. In fact, the man predicted it, but did not even imagine that it would happen so rapidly. He does not even imagine what conditions these scoundrels can impose them this time. Meanwhile, a mysterious man in the hat stands on the top of the mountain. It is difficult to imagine that my grandfather made his way into this cave just to meet her end there. The real frustration that this man never found anything, despite all his efforts. Suddenly, a man with a mustache notices that voices are heard somewhere. He notices that a group of people is moving in the other way. It may be an old rubber from Keban's department. It was difficult for a man to imagine that he personally joined the search mission. He is not one of those who easily believe in any words, even when it comes to the fact that the treasure of the Volsky sword is a myth. Currently, the man needs to go urgently to be exposed. It turns out that they all moved to Hebe, as Gimson Keban asked for help. Their leader is a really impressive personality. It is difficult to understand how he could agree to appoint the league leader. However, for the elder, this opened an extraordinary opportunity. Meanwhile, Monsosen tried to figure out what a wooden label was. She resembled a certificate, but was absolutely empty, without any inscription. Tan asks where Kungshin disappeared. The guy replies that he went to the league to see his uncle. She thought that the young man went to find out why those students who visited the city yesterday were suddenly summoned from there and asked to gather here. Suddenly the doors open sharply, and the room breaks into the room, bringing the alarming news. 2 students who visited the city yesterday were brutally killed. Moreover, they were killed near the tower, where they went yesterday. It seems that these rumors have flew through the city. Our hero is convinced that the killers had exceptional skills in the martial arts, and their intentions were quite intricate. At the same time, their mentor entered the room. The man looked at the class carefully to make sure that the students who visited the city the day before. An order was issued that forbids students to go outside for a month until they caught the offender. It seems that the students enjoyed a short-term holiday. The trainer also announced that the break between the exams will be reduced from a week to 3 days. So they are ready to try their hand at the next exam immediately. Now it's time to answer the coach. Are they ready to go to the exam? Do you still need a little time to prepare? Of course, their detachment was completely prepared for the next exam immediately. After that, they went outside, thinking about what the next exam was. Everyone is convinced that this exam will be different from all previous ones. The coach ordered them to hurry, because now they are heading for the next exam. Behind them was a mysterious stranger with a creepy smile on his face. Subsequently, a large number of students gathered at the entrance. Suddenly, a boy approached our group and a conversation with us. The monsoon says that this task should be completed as soon as possible. This young man is called Pen Mukso. He is a good friend of our protagonist. The young man bowed, greeted the girl, and named his name. The protagonist asked which group this young man belongs to. The young man proudly replied that he belongs to the 19th detachment. In his detachment, students from elite fractions gathered. Only a few days ago, he competed with them in the training room and can now say that their combat skills are striking. Pen noted that his fighting skills are in fact much inferior to Musen's skills. In fact, the young man has no idea why he was assigned to the 19th detachment, because the distribution was based on combat qualities. After all, it was honest. Among such talented soldiers, the young man will undoubtedly acquire new skills. Soon, one of the workers loudly announced that the exam would begin very soon. After that, the guy returned to his team. Finally, the exam started. Our heroes were determined to win. They were in a spacious but deserted court. So far, our hero has not noticed anything strange or special. Suddenly, behind their backs appeared a strange blue glow. In this test, 3 teams will simultaneously fall into a single illusion. It was all the information that the man provided before the exam, and other groups also joined the illusion. Now that all the teams have come together, it seems time to find out the details of the exam. Suddenly, the main character noticed how a sandy clock slowly rolled on the ground. Once he took a sandy clock, the students heard a voice that began to explain the essence of the future exam. The task was to protect the estate. The students had to stay for 2 hours under the pressure of the enemy. In case of destruction of the estate, it will mean defeat. After the explanations received, there is another hour before the attack, so they have time to prepare for the battle. It looks like the fights no longer pass. The estate had 3 entrances. The new moon suggested each of the groups to split and control them, as well as to equip traps at each entrance. Now it was necessary to find masters capable of creating intricate traps. To start, the young man chose one of the students who raised their hand. To others, he instructed to find something useful outside the estate. Meanwhile, Miss Tan was worried that the young man did not turn to her to install the traps. A certain amount of time has passed and the traps have already been set. The guy suspects that our hero secretly hides something, but does not have time to find out, because they are joined by a girl. She reports that the traps are ready. The one who gets into them will remain still in place for a while. Then the participants were divided into groups and agreed who would see what the entrance is. Kanchan suggests that this time they can jump not one enemy, but a whole gang. The girl is convinced that not everything is as easy as it seems. The girl felt special anxiety for our hero, and stressed that in the event of danger, he should immediately call them for help. Suddenly, everyone heard the growing hum and difficult steps. It seemed that the enemies were already coming. An unfamiliar silhouette was distinguished from the estate. It seems that this silhouette belonged to their enemy. However, he was not alone. It was a whole army of frozen corpses. Friends felt a lot of horror when they saw them rapidly approaching the army of airying dead. The girl noticed how her friends were petrified of horror, so she urged them to master herself immediately. The girl reminded that it was just an illusion, so it is not necessary to be too scared. In a moment, she went on the offensive and threw her weapon in their direction. However, it does not seem to have a proper effect. Despite the fact that the blow hit the head directly, the enemies remained unbridled. Hunchjin believes that the beheading of these creatures will inevitably stop their movement. Therefore, the protagonist decides to see this on his own. Without spending a minute, the young man rushes directly at his opponents. Thanks to the sharp and accurately proven movements, he instantly leaves several opponents without heads. The monsoon immediately realized that it was different from the ordinary murder of man. It was not the end. A whole army of dead stood in front of them. Hyanshin without delay decided to support his friend. In the end, they dealt with the enemies. But the feeling of wrongness did not leave them. Everything happened too simple. In the meantime, the girl examined the estate, and fortunately, no monster came there. The guy is convinced that other units have successfully coped with this task. Hyanshin came to the conclusion that the purpose of this exam was to allow the participants to rest a little. However, the protagonist was full of doubt. He did not intend to simply sit and rest. The young man noted that there is no time for a break, because everything is just beginning. For a moment, another army of the undead appeared before them. They seemed to be going to attack by moving one wave after the other. However, friends hope that the attacks will end as soon as the sun goes. Our hero did not die moments, and in a moment the head of the head rolled up to the scoundrels. Virtuoso by wiring, he immediately cut off his heads with enemies. Time passed, and the sun was already hiding behind the horizon. Our heroes felt severe fatigue. Hyanshin was barely breathing, because he defeated about 100 enemies and was exhausted to the edge. The monsoon concludes that given today's aggression, tomorrow the situation may worsen even more. At this time, a girlfriend who returned from checking the estate joined them. The student from the 7th detachment was injured, and the girl had to help him, although his wound was not too serious. Now the movement was given to him with great difficulty. Lady proposes to first collect everyone near the estate to discuss the situation. Shortly afterwards, the students had already placed a campfire next to the estate. Meanwhile, the wounded student remained in the estate, as it would probably be cold at night. Meanwhile, other students went to the composition and took a little provision with them. Everyone had to rest and support food. Meanwhile, the monsoon could not understand why these students always look in such perfect, clean clothes. At that moment, Lady Tan approached him and asked to take off her clothes. She actually intended to sew holes in clothing. In addition, the claws of the dead are covered with poison, so you should carefully make sure that the boy has no wounds. The monsoon felt great relief because he used the protective chi all this time. And so, when the young man was about to throw a cloak on his shoulders, something suddenly fell out of his pocket. Before him was the plaque he lifted during the battle on the field. When one of the students returned her boyfriend, it became clear that something was wrong with him. The guy realized that it was for the identification label, and advised Musen to be very careful with her. And what when everyone learns about his involvement in the secret group? The monsoon could not understand what this young man was saying. What else is the label? It turned out that this student also belonged to this mysterious group, the name of which did not disclose, so he knew about this tag. The guy shared with Musen that this night his group plans to accomplish his task, considering Brunette as his ally. He also added that he has support among the members of the 20th detachment. Did the entire 20th unit unite with the attackers? So, it turns out that real students who came to Didse were actually other people than they issued themselves. The monsoon decided to support the guy, successfully pretending to be an ally. Shaitan reported that he, together with the allies, would gather here at the first hour to fulfill the mission. He warned the guy not late. Saying farewell words, she asked Musen to ask why his behavior was so strange. At first, she assumed that it was related to the conflict between him and the guy with whom he had just been talking. He explained that it was just because of fatigue to avoid unnecessary excitement of the girl. He also asked her when she finished repairing her clothes, leave him on the bed. In the meantime, he decided to go inside and take a little nap. According to his intention, the monsoon entered the mansion, where he plunged into deep reflections. He had no idea who is behind these malefactors and who they really are. But one thing was clear. Their goal was to harm the students of the nightly justice. If nothing is changed, they can get rid of others. The monsoon had to stop them. The night was approaching. All the students plunged into a dream, except for the secret group that secretly gathered in the yard. However, the monsoon lingered longer than expected. Other participants are clearly dissatisfied with the light-hearted attitude of Musan to the importance of their mission. The young man looked at the crowd collected in the yard. All these people are subordinate to one person. The monsoon tried to explain the delay that the girl from his detachment fell asleep late, because of which he could not escape. The detachment leader skeptically noted that the girl's attempts to cure a wounded colleague in vain, because their fate has already been decided. They were all doomed to die. Then he suggested checking the labels with each other. Each one in turn pulled his wooden plate out of his pocket. The boys found a way to activate the plates on which the name Moon broke out, and they shone with a red glow. The leader ordered Musen to rush and get his sign. The guy was slightly nervous, smiling, and reached out to her. He was disturbed by uncertainty about how to activate it correctly. He decided that it was necessary to nourish the board with its energy. Suddenly, she lit a blue flame instead of the expected red. All students immediately retreated from Brunette. After that, they realized that the monsoon was not their ally. So easily a young man was trapped in lies. The head of the department instantly targeted his weapon and insisted that he told where he got this plate. The monsoon almost indifferently remembered that he had come across a group of people in masks who made a mess. I had to study them, and only then noticed how the plate fell to the ground. The leader tried to understand who this stranger was and why he tried to join their group. But on all the questions, the monsoon only ironically joked. When asked about his name, the monsoon answered, but added that on this night you can only turn to him as a gloomy lane. Although the leader of preferred to complete the case unnoticed, Manus seemed to have planned to launch a great battle. At this time, the enemies surrounded him with a dense ring. The leader suggested that Musen not resist and voluntarily put his neck to avoid painful death in battle, promising a quick and painless execution. However, Manus rejected this proposal, being quite certain in his own power. Then the commander commanded the detachment instantly attack, and at one point, the head flew to the guy from above. The monsoon concentrated all his strength, and with one powerful blow on the pavement tile forced the ground under it. The shockwave immediately rejected the opponents, not giving them any chance to approach him. Why did this detachment suddenly decide to attack students? Who was it necessary for? After the impact, the monsoon noticed that there were masks of human skin on the opponents, which surrendered and began to fall. After that, there was no point in hiding the truth, and the boys removed the masks that covered their faces. The angry leader demanded that Musen reveal to which sect he belongs to. He was able to understand who actually was this extremely powerful stranger. Unexpectedly, he confessed that he had nothing to do with any sect, as much as he surprised his opponents. But the self-confident guy did not give them time to think. Now the moment has come to attack Monson. At that time, the Corridor Dodzio was extremely dissatisfied with the master. Why was he worried in the middle of the night? A man in a dark hood invited Mr. Jong Ilya to discuss important news. The subordinate coach of the detachment in the illusion suddenly appeared with strange bursts of energy. Although the fighting had to end, this was clearly not included in the test program, so the reason was the clash between the students. The trainer wondered if it was possible to know what was happening inside the illusion. But he heard that there was no such opportunity. In such cases, with the permission of the head coach, they can take the necessary measures. That is why they turned to John Ila. The man advised in this situation to wait a little. He is convinced that this situation will help to improve students' combat skills. He relied on his students, and therefore planned to intervene only when it would really be necessary. The monsoon rushed into the attack, and one might have shot his opponent with one powerful blow. To complete the attack, the monsoon pierced the enemy with a sword, taking away the last strength and soul of his enemy. Suddenly, two more enemies attacked him behind, but their insidious plan failed, because the monsoon immediately reacted and rejected the enemies from him with a strong blow of the leg. The last enemy tried to strike a powerful blow to the sword in the back of the young man, but the weapon only flew past him without harming. The monsoon easily threw the boy, causing him to the edge of his sharp sword. The monsoon explained to them, "If you want to kill someone, always be alert. They can kill you." They were even more angry and warned the guy so that he would not behave so boldly. Two enemies rose and made another attack on Shaitan, but he managed to repel it. None of the following attempts to harm him also success. At some point, the monsoon decided to act cunning and regrouping. With confidence, he took a position opposite one of the enemies. Then he quickly prepared the vagina, and at the same moment when the enemy tried to hit, managed to catch the blow of an enemy sword, substituting the vagina. The blade of the enemy immediately found its path in the vagina, which led to his disarmament. The monsoon, without losing the chance, was able to cleverly push another enemy towards the earth. So it was only necessary to overcome the leader, and the monsoon acted immediately. The monsoon rushed forward, causing the enemy of a deep cut on the chest. The leader, pressing his hand to the wound, asked why Monas, having to kill him with one blow, still did not do so. He did so that he was valuable from the leader. However, he firmly refused to reveal any details of the enemy, even if it costs him. Suddenly he reached for a breast pocket. The monsoon immediately grabbed his sword and the enemy's compartment, which reached for the breast pocket. The monsoon could not give the boy to just die, because he intended to get a weapon from his pocket to make it alone before he had time to do the monsoon. Shaitan sought to find out who was behind this attack, and only then did he promise to stop Brunette's suffering. Suddenly Henshin appeared in the yard. He stood stunned, unable to understand what had just happened in the yard. Instead of weighing the words of his partner, Henshin categorically ordered Musan to stay in place, forbidding him to move. He decided that all the troubles had happened through Musan, and now he was afraid that Brunette could be their enemy. Henshin insisted that his friend immediately explain to him what was happening. He began to explain, but he was interrupted by the head of the enemy gang, loudly accused of Monsun of hostile actions and a sudden attack on their group. This young man tried to deceive until the last moment. Henshin did not see the reason not to trust this young man, because the painting that appeared before him was fully corresponded to the words of the wounded. A cunning smile blossomed on his face. How easily the victim believed in his deception. The guy decided that he would take advantage of the opportunity and quickly destroy all the evidence while Manus and Henshin were busy with battle. As a result, no one will be able to expose their plan and interfere with their group. Both comrades pulled the swords, preparing for the fight. Recently, Henshin was sleeping peacefully in his bed. However, at a moment, he heard an unusual hook from the street. What opened his gaze became a real shock for him. When Henshin met Musan for the first time, he thought it was an ordinary person. However, every time he watched his fights, he woke up some unusual feeling. It seemed that the brunette always kept himself restraining and fighting only half a stream. Waking up from the noise, Henshin drew attention that Musan's bed was empty. However, they still had a little time to the night guard. It was then that the young man heard a shrill metal bell. At first, it seemed to him that the runny nose attacked them again. He immediately ran out, surprised why the guard did not raise them from sleep. But as soon as he stepped for the threshold, his blood seemed to stop. He witnessed the scene, where Monus competed with another detachment on the sword. It was far from the usual clash. He mercilessly dealt with them. Now, standing in his face with Monsoon and preparing for the battle, he could not tread why the dark-haired opponent remains silent. Is it true that the Monsoon is a traitor? Did he actually attack this detachment? The man, whom Henshin still considered his friend, suddenly began to terrify him. Henshin demanded that Musan explain why he did so. The Monsoon reached out in silence. Henshin warned that if he suddenly decides to any action, he would consider the guy's words from another detachment true. After that, the Monsoon threw his weapon to the ground, thereby demonstrating the absence of a threat on his part. Henshin raised his eyebrows in surprise, but soon also removed his weapon behind his back. The group leader monitored the development of events. He realized that the Monsoon decided to show his peacefulness and unwillingness to fight. The opponent did not miss the opportunity to take advantage of the young man. At the same time, he clung to the sword. Even if the mission is an impossible task, he sought to convey his knowledge to at least one student. Grabbing his eyes on his friend, Henshin immediately rushed to the attack and took away his weapon. At that moment, Henshin realized what mistake he made, ignoring the advice of a friend from the beginning. Usually, Henshin reminded himself that the Sage of the Sage was created to protect people. But this time, he almost turned his sword against the one he had to keep, and here the guy decided to restore his honor. The Monsoon felt an easy image because Henshin could have thought that he was able to harm people without any reason. The young man tried to show that this was not quite true, but the Monsoon had already lost faith in him. Now the leader's plan has been completely collapsed. He did not hope that such boundless trust prevailed between these guys. However, he has definitely had no other choice. Meanwhile, Monus shared with a friend that these people wore human skin masks to invisibly penetrate into Didze. He also suggested that this group was probably already deprived of those students whose faces were masked. However, the Monsoon did not have time to find out who is doing these things and what they plan. Then they decided to start interrogation of their enemy again. However, he has already committed his hands, wanting to maintain the honor of his clan. It was a significant loss for guys because they could not get any information now, at least at the moment. Suddenly, the Monsoon approached the body of the deceased, looking carefully at him. Henshin asked what purpose he did for. The guy noted that they all had identification labels, small wooden plates. No matter who is behind it, these labels can help you find some answers. In addition, it is necessary to gather all possible evidence and focus the bodies of the dead in one place. So they did. The victims were moved to one place, and all that they found with opponents were carefully laid in another territory. Henshin was interested in studying the grouping labels. The Monsoon explained that these are not just signs, but special, which operate only in the presence of members of the group. If any other person is interested in the use of this plate, he or she will instantly flash a blue flame, explode, and disappear. But on the signs of other young men, there was an inscription. 1 month. Henshin suggested that this may be associated with the events in the Yuyan Tower. It turns out that someone intended to jeopardize Didse and the Moor of Lisa. Henshin noted that after they managed to get out, it is necessary to notify the Marima League about the situation and seek help. He also regretted what he did with Musen, and at the same time, he expressed his gratitude to the young man for his support and courage, who saved everyone. For the first time, Henshin thanked Musen, so he did not lose the opportunity to make a joke about it to make the friend even more. The night has passed calmly, without any surprises, and now the morning has come. So rose from bed earlier than friends and was surprised to find a lot of bodies. She was filled with interest in the story of comrades about night events. The whole 4 were imposters, pretending to be students. Other members of the 7th Detachment, most likely, had nothing to do so because they are ordinary students. If the others got to the side of the enemies, they would also come to the night gathering and now would be in a pile with others. If it were not for Musen's intervention, they would have been injured. Innocent students. The next morning, the monsoon did not stop clamping Henshin, joking after every gratitude and praise that their friend could actually be just his double, not the same scattered friend. So almost took this joke for the truth, so Henshin swore that he would never have thanked them again. After that, the young man shared information about the ID. He noted that the marks are empty, but only a hostile detachment that has its own method can be checked. Then So asked how the monsoon got this mark. Henshin could not find out on his own, so they decided to contact their teammate with this question with interest. He explained that he just found her on the street by accident. It seemed somewhat unusual for friends, but they decided to trust him. Soon his eyes opened, and a man from the 7th team, Henshin once again recovered the whole history of the night, and explained in detail the boy what was happening. It was difficult to realize that all these nightmares were really unfolding in Didze. Henshin noted that due to the circumstances that have taken place, it will be difficult to protect all 3 inputs into the estates, especially after the loss of several people. The most appropriate decision was to focus on the protection of the central zone of the estate. There were only 3 people capable of battle at their disposal, including SOE, whose attacks had no effect on the runny nose, and one of them was injured. Suddenly, the wounded member of the 7th Detachment appeared from the estate and stated that he would join the battle with them. Despite his serious leg injury, he could not stay away and watch indifferently. So promised to assist him. Although her abilities were not useful in the fight against cold, she could be a valuable support for the wounded. Although the test became more complicated, they had no choice. If the monsoon only partially involves its forces, as it was yesterday, others may not survive the battle. This time, he must show all his skills. First, he will definitely try to keep them secret as long as possible. But if the situation gets worse, he will certainly use. In this situation, they should make every effort to do their best. Even with fewer people, they have to cope with this task. Having gone a long way to this moment, they simply cannot afford to give up now. They need to stand and prepare for a new test. Suddenly, a sound came to them, which testified that the enemies had already begun an attack. The gates were shaken, and a loud noise in the air. The guy from the 7th Detachment stated that he would do his best to direct the attention of the dead. He asked the guys to take the task of neutralizing the dead on the other side. Suddenly, zombies broke through the gate and invaded the mansion. The monsoon noted that these monsters were different from those they had to face earlier, so immediately guessed that they had lost souls in front of them. Unlike simple living dead, these creatures have mastered martial arts. The boys were immediately alert. They did not have time to look around, as the enemies of the head rushed at them, and the So was right. These enemies were much stronger than those with which they faced a day earlier. These inanimate creatures were not only able to fight skillfully, but also possessed magic, which significantly enhanced their attacks. One of the dead was so rapidly attacked by the guy that he hardly repelled the flurry of attack. After him, the rest of the zombies also rushed to the attack without staying away. The young man from the 7th group tried hard to restrain the invasion, but some zombies still broke through his magical protection. The monsoon and Henshin set up to the battle. They skillfully waved their swords, demonstrating brilliant skills. With one sword, they destroyed every dead that attacked them. The SE was stunned because it usually requires a tremendous power to destroy the lost souls. But its teammates did it surprisingly easily. They rushed forward with determination, and together they overcome every enemy who got on the way. Although the 7th Detachment had to surpass them, the guy quickly realized that he was not compared to the skill of Musen and Henshin. The wonder that these boys were in a lower rating detachment than his own. Other entrances to the estate have also been destroyed, and the crowd of dead like a huge wave rolled into the middle. However, the boys did not pay attention to obstacles. Their whistle swords cut the air, winning the enemies one by one. Sometimes Musen managed to destroy several dead in one blow. Over time, their number has increased even more, causing Henchijin anxiety. In such circumstances, they will not be able to withstand long. So, Henchijin has come time to reveal his true potential. Once upon a time, he tirelessly honed his sword skills, trying to grasp this art perfectly. Every morning, he got up with dawn to allocate as much time for training as possible. He had a teacher who instructed him and contributed to the improvement in this art. One morning, the teacher, waking up early enough, decided to look at how his student trains. Henshin always doubted his skill, so he made even more effort in training than the teacher expected from him. The mentor asked with interest about Henchijin's knowledge of the Sword of the Sage, to which Henshin confidently replied that it was a weapon designed to protect people. However, Henshin believed that his spirit had not yet strengthened. He acknowledged his weakness in his left hand, so he carefully engaged in her training, seeking to become a real defender. The teacher noted that his efforts are twice the efforts of others. If Henshin thinks that one hand is not enough, let him use both instead of doing only the other hand. Henchijin looked at his palms concentrated, thinking, in this way he would be able to protect people twice as effectively. Meanwhile, the clash in the estate was gaining momentum. The SOE, along with the wounded student, strained all their capabilities, trying to become useful in this test, despite all the obstacles. Suddenly, Genjin turned to Musan, indicating that it is not necessary to destroy all the uncleanness. It is enough only to bring chaos in their ranks. The monsoon turned and noticed how his companion was suddenly armed with 2 swords, one in each hand. The young man said again as if a mantra, "The sword of the sage is a weapon that protects people." And confidently rushing into the battle, a young man with incredible force easily overcame monsters. With incredible skill, he simultaneously owned 2 swords, easily winning each enemy on his way. The clean wind spell gave him ease in battle, turning the swords into invisible blades. Thanks to the flying sword, the sword of the flying stroke, he lightly and effectively destroyed several dead. His strength was not long enough, and he fell on the ground. However, his contribution to the battle was significant. Thanks to his efforts, the team was able to overcome the main pressure of the undead. Without taking attention from the battle, Manus exclaimed to a friend that it was a real miracle. He stressed that it was a special technique of martial arts Chongsun. The reception was effective, but Henchijin still had to improve it to perfection. The guy appealed to his friends to keep a secret about his possession of this technique, to which they, of course, agreed, because how it was possible to refuse to his rescuer. Suddenly, Henshin turned to Musan, saying that regardless of his motives, he fully trusts him. Thanks to Henchijin's intervention, the monster's attack temporarily stopped. The monsoon took advantage of this pause to warn friends about their short-term absence, because they have a little free time until the next stage. Walking alone in the spacious halls of the estate, Manus wondered, if he continues to resort to recklessness, his friends may suffer. It is time to end this mask. With incredible grace, Manus overcame the height of the fence, and he rushed over the trees that hugged the estate into an unknown distance. In the forest, KKO found the dead moving towards the estate. In order to protect his comrades from a new fight, he destroyed the dead in the forest alone, so that no one noticed it. The last day of the second test has come to completion. The coach of the 20th detachment, who was accused of betrayal, felt tension. All anxiety was caused by the fact that yesterday they learned about the night energy flash that brought bad news. The coach of the 33rd detachment, to which the monsoon belonged, was confident in his pets and tried to quench the excitement of Hyun-chan. However, Han-jan did not find himself rest because there was a battle that had not been there. Instead, John Il believed that the students only argued a little. Both together with another teacher, a trainer of the detachment of 7, were visited. Their purpose was to check the results of the exam. Henshin was so exhausted that he was barely on his feet. Other students were also exhausted. Seeing them, the coach became even more confident in the idea that the difficulties of the test were not so serious. The 7 group coach immediately rushed to his injured student to determine the severity of his injury. Small, smiling, turned to his students. He happily congratulated the students on the successful completion of the second test. He then asked the students to join the 7th detachment at school to help the victims. While this happened, Han-chan gradually lost his patience. He was worried that none of his students had appeared. There was a movement in the estate, and the teachers guessed that the rest of the students would come out. Suddenly, the inanimate bodies fell on the ground with a roar. These were the former tractors. The monsoon approached the teachers, carrying the last inanimate body in the arms. Full of anxiety, John Il asked Musan about what happened. Having tensed, he noted that it would take a long time to explain. However, the shock from the death of his students was so great that Hyun-chan did not want to listen to explanations. He rushed to Musan with his sword with fury, believing that he was guilty of everything. The monsoon did not have time to move, as his teacher was lightning between him and angry coach, ready to protect his student. Han-chan ordered him to retreat to handle this young man himself. The monsoon urged the coach to maintain common sense and avoid ill-advised clashes. John Il asked the young man to honestly admit whether he was really involved in the murder of these people. The monsoon firmly stated that he killed these people. At the same time, these boys were guilty of the deaths of the true students of Heian-chan. Han Dong did not fully realize what the young man implies, but decided to give him the opportunity to speak. The monsoon threw out the mask from the body that held in his hands and explained that these people had penetrated the dozo, pretending to be true students. None of the mentors could imagine such an unusual development. Han-chan, full of despair, fell on his knees. His body was engulfed by shrubs. The loss of students caught a very painful blow. John Il urged him to gather and remain calm, looked after his bodies until he announced the director himself about everything that happened. He also ordered the monsoon to go with him. The young man asked if he could rest a little after a difficult test. The teacher, having found sympathy, agreed. He went to Deeds' director to tell in detail. In fact, the director anticipated that something like this could happen. He asked his assistant whether there were any new data about the case, but he replied that no one had previously seen or heard about the use of masks from human skin in such a strange way. However, given their skillful performance, we can assume that it is a matter of the hands of 4 emperors, a grouping of hired killers devoted to serving the devil. The director asked if the students from Kiben had already arrived. He replied that the last information from the management shows that the students have just crossed the border of the province of Hebei, but have not yet arrived. The director invited the coach of the NNA Il and his team to discuss all the details of the situation known to them. Initially, they had a question to Musin, where he became aware of who they were. The monsoon demonstrated the man a wooden plate, explaining that he received this information thanks to it. The director expressed in more detail what the man meant. The guy said that the villains were called an identification label, although there were no inscriptions. The guy noted that this is a kind of label for identification, the peculiarity of which is the reaction only to the energy of the members of their grouping. However, they are currently powerless to do something to find out for sure. The director realized that this problem is not one that could be solved right on the spot. He then told the students that they could return to their classes. The coach and students bowed and parted in different directions. The director understood that the elders could not leave this question unattended. Who could cause such a mess? It remains only to wait for the news to spread, like a forest fire, to the ears of Lady Murama. The elders insisted on Jajin Yanchoni, in the best forces rushing it with the discovery of Dodze. Some sought to show their strength, some sought to achieve their own goals and realize their desires, and others just wanted to remain neutral. The spirit of truth and honesty that once characterized their organization has long disappeared. Those who once devoted themselves to a noble and just goal have disappeared. The next morning, the 30th detachment gathered in the dining room to have breakfast together. They guessed whether their director invited them, but they realized that it would not be possible to know more about the circumstances. They hoped that it would lead to temporary lull. They also learned that the leaders of the 7th and 20th units were released. These coaches failed to protect the students and allowed the foreigners to penetrate into the dozo. So believed that it was something unfair, because the intricate thieves were circling them around their finger. However, someone had to take responsibility for the incident. Otherwise, this case is unlikely to be completed. Now they hoped that they could leave this event with a calm conscience and restore strength to new challenges. The boys seemed quite unusual that the dining room was almost empty, but they decided that everyone was just resting in their rooms after the exam. At some point, SOE remembered the mark for the rating, and Monas reported that he had received them, and gave their friends to their friends. This time, all test participants received blue marks, regardless of the number of points scored. This time, the trials were extremely difficult, and many students barely avoided the threat of death. That is why many students still suffered from night horror and grueling fatigue. Hearing the conversations in the dining room, the monsoon realized that the test was not only for their detachment, but for many others. This illusory evil, which was interfered with, was much more interesting and more difficult than Monsoon could imagine. I wonder what trials they will face. Rumors have spread that new students could take new students next week. At this time, in the Marima main palace, one of the elders rapidly entered the office of the head of the league and persistently proposed to postpone the reception exam. In his opinion, it is not necessary to risk so much, because newcomers may be spies. In addition, it is necessary to temporarily stop internal competitions in the Marima League. They do not yet imagine what can happen next. The events unfolded at all as they would like. This scene provoked the protagonist of the memories of how the head of the clan gave them his strength, but provided that they would take into account the student whom he would offer. Suddenly the shadow summoned them. Appearing instantly, he worshipped his master respectfully. Meanwhile, the news came to the enemy group that one of their detachments was exposed in the Marima League. The section expressed its indignation on this. He instructed one of his subordinates to ensure the success of the mission, but he was unable to accomplish the task. The man sincerely pleaded at the Lord of forgiveness. However, the rage of the Lord because of failure was excessive. The assistant promised to gain control of the Marima League in one night, but failed. Once knees in front of his master, he expressed his willingness to accept any punishment for his failures. The king, without hesitation, was executed by a subordinate, whom he considered an unworthy life. He ordered the subordinates to look closely at the body of the one who could not please him and warned, "Those who do not fulfill their duties expect only death." After that, he appealed to the one who was the next after the dead. He reported that 2 detachments were sent for penetration. The first was exposed, but the second reports from the second. The conductor ordered a smoke signal to find out what happened. These awkward students will not be able to overcome their experienced fighters. He stressed that there should be no failure during the main ceremony. All those present were dedicated to their master and carefully undertakes the tasks. In the meantime, the news of Penmux has spread. It was planned that he planned to visit the Heroes Pavilion to meet a longtime friend. Despite the fact that the Pen family from Hebei does not enter 5 large families, their connections are striking. Meanwhile, the Shadow, the handy head of the League, has already had time to penetrate the area of the Dize. Skillfully maneuvering, he avoided meetings with people, bewildered in the dark corners of the main yard. The leader of the cult instructed the Shadows to follow the student, which was sent by the king of fistfights. Master Juice noted that he had outstanding abilities. Therefore, the head is about to entrust him with an important mission and wants the Shadow to meet him secretly. So, the Shadow went to the Heroes Pavilion, where Muxo was located at this moment. The Shadow, hiding behind the tree trunk, watched the young man carefully. The young man threw his foot on the step of the pavilion, conducting a casual conversation with Musan about various things. Mux wounded if he had something to eat. The monsoon was almost offered to him spoiled meat, not realizing that it could be inappropriate. Watching them, the Shadow noticed something interesting. Mux skillfully hides his chi, demonstrating true skill. Even such an experienced warrior, like a Shadow, does not feel any manifestation of this enemy's body. Undoubtedly, the king of fistfighting chose it. While talking to a friend, Monis suddenly realized that something was wrong. He looked at the tree and felt someone's presence behind. At first, the imagination painted him a hidden mountain animal. Continuing to discuss small details, he lifted a small stone from the ground. He focusedly aimed at looking closely at the tree, and he launched a stone to fall near the tree. It is interesting that when the stone touched the earth, the shadow of the tree suddenly dispersed around it. At this point, the monsoon realized that a man was hiding behind the tree. His energy was unusual, different from everyone he met before. Maybe the director instructed someone to follow him? With his desire to find out the truth, Monis turned to a hidden figure of a tree and invited to go out an open place. But the young man had already noticed him. The shadow could not be squeezed. How did a regular student be able to guess his presence? Seeing that the process was delayed, the monsoon warned, if the spy does not appear alone, then he will have to be pulled out. And finally the shadow appeared before everyone. He asked the guy where he learned about his location. The guy explained that he initially accepted him as an animal, but after throwing a stone, realized that a man was in front of him. And then he asked, why was the spy here? Maybe this director sent it? The shadow wondered if Musin had a fair and prominent sword in the hook. The monsoon answered in the affirmative and asked to inform that the director should not worry, because Monis does not plan to disclose information about the case. The shadow noted that the monsoon made the mistake. He did not come because of him, but to meet Pen Mux. It was a lot of impressed by the guy. At first, a mysterious friend asked the boy to introduce himself. The monsoon, without hesitation, called his name and added that he was from the 33rd Detachment. The shadow realized that the monsoon belongs to the detachment involved in the incident. They have nothing to do with this situation. The shadow then noted that he wanted to share something with Penmuxo. But this is not a problem if Monis also learns about it. The young man heard from him the news that someone had fallen to the Murama League. There was a considerable tragedy in Dodzo. 2 students were killed in the battle for the Yuyan Tower, and at least 4 were still in the last test. Mux heard a lot of rumors about the Yuyan Tower, but could not even imagine that someone could break into the League. The monsoon was interested in whether the head of the League Marima sent a shadow. He heard the confirmation to this question. However, the guy had another question. What purpose did League leader Marima organize a meeting with Penmuxo? He was convinced that the new moon was not related to this situation. The shadow stated that this is due to the fact that the students can still hide foreigners disguised as people. League Marima leader instructed Penmux to identify aliens. The monsoon was surprised by the decision of the chairman to entrust this task of Mux, because in the league there were many talented people capable of fulfilling it. The shadow decided to clarify the situation for them. Pen Muxo is a person recommended by the prominent Marima master. This news struck both the Pen and Monsoon. The Monsoon remembered how a wizard of fist battle, giving him a wedding ring, explained that this was a kind of recommendation. All you have to do is show her to the manager Dodzi, and you will be accepted immediately without any trials. Only now did Monas have finally realized the meaning of that ring. The League office illegally believed that Mux is a warrior from the past generation. Why did the Elder Juice work out in detail to explain to the Monsoon what was happening? However, in the situation in Didzi, because of the responsibility of the penalty, only Monsoon was guilty. In no circumstances, he cannot allow Mux to face these masked scoundrels. The Monsoon said unexpectedly that in this case, he did not intend to stay away. Is it possible to fall asleep peacefully, realizing that traitors live nearby? He expressed a desire to support Muxo in this task. That evening, during training, Monas shared with Pen the whole story of why Mux was considered a warrior of the past generation. Now he realized why the Master Core Juice gave the Monsoon that ring. In fact, this figure was intended for meeting with Musen. Muxo wondered if it was difficult to fight these traitors on his own. He sought to somehow support his friend. The Monsoon tried to protect the young man from this danger, but the new moon showed great perseverance. The Monsoon explained that Mux was not their caliber. Even those with whom the Brown collided earlier belonged to at least elite level. Due to participating in this case, the guy runs the risk of serious trouble. And even more dangerous, this situation could turn fatal, even death. The Monsoon advised the guy not to interfere, but instead see if there was no suspicious nearby. He also asked not to act on his own, but to wait for his arrival. Fortunately, the young man agreed. To be ready to meet opponents who may be even more powerful than the previous ones, Monas used every free minute for training. Muxo worried that, despite his friend's power, in the event of an attack from the crowd, it would be difficult for him to cope. However, suddenly Monsoon denied, claiming that Pen was not right, because he was not a warrior of the elite level, as the younger thought. The Monsoon smiled cunningly. Then, stretching the sword, he demonstrated him. A light blue glow wrapped the blade through which a palpable energy was stressed. Pen was amazed to the depths of the soul. The guy happily rushed to a friend, sincerely welcoming him to the achievement of considerable peaks. The next morning there was a training in the skill of owning a sword. The slender woman moved among the rows of students, carefully correcting their inaccuracies. It was the legendary Hyan Satha. Dissatisfied students could not understand why they were constantly forced to exercise in the art of owning a sword, because they sought to be something more than simple swordsmen, as they claimed themselves. However, the woman strictly ordered them to remain calm and dedicated to continue their workouts. Unlike the rest of the students, the Monsoon was happy to enjoy the opportunity to train with the sword. He would gladly wave the sword all day. Some classmates considered funny with what seriousness the young man approached ordinary exercises with the sword. Hyan Sathe, on the contrary, was very pleased with his efforts. She did not even suspect that there was someone who was able to focus so deeply among the students. Her thoughts were circling around his great potential and future achievements. Suddenly, she frankly confessed that she considers him extraordinary. She wondered to what faction he belongs to which the Monsoon replied that he did not belong to any, because he had no teacher. She suggested that he was a graduate of the school, but the young man noted that he had mastered the art of the sword on his own. It surprised her even more, and she sought to find out how his name is. The guy humbly named his name. The woman smiled, assuring him that she remembers the name. She expressed his hope that he would continue to devote himself to the skill of possession of the sword. The young man worshipped with gratitude, rejoicing in the praise. Again, she turned into the strict mentor that she was used to seeing the students, ordering them to restore their workouts. In the cafeteria, everyone had talk about how Hyan may have made them spend time on the pointless from their point of view, although they were in fact lacking in understanding their importance. Henshin just went to the dining room to have lunch, and when he saw Musen, he decided to join him. Looking carefully, the guy noted with a smile that Monas was the only student praised by Hyan. In addition, Henshin heard for the first time she would praise someone. After all, this nun from the Ami faction is famous for its strangeness. Henshin had the opportunity to meet her on Mount Mudan. The groups that head Ilban's GUP are sometimes gathered there to discuss the technique of sword possession. However, they are in fact going to test their abilities in competitions to find out which training technique is most effective. They organize joint duels and duels. The Monsoon considered it children's games when everything they do is to find out who is stronger in fencing. Henshin also had this opinion, but he considered it important to point out that the martial arts should focus solely on himself. However, even under such conditions, The monsoon agreed that sometimes it was worthwhile to get a confirmation of the skills of his skills. As soon as the monsoon completed the meal, he reported that he would be waiting for a friend on the street and left the dining room. It passed for a while, and they spoke again. Henshin continued his story. Although the tradition of matches sounded peacefully, the atmosphere in the West was not at all like friendly competitions. They competed with real weapons, but the elderly soldiers were watching carefully at the battlefield, supporting order and control. Henshin already had the experience of the battle, competing with several guys who now studied with him. He showed two guys standing on the opposite side of the yard. These boys were the right and left hand of the Grazen sect, known as Two Hands of Blooming Plum. This is due to the fact that the older brother, Odusik, was a shulga, and the younger one, Kipn, is right. That is why they were called the right and left hand. They now belong to the first detachment of Dotes, known for their dedication to knightly justice. They say that in the second test, they came out without a single scratch. They possessed extraordinary power, and their skills were almost equalized with each other. However, despite the power of the rivals, the eldest of them has never been defeated. Subsequently, during the next training on the sword, Hyan reported the organization of real matches among students. The winner will be determined when one of the participants will not be able to continue the fight, or it seems. Opponents are chosen randomly. All participants should approach the teacher and remove from her glass one stick. The students approach the teacher in turn, pulling their room from a glass. For the first competition, the teacher summoned two students who pulled out the number 4. He was graded at the very end of the wand. The first in the duel was Van Il, from the 49th detachment. He was concerned with excitement, and he could not calm down. He has never been his companion, but this time luck turned away from him. His rival was the left hand of Flowering Plum. The crowd shouted insanely, mocking Van Il, and persistently advised him to surrender as soon as possible. Instead, supporters of Dusik fervently encouraged him, eagerly waiting for his fencing skill. Dusik himself worshipped his opponent without even thinking about pride. After that, Van Il appeared from Sachon. Dusika was surprised that some family from Sachon with the name Van could be related to Muram's clan. Van Il shared that he acquired the martial arts skills in local duds. However, Dusik convinced that the real voice of the sword was his sword, so he asked to leave further words. As soon as the master pulled his sword and took him to the left, the enemy realized why the nickname Left Hand was entrenched behind him. However, Ilvan must take himself. The determination of Ilvana caused an unexpected impression in Dusik. He was convinced that everyone around him was pitiful, so he could not understand why Ilvan decided to fight instead of voluntarily submitting. However, a little respecting the indomitability of the opponent's spirit, Dusik made the decision to have a little fun with him. Henshin and Monsoon, like other disciples, retreated to the wall and looked with interest in a duel from afar. Henshin thought that this young man should not deal with a doomer because he was a shulga, and it is not easy to stop him. Suddenly, Monis asked if it was permissible to use a murderous ki during a training combat. A friend assured that a murderous chi during a friendly battle was unacceptable. However, the young man was disturbed by the energy emitted from the duper. As soon as both rivals prepared, Hyan solemnly announced the first duel. Dusik instantly went on the offensive. He was moving at such a lightning speed that the enemy did not even have time to respond to his maneuvers. Yet at the last moment, Vanille was able to avoid attacks. Dusik thought that his opponent at least overcome the entrance exams, which indicates that he had enough solid skills. However, he planned to humiliate the young man so that he would never touch the sword again in his life. So, without delay, he rushed with new perseverance. His hand at an incredible speed struck dozens of blows in a moment, and Vanille barely had time to repel them. The crowd joyfully maintained his exclamations with a fast hand known as the Left Hand of Blooming Plum. Han, watching the duel, noted that Dusik, although striking, but his technique leaves much to be desired. The blades of enemies were crossed again, creating a sharp sound effect of the metal bell. Dusik was not alone from the fact that he never applied any technique from Arsenal Baston, while his opponent had repeatedly repelled all his attacks in a row. Having realized the situation, Dusik decided to finally end the conflict with this guy. Watching the situation, Monis realized that Dusi could seriously aggravate the situation if he continued in the same spirit. And it turns out, even the coach did not notice it. For greater security, the monsoon did not shoot his hand from his sword. Meanwhile, the battle was becoming more and more. The forces of Van Ilya quickly exhausted, and in a few minutes he was barely able to move. He even thought about surrendering. However, he did not have time to surrender when he realized. With every second, Dusik becomes more dangerous, and his energy aura becomes a sinister. The trainer realized that Dusika became angry with the protracted battle, which was why he did not notice how the enemy lost his morale. He lifted the sword, focusing all his power in it, and preparing to draw a devastating blow to the guy. However, he could not finish his blow, because Monas, when she was approaching, stood between Dusik and an unhappy student, interrupting the attack. The monsoon called himself a young man, who finally became awakened and frozen on the spot. The trainer was amazed at the courage of a guy who intervened unexpectedly. She was going to stop the fight herself, but now she was closely watching what was happening. Dusik remained extremely annoyed because someone boldly got into his clash. The monsoon intended to observe, but could not stand when the left hand of the flowering plum crossed all borders. Dusik never realized that the guy meant. The monsoon commanded the young man to stop mocking the exhausted student and turned to him for a duel. Numerous questions about his person and activity. Monas invariably answered that he was part of the 33rd Detachment. Dusik sought to find out which fraction the monsoon comes from, and every disregarding answer only warmed the rage of the dusk. At this point, the coach intervened, noting that Dusik went too far during the duel. She was deeply disappointed, learning that the student from the Sepa Grosti tried to harm the opponent during a friendly battle. After that, the guy became even more upset, because the woman touched his community. However, the woman doubted that it was a simple mistake, not a conscious desire to harm someone. Suddenly, the monsoon noted that he had heard about the prestigious fencing school in the Grost sect. But when he saw Dusik, he began to doubt her perfectness. This is the patience of Dusik finally broke. The monsoon continued to laugh over him. That is why the left hand was angry. How does someone dare to humiliate the majestic sect of Bravan? So, imitating Dusika, Monas imitated how he avoided responsibility for his actions. And here the unexpected Dusik agreed to call the young man to a duel. They asked the coach to allow a duel. She eventually gave them permission to come together in a duel. Dusik was glad, watching Musen's confidence, because he considered himself the most masterful sword among all present. Before the match, Henshin approached Musen and asked if he was confident in his skill. He noted that Dusik is known even in his sect as an unbearable character, so it is especially close to be vigilant. Henshin warned a friend to be more attentive, but Monas assured him that there were no reasons for worries. Henshin smiled cheering, and said that, despite the opinion of others about Musen, he was always ready to support his friend. Dusika was not joke annoyed by the fact that Monas also had the boldness of his friend before the duel himself. Suddenly, Heian attracted the students' attention, announcing the start of the second duel. Dusik instantly went into a fierce offensive, determined to overcome the enemy. Musen was angry with which the opponent could mention the murder during a sociable duel. After reflecting the first attack of the new moon, he impressed the audience with his skills. For the second time, the sword again raced nearby, enlightening at the Musan's head. Dusik tried to knock Montalik to knock his foot, but his attempt was failed again. Despite the numerous rapid attacks, all his efforts were in vain. The enemy was no less fast and durable. The crowd was not so favorably favored by Dusik. They could not understand why the famous sword could not resist a completely unknown boy. The noise of the crowd increased the emotional and physical imbalance of the boy. And then he decided, it is enough to hold back. It's time to demonstrate all their true opportunities. Suddenly the monsoon captured the aroma of flowers. Finally, the swordsman used one of the martial arts of the Grazen sect, which he had been waiting for him for so long. Both Dusik and the crowd were convinced that the monsoon would not be able to cope with the legendary aroma of lilies. The student rushed boldly at his opponent. Finally, everything was filled with the feeling of slow, moving shooting. Every blow to the swords, which collided with each other, sounded like a tune. Dusik moved at such a speed that he could not look. So, for this reason, Vanil fell into panic. It seems that the aroma of flowers and the pink flash of energy can paralyze vision and hearing. This is how impressive the fencing in the elite school looks like. The monsoon decided that this is enough to grasp the essence of the martial arts of Klana Bravan. It was only necessary to wait for a successful moment, and the monsoon had a chance to turn the battle in his favor. The teacher also noticed what was happening. As Heian predicted, something was clearly wrong with Dusik. Having already felt a deadly aura, she realized that she was even too late to interfere with her. However, Monas, when he listened to the situation, was the first to realize the danger and responded. In addition, Monson movement seemed exciting to her. Despite the fact that he was moving slightly more slowly than the student of the sect of Grazen, his sword was always in time in the right place to repel the attack. Throughout the time, he skillfully hid his true abilities, and Han finally understood it. Suddenly, the teacher felt something unusual. When the teacher looked around, she noticed a shadow on the roof of the pavilion. He was a gesture to remain calm. The mentor rotates sharply, and notices on the roof a mysterious figure in black dress. The face is completely hidden under the mask. With a tense look, the mentor carefully asks who before him and what he came here. The stranger calmly calls himself a shadow, the chief of the guard, subordinate to the head of the League Marima. The mentor is not losing vigilance and is interested in why he is here, and the person in the mask replies that he came after the student who now leads a duel with Musan. At this point, the mentor is aware that her suspicions have been confirmed and the truth has become known to all. However, the stranger does not understand her hint, and the mentor thought is convinced that the guy hides his true abilities and is probably the one who has penetrated the Murima League. A person in a mask with relief exhales because he had time to watch this fight in a timely manner, because the situation could turn unpredictably. The mentor confidently states that everything is the opposite, and the monsoon helps to find spies among their own. The mentor realizes that the guy cannot be injured and thinks about stopping the fight. But a man in a mask that stands under the moonlit sky does not want it. He wants to see the guy's true skills. With sadness, the mentor lowers his head, closes his eyes, and does not interfere with the course. A man in a mask tells a woman as if she does not notice that he had struck the mentor to the depths of her soul. The mentor rotates and notices that there is no one on the roof. The mysterious guest disappeared without a trace. At this time, the monsoon and the Dusik are faced in the lightning duel. The movements are almost invisible to the eye. Dusik states with contempt that his opponent is only able to defend and block the blows. The monsoon does not pay attention to contemptible words and confidently parts all the attacks of the enemy. The mentor is delighted with the perfect protection of Muzan, although he notices that the guy is not yet able to find the weaknesses of the enemy. The woman character becomes surprised, suddenly realizing one important detail. All this time, the monsoon did not take any step back, staying in place even under the flurry of attacks. He confidently and skillfully blocks every attack without moving from the place and keeping the enemy at a distance. In his eyes, iron confidence and absolute peace are read. The monsoon favorably reflects every blow, forcing the duper to get lost and lose the initiative. Viewers cannot believe the skill of a guy stunned by his abilities. Dusik fades in full surprise, not understanding how to counteract the opponent. The monsoon looks neither tired or embarrassed, only smiles ironically, blocking new attacks. After a sharp replica, the guy disrupts sharply from the place, leaving a wave of energy. He flies up rapidly, preparing to strike a powerful blow from height. The face of the Dusik goes away from rage. Anger almost explodes outside. Suddenly, monsoon beats from above when Dusik does not expect it at all. Dusik is barely held on his feet, but it still stands a devastating blow. The monsoon, with an Echidine smile, states that if he had previously learned about it, he would have been attacked for a long time. These words even harder light the anger about the Dusik. Blinded in rage, Dusik rushes into a frantic attack, calling the guy a bastard. At a frantic speed, he rushes forward, but Monas is ready for a new collision. Rivals face an explosive duel, and a wave of energy flies around. Dusik tries to break the opponent's protection, but all his efforts are in vain. The monsoon calmly and confidently reflects all the attacks, leaving no chance of the enemy. He begins the counterattack, forcing the enemy to retreat and lose strength. With confidence in his eyes, the guy is steadily approaching the dusk, not showing any fear. Yusun's gaze is full of strength and confidence in her own victory. The explosion of the energy created by the monsoon is rapidly approaching the Dusik, threatening complete defeat. The wicked look of the Dusik gives determination. He cannot afford to lose this match. It seems strange to him why it is so difficult to defeat a simple guy who has never been famous for a special force. The eyes of the Dusik are burning rage. He lifts the sword and swears not to let himself lose in any circumstances. He causes a powerful blow to Monsoon, filling the sword with energy, and the voltage in the arena increases. Will Musan be repeated? But unexpectedly happens. Musan's energy is so powerful that the trees around him from the power of his blow. The Contraratus Monas not only stops the enemy, but rejects the duck to the wall. He deftly hit and falls. Stunned by the support of companions with horror and panic watching their friend being powerless, the wall splits from a strong blow. The fragments will pour down. Dusik sits stunned and semi-conscious. The shock from the defeat does not leave it for a long time. The guys from his team cannot believe that one of the strongest won just in their eyes. The brother of the Dusik stands stunned and still cannot recover from what he saw. The Monsoon understands that it was a painful blow and did not expect such force himself, because he inadvertently used too much chi. Musan is approached by a mentor, officially announces his winner, and this match is completed. The night descends on the ground. The sky is covered with millions of stars. In the yard, one of the guards is on duty, as suddenly a strange bird appears on the horizon. The bird descends and quietly sits on the shoulder of the guard, as if it were not the first time. The guard calls the bird the host shaman and thanks him for his service, bowing his head low. Pigeon shaman seems like a regular bird, but suddenly his eyes flashing in red light, and he announces that he has come to pass the order from the bloody prize. The guard, with his hands, listens closely to every word of the bird. The pigeon shaman announces that the owner ordered the real cause of the disappearance of people, and warned that he would not forgive those through whom the ceremony would not happen. The guards listen carefully, but the bird does not stop. He strictly adds that it is time to pay off the Lisa Marima bloody revenge. Hearing these words, the faces of the guards are swaying from shock and fear. Golub shaman, intimidating, reminds that through the league they have suffered great losses, and now have to pay 100. Saying this, the bird flies into the darkness, and the guards remain in numbness, feeling the approach of true trouble. The next morning they are talking about Monson, which became a real sensation. The students in delight, discussing how he defeated the left hand of Blossoming Plum, considering this fight simply incredible. One of the students enthusiastically tells that Monas first defended, and then sharply went into a counterattack and won. But many do not believe in such a defeat of a strong opponent. The student with a smile adds that Musun is just lucky, because it is strange to see how an unknown guy so easily wins a prominent warrior. Monas with his team sits in the background. The girl from the team listened to these conversations and looks interested in their direction. She notes that everyone considers this story a fiction, and one of the students asks her opinion. The girl replies that she did not see the battle, but rather believes in the victory of Muson, although the guy dissatisfied requires her certainty. However, the girl is still hesitant, confesses that he believes and doubts at the same time. The monsoon at this time sits at the table silently, lives lively with his friends. His friend proposes to lift a glass and celebrate the victory, but Monas refuses. The girl at the table does not understand what happened in her absence until Monas shows on the pawns of her friend. The guy with a smile says that nothing wrong has happened, because they were able to make a little money, and this is good news for everyone. Fun conversations continue at the table, and more dishes on the table than they can eat. Meanwhile, the action is transferred to Didze of Knightly Justice. One of the students comes to enroll in the selection of new participants, but learns that the selection has been postponed from above, and the responsible apologizes. The guy silently corrects the hat, holding back disappointment. He still hopes to find out if one of the 5 large families in Didze has been accepted, but the responsible says that he has no right to disclose the personal information of others, and advises the next selection. The guy sighs heavily, disappointed, because he wanted to get to Didze. He mentally regrets that he once chased after the devil's sword. Otherwise, he could have avoided such disappointment. He still cannot understand how the heir of the devil's sword himself could appear, because it was not necessary to trust the words of representatives of the Golden Dragon. The devil's sword is a legendary master who is respected by all righteous factions. The boy's great-grandfather fought with him, but lost after a short battle. If a new sword advice is really appearing, the guy wants to meet him at least once in a duel. He also wonders if Miss Cannon's sisters have already arrived. The reconciliation is upset and evil, does not know what to do next, waiting for the next selection. In addition, terrible weather prevails on the street. Suddenly he revolves, hearing him call him. He appears in front of him, the right hand of his brother about the dusk. The right hand does not hide the surprise without waiting to meet the cheerful here. The reconciliation has wondered what he does here and hears that he is also a student in the dose of Knightly Justice. After this conversation, the guy realized that his right hand had already been taken to Didze and confessed that he also wanted to join but did not have time. The brother of Dusika, with a smile, notes that he heard about the transfer of selection, and says that the reconciliation would perfectly approach the role of his younger brother. The reconciliation is doubted because in Murim, seniority is determined not by age, but by the martial arts. The right hand confidently assumes that judging by the conversation manner, the reconciliation considers himself the strongest. The reconciliation confidently agrees, confirming its power. They stay in front of each other for a few minutes, evaluating the opponent. The right hand says he heard him, but not the time for the duel. Only after entering the Dodes will they be able to fight officially. The reconciliation agrees and adds that they were destined to become rivals, so this fight is sure to happen. The right hand notes that in his place would not be so confident. The reconciliation does not understand the hint, but the guy replies that he will soon understand everything himself, or will help him in this dose of Knightly Justice. The right hand says goodbye, noting that he has many things. The guy goes away, and the reconciliation escapes him, reflecting on what he heard. It seems strange to him that his right hand came because they usually went together with his brother, so something happened. A good news is a new selection next week, which has just been officially reported by the next week. The guard asks whether the noise wants to apply, and the guy is surprised at that speed, but he agrees. The night comes, calm in the air, but the house still burns light. Inside, the guy holds a strange object in his hands, trying to understand his purpose. The monsoon views the thing and does not understand how people identify people. He tries to find the answer in the memoirs of the Devil's Sword, but finds nothing. Lying on the bed, the guy considers the subject thoughtfully, thinking about his capabilities. Suddenly, the thing slips out of the hand, cuts into the wall with force and splits it. The monsoon jumps without understanding what happened. There is a shock and a complete misunderstanding of the situation on his face. In the dark room, the guy tries to understand the meaning of what happened. He looks tensely at the object being inserted into the wall, and in the imagination emerge strange memories. As the sun and the moon are intertwined in the eternal dance, it opens the truth about the cycles of light and darkness, about the border between truth and deception. Evil is spreading the world, which is why the unity of the sun and the moon must be bowed. The hero is suddenly aware of the meaning of what he saw. From now on, his path is closely connected with the worship of the cycle of the sun and the moon. This truth changes it from within. The ominous shadow in the red cloak with burning eyes against the background of the moon extends to Musan, creating an atmosphere of danger. He realizes that the Sun Moon is involved in this. The monsoon picks up sharply, puts on shoes. It is covered by shock and rage because of the involvement of demons in recent events. Grabbing the sword, he focuses on the main. It is necessary to immediately warn Mur of danger. The room rains tension, as if before the storm, and the monsoon does not hesitate to rush forward. He fades when a loud lightning crack is heard behind. Turning, the monsoon notices in the dark hallway strange traces and shimmering shadows that crawl out of the other. Cold fear covers it when it tries to understand what is happening. And the dark silhouette sneaks from behind. From the darkness there is a spooky look and predatory Oskal, which closely monitor the monsoon, filling the room with a threat. The monsoon stands in the middle of the room and tries to understand what is happening when looking into a dark corridor. He looked around his shoulder with fear, feeling a predatory look, and horror covers him from head to feet. The palace of the sun and the moon appears in the golden glow, and the majestic cheese in luxurious armor stands in front of the shining sign of power. Under the shadow of the lunar symbol, a demon in the cloak arises, whose appearance heralds chaos and a threat to all lands. Once upon a time, the religious community, which worshipped the sun and the moon, eventually turned into a sinister sect, conquered only by a celestial demon. The detachment of demons, missing 7 years ago, suddenly breaks out of the darkness and raises the weapon against the defenders of the palace. The powerful sword splits the space. The ray of force cuts darkness, filling the hall with a bright shine. One of the demons jumps from above, trying to impress Musan, but the guy responds instantly to the attack. The monsoon is surprised to view enemies and understands that it is the religious group he heard of. The demon with a burning eye prepares for a new jerk, filling the air with sinister energy. The monsoon rushes forward, demonstrating his martial skills and accuracy in every movement. Suddenly the guy fades, feeling the invisible threat. 2 demons are attacked on the sides, overlapping the path, but monsoon bouncing rapidly. He asks who they are and what they seek. People in masks respond hard to his question without hiding distrust. They direct the swords on him and say they have come for him. The monsoon with irony calls it a strange honor and is surprised by such reception. Enemies do not understand his sarcasm and ask what he meant, emphasizing his own simplicity. At a busy moment, the monsoon throws a plate on the floor, forcing everyone to hold their breath. All views are aimed at a mysterious plate that causes a real shock in the attackers. The opponents suddenly recognize the plate and begin to quit how it got to Musan. The guy mysteriously makes it clear that his connection with this subject is not accidental. The attackers finally realize who is before them, and realize that he is the one who killed one of their brothers. The monsoon makes it clear that these enemies carry death innocent, so he had no reason to leave their friend alive. The rage covers the attackers. They rush into the attack and threaten Monsoon death, declaring him a sentence. The monsoon warns the enemies that they are in the territory of Moor, hinting, "It is only necessary to shout and the school soldiers will come to the rescue immediately." One of the attackers with aggression ignores the words of Musan, preparing for an attack with fury in the eyes. A detachment of enemies surrounds the hero, preparing to attack from all sides. The leader makes it clear that for Musan, this night will be the last in his life. With screams, the attackers rush into the attack, moving on the monsoon with a single pack. However, the monsoon is not afraid. With a smile prepares for battle and confidently meets enemies. In a calm night's silence, the windows of the building are still glowing, ahead of a brutal battle. One of the windows with a roar flies. One of the attackers flies outside under the influence of a powerful blow. Blue energy lines cut through the space, emphasizing the force of attack, and the enemy is already lying on the ground. The monsoon is in the center of attack. It is surrounded on all sides by armed enemies. Opponents are preparing a new attack from the shadow, completely covering the guy. The attackers rush forward, in their eyes and words only death. The monsoon is intensely preparing for protection. His view is full of determination. He reflects several attacks at once with a lightning movement, not giving the enemies a chance. The battle lasts among several opponents. The monsoon is moving confidently, and new opponents are already coming behind. He quickly squats, avoiding another attack. The monsoon rapidly falls out of the epicenter of the battle. Enemies do not even have time to react. It slides on the ground, avoids strokes, and demonstrates excellent combat flexibility. Movements are accompanied by a bright flash of energy. In the next moment, the monsoon flies directly to the enemy, leaving behind an energy trail. One of the attackers lifts the sword, trying to strike the appropriate blow. The monsoon lifts the sword, and the powerful movement dissects the space. Every gesture is full of strength and confidence. His eyes flare up with cold fire. He goes on the offensive, and the sword blows a line of enemies. The attackers in the masks are confused, seeing the guy with a sword, because he recently entered and has already received such a weapon. The monsoon lifts the sword up and stops the battle for a moment, preparing for decisive action. The attackers do not understand the guy's intentions, and Monas, pointing to them with their fingers, states, "This is their last chance to surrender." He clarifies with the threat. He will release only one of them, if everyone puts a weapon. Enemies respond to contempt, emphasizing their elite and hinting at their own power. One of the attackers looks at Muson with unconcealed disdain, considering him an unworthy enemy, and the rest stands in silence. However, anxiety is increasing among the attackers. Some begin to doubt their advantage and gradually retreat. The monsoon is quietly standing with a firmly clenched sword. One of the enemies is amazed at his confidence. The unexpected space cuts a bright flash at the place where the attacker just stood. The armed enemy rushes to the guy, trying to strike a deadly blow. The monsoon responds calmly, with a barely noticeable disdain, making it clear that the opponent is not afraid. The attacker accelerates and tries to hit, but the monsoon easily shatters, and the enemy sword only cuts the air. In the eyes of the enemy, there is a surprise. He did not expect the guy to avoid the attack. The monsoon rejects the enemy far back, demonstrating the power of his own equipment. Other enemies, angry and frightened, are rallying, preparing for a new attack. One of the attackers coughs after the impact and, in his eyes, rage and pain burns. The monsoon looks at the opponents calmly and asks whether they have changed their minds. One of the wounded enemies falls on one knee, holding the sword. His determination fades with his forces. The monsoon comes closer, demonstrating confidence and advantage, and asks whether he really decided to surrender. The rest of the attackers are silently watching, on the faces of fear and doubt. No one dreamed of talking. At that moment, their swords fall on the floor. There is a deaf bell. Finally, all the attackers give up and lower their weapons in front of the monsoon, recognizing their defeat. Night calm prevails above the roof. Bright light flows from the windows. One of the warriors looks at the events, not believing that the enemies really seemed. The monsoon sighs with relief. A difficult night finally came. The attackers are on their knees with tied hands, showing their defeat and humility. The monsoon stands in front of the captives, realizing that he can now ask them about everything. But instead of important questions, he just asks if you can eat something. The morning meets anxiety when someone is worried about the events of the night and feels that something was wrong. The senior warrior is outraged by the ruler and asks if they plan to take away people again. One of the advisors is dissatisfied with the speak quietly because the atmosphere is already tense. Lord is restrained by everyone that they are in the interrogation room, so he asks not to arrange unnecessary noise. There are losses at the round table. 18 newcomers were killed at the hands of bandits, and many civilians were affected among the victims. One of the attendees addresses the leader with a question of further actions, and everyone kept their breath in anticipation. The Lord does not quite understand the question, reminds of the rules according to which every suspect must be questioned. But the elder believes that the perpetrators are better to execute at once. The elder is indignant, considers it a direct attack on the ruler, and is surprised as the attackers are still able to breathe, insisting on the immediate punishment of the perpetrators. Lord agrees with the decision of the elders and says it will be that way. A gloomy glow appears on the face of the leader. He is worried about Mungju's situation, and there is a feeling that everything is out of plan. The elder with the bandage is frightened by the saliva, confused through the herd, and the tension in the room increases. After a short pause, he admits that he cannot give a clear answer, but hints that the events from Mangju were the cause of the movement of troops in the kingdom. Another elder supports her colleague, and notes that it was after these events that attacks began. The rest of the elders agree, believing that descendants are only part of fate and history, like each of those present. One of the elders ominously notes that Mangju dreams of picking up this meeting and creating a new state. Such events have created serious problems for all present in the hall. Sitting at the table, they agreed that they needed to take responsibility for the attempts and stop the selection, no matter how many people will remain. The Lord had no choice than to agree with the opinion of the elders. The action is transferred to the imperial palace. Inside the emperor, Hanganun thoughtfully thinks that the spies have already penetrated the Murim. His elder confirms this, reporting that elite school students attacked the city at night. This news was interested in the emperor. He noted that the enemies became too bold if they decided to act first, and asked the guard whether the advisors interfered. The guard explained that it is necessary to know more about internal affairs, but I am sure that the enemies simply provoke Muri. The hatgun was surprised to hear about the provocations and wanted to know more. The guard reported that the spies seemed to cut civilians as they made their way to the Murim. The emperor became more and more interesting to listen to these news. The guardian assured that the more often Murim and Maggio face, the more profitable it is for them. The emperor supported this opinion because Murtami gradually loses his valor, which plays them in his hand. The guard with a smile noted that Murim has suffered significant losses, and it is unlikely to be able to recover, because things are not going well there. The emperor was certain that it would play in his favor, and already imagined how these lands were transferred to his possession. It was only necessary to wait a little. After the conversation, the emperor asked why the guard was still here, and ordered to go. The guards finally reported that their spies had already reached Sinjin, but found no trace. It surprised and embarrassed Emperor Hangun. The guard added that it is possible to turn them back. After all, Murimi and Mago are busy with other things, and now it's a great chance to act faster. The emperor said whether the guard really wanted him to return all his troops and send them against the enemy. Blooming before the emperor, the guard confirmed that exactly, because if the battle begins, the enemy will suffer great losses and they will be able to win these lands. The emperor worried his subordinate, because his army is still too young, and in the event of defeat, they would have to repel. The emperor's assistant hinted that the enemies may also send spies as they were discussing the situation here. The emperor thought about his words, reflecting all the options. A sinister smile appeared on the face of the emperor. He clearly conceived something. Above the night Murm stretched a sky littered with bright stars. Hanshin stands near the stairs under the blue roof and recalls how miraculously he managed to survive after a treacherous attack. Tan Sawyer looks at Hanshin and reminds of caution, and the guy with his fingers pressed to her chin skeptically listens to her words. Hanshin looks at Musen, feeling that he also hides something. The monsoon, tired of constant disputes, raises his hand and removes from the quarrel. Henshin is nervously justified to friends, admitting that the situation removes him from balance. The monsoon comes out of the inner yard, corrects the tail, and friends notice how his strength has increased significantly. Everyone is surprised as Monson's skill has increased rapidly. It is striking even experienced mentors. Henshin respectfully notes that Monas has made a lot of efforts for such a breakthrough, and thinks about whether they would have a chance for a duel. Tanning Sao with a serious look reminds itself that only here in Murim can they freely show combat skills. The monsoon stops in a narrow hallway. In front of him is a senior student with a harsh face. After grueling days, the team looks tired. Everyone thinks if it would be better to simply strengthen the security. The students are approached by a mentor with a close look, making sure that everyone returned from training whole and intact. The Tan Sao jokingly notes that Henshin has probably a serious head injury, but in general, everything is fine. The senior student on their jokes realized that everything was well with them and ordered to return to the rooms and go to bed. Hench Sin, confidently folding his hands, assures everyone that everything is well with him. Altogether they moved to their rooms, and on the way Mona suggested at least not quarreling today. Henshin agreed. Suddenly Henshin remembered that he had passed for a week, but Tan Soi did not understand what it was talking about. He recalled that increased entrance exams would soon begin. Only then did Tan Soi remember that they really start next week. On the way, they discussed who could go on. Henschin was convinced that he would be better than all, and Monas did not even understand what was talking about. He asked what an entrance exam was. Tansoi and Henshin stopped and looked at Musun with surprise, because he really had no idea what it was. Tanso wondered if he was not interested in anything but the martial arts, and Henshin added that Monas was so boring that she was annoyed. The monsoon began to be asked, because in Marima, everyone was studying only martial arts. But Tansoi explained that this is not the case. Officials say it is a place for gifted people. This meant that there were beginners of the first generation and the soldiers of the second, but for Musan, it did not explain anything, and he still did not understand what it means. After these words, the Tan Sao exclaimed, he really knew nothing, and Henshjin just laughed at it. Under the soft light of the morning sun among the branches of trees, the question of the path to Murum, a local map explains the traveler in a black cloak, how to get to the river, and then to Murum, if you hold along the current. The girl's hands are firmly squeezed. In every movement there is a determination and a willingness to go on adventure. She moves the path and the peasant with her eyes advises to be careful on the road. A man thinks about how unusual it is to meet such a young girl among travelers in this death. The girl is moving. On her back a massive sword is clearly visible, which is even more surprised by the peasant. In the morning, the monsoon listens to the explanations of the laws and traditions of the museum people, holding food in their hands. Hanschin and Tan Sao at the table are cheerful from Musan. For experienced students, they are only beginners, and Tan Soye is surprised, as Monu still knew nothing about these rules. The monsoon confesses that he is only interested in martial arts, and even during the conversation is not distracted from his food. Tan Soy only sighs and jokingly admits that mooning will not work. The monsoon is wondering why everyone is so fond of Henshez, and what he has advantages. Henshin responds to the remarks of juniors, and Monas still does not understand their advantages. Henshin tries to explain Musan with inspiration, how important it is to gain the respect of younger students. And in response, here's complete indifference. Henshin demonstrates the importance of traditions. Even during the meal, newcomers wait for the first elders. The monsoon is not impressive. The monsoon proposes to stop empty chats, and just eat normally, which is very annoyed by Henshin. An annoyed Tan Sao expresses dissatisfaction with Henshin's lightness, calling him careless and irresponsible. Henshin only shrugs his shoulders, not understanding why everyone is angry because of such a trifle. In response, the Tan So threatens to hit him again. Tan Soing angrily asks whether he really considers her weak, and Henshin abandons his words, embarrassed, although it is noticeable. Henshin with sarcasm says that Tan Sao looks crunching, but she admits she is not so defenseless. Monas, watching their dispute, mockingly calls Henshin a fool, but agrees that women should be protected. Monas suddenly remembers a girl from the past. Her image floats in memory and is amazing. He confesses to a smile that they are all the warriors of Murum. For dinner, friends come to the conclusion that the main thing is to protect your loved ones, even if the conversation suddenly becomes serious. The monsoon with warmth in the eyes notices that the care of friends and relatives gives them strength and determination. A quiet night wraps the roof of a house over which the glow of the starry sky is scattered. In the repository, the mentor meets Musan, who is delayed and views the book in the light of the lamp. The monsoon approaches the mentor, worrying whether they remember him, but the senior immediately recognizes, saying that he does not forget such a student. The mentor notes that this time the monsoon came himself and the guy is interested in hope whether they accepted him. The wise teacher explains that if the guy has enough points, he is entitled to enter. The rest must apply separately. The seal in the hands of the mentor becomes a real key for Monson, which is preparing to take a step to a new stage. Smiling, the mentor officially allows Musan to go to the storage facility, opening a new way to him. The monsoon stops among the ranks of books, and the mentor remembers his victory over the left hand of the flowering plum, and notes that the new book has brought him a lot of benefits. The mentor looks carefully at the guy and asks if he is ready for the next test. The monsoon, with a barely noticeable smile, replies that he was just lucky. The mentor kindly wants the guy to find the book he is looking for. As soon as Monius goes on, the silence of the book hall pierces the magical glow that flies past the mentor. Powerful energy flow like lightning rushes through the darkness of the library, pointing the way to special knowledge. Monsoon's eyes flashing determination. He is looking for a book that contains all the secrets of fencing and swordsman's techniques to make a new breakthrough. In his thoughts, the guy sees Henshin demonstrates the technique of the blue sword of the moon, and the left hand of flowering plum has hypnotic technique. Obydwie byli zaворожуючими I водночас небезпечними. The monsoon recalls the reception of 5 white swords and old sword techniques designed to win with one blow. It moves rapidly, analyzing how effective its technique is because it requires huge energy costs. The guy is constantly wandering in the midst of the shelves, feverishly looking for that instructive book. The night wraps the building. The guards chat under the starry sky, keeping calm. In the morning, the guy is still inside, without stopping the search of the book. Time flies quickly, and it was reappeared again. It is unknown how many hours Monsoon spent among bookshelves. The mentor, seeing the boy, looks tired but is interested in the results of his search. It passes exactly a week as the Monsoon is in the bookstore, and the mentor asks whether it was possible to find the desired book among hundreds of volumes. The exhausted guy confesses to the mentor that he was very hungry and not sure of his actions, because the search was much more difficult than expected. The Monsoon says goodbye to the mentor and decides to finally eat, and the teacher wishes him a good day. The mentor thinks with a smile about Muson's stubbornness and cannot believe that the guy was looking for this book to the last. The monsoon is slow, and the mentor thinks that the guy really stands out among other newcomers and has not even shown all his abilities. The tired young man leaves the storage facility. Behind him, there are open doors. The monsoon opens the doors of the dining room and asks if everyone has already gathered. A genuine surprise appears on the boy's face. It is met by an empty dining room, and Mona stands in the middle of the hall, not understanding where everyone went. The guy looks at the sun and understands that now only noon, but cannot understand where everyone went. Suddenly he hears the noise and cries that are heard from the yard. The monsoon goes out into the yard and sees how other students run past him, calling not to keep up. Henshin appears among the crowd, and Monas asks what is happening and why everyone runs. Henshin quarrels with Musen for his long absence, and he is justified with a smile that he was training all the time and now just very hungry. Henshin is concerned about what kind of training he was going through and asks to tell about it later, seizes the guy by the hand, and reminds that they need to hurry. The monsoon still does not understand what is happening. The annoyed Henshin reminds that today is a very important day, the examination of Sofa. The students gather near the wall. Some look on the barrels to see everything that is happening better. The Tan Sao eagerly looks like guys among the crowd. Tanso notices Hanshin and Musen, is amazed at their delay, and does not hide dissatisfaction because everyone has long gathered. An annoyed Tan Sao asks Monson where he disappeared all week. The monsoon smiles and says that he will explain everything later. But when Tan Soi sees his face, she is a fucking... The guy is completely unsafe and exhausted. Friends look out of the wall, watching the events in the yard. The greetings have already ended, and everyone is amazed at the number of students who came to the exam. The exhausted monsoon looks out from behind the wall and finally understands who the softeners are. The yards were lined up in the yard, and there is excitement and expectations in the air. Henshin proudly states that now they have become older for beginners. The monsoon agrees. Among the freshmen is a reconciliation. It was still accepted, and it covers the face with a straw hat. Near the new students, there is a noticeable girl in a black cloak, who recently searched for the way to Muram. Monsong's face is concerned. He looks carefully at the crowd and feels a true horror and surprise when he sees a familiar figure among Sofa. Among the crowd is a sweet, fragile girl slightly open. As it turned out, it was Soyen, and it was markedly excited. The monsoon could not even think that he would see her among new students. In the air there is excitement. The atmosphere is tense and palpable even at a distance. The girls rejoice in seeing Soyen among the students and are sure that she will take the exam. One of the girls is doubtful, but the girlfriend says that Song is already grown up and will cope. Despite the support, someone has slight doubts. She is cheered again. The reconciliation promised her help, and it gave her confidence. The monsoon still stands struck and cannot come to mind. Henshin notices it and asks whether Monas recognized someone among the students. The monsoon denies and explains that he just wants to eat. The thoughts that Song became a freshman do not give the boy rest. He fantasizes that their relationship will now become between the older and the younger. Having come to your senses, the monsoon decides that he should treat the girl with respect. Friends are wondering why Monas is already going. He confesses that he is hungry and wants to avoid meeting with Song. Song was recently offered to take part in the exam. She immediately agreed. She was assured that they would help with preparation. The girl hesitated a little but still decided to try her hand. Song now stands among other students. She looks confused and realizes that the main thing is to pass the test. Otherwise, you have to return to Jama. Song looks at the building and wants to see whether the sisters are here. Looking around, she is shocked by Marum's scale and guesses that there is a reason for such an event. Song is looking for familiar faces to find support. She lifts her eyes and hears the judge announces the examination for Sofa. The judge says that everyone will receive a wooden plaque and a sheet for their own purposes, which should then be hung on a special board. The songs came with the pieces of paper and told to take one. She excitedly took a piece of paper and asked if she had to write her goals. She was told that yes, and these goals should reflect her character. Everyone got the pieces of paper and heard that you need to think carefully before writing. The pen, soaked in ink, slides smoothly on paper. Soyeon began to record her desires and goals. Her movements closely watched the guard. On paper, she wrote a simple thesis, which can be interpreted as a desire for ordinary life. The guard said that the majority here has neither goal nor features, but life in Murim would change it. Soyeon looks at him in surprise. A smile appears on the girl's face. She confesses that she seems difficult now. The guard wished her to achieve everything she wanted and said to attach a piece of paper to the wall. When Soyeon looked at the wall, her face expressed surprise. It stands among the crowd and sees a wall with many different pieces of paper with dreams and goals. All records differ. Each piece of paper is unique. Song looked at the records and realized that most dreams of becoming the best. Her gaze stopped on two familiar pieces of paper. One piece of paper belongs to her eldest sister, who dreams of becoming the best in the province of Shandong. Another piece of paper is her younger sister, who wants to become the most beautiful girl in the country. Song attaches his piece of paper next to these. She admires her piece of paper and feels pride. She was then ordered to go inside to form groups. Before going, Soyeon looked at the wall with numerous records and goals. A light smile and shyness appear on the face. She is fascinated by the idea that there are so many different people in the world. At the last moment, the girl's attention attracted a piece of paper with the inscription, "The first Sinsk of Shinza." In the dining room, friends are surprised how much Monsoon ate at a time. The monsoon is relaxed, that it is not easy to train on an empty stomach. Hanshin and Tansao joke and say they thought Monas was scared and fled. Hanshin is convinced that the monsoon would not be able to do so, and recognizes, if it had happened, it would be a real shame for everyone. Friends discuss the possible division between the old and new generations in the group. Tanso confesses that she was waiting for newcomers. Someone adds that new students should be assisted because they were once as uncertain, and here a stranger appears from the shadows and offers his help. A harsh man is a director. He immediately turns to students and recognizes that he understands their dissatisfaction with new conditions. The director reminds that they have recently attacked their organization. The situation remains dangerous. The monsoon listens carefully to the director, who explains that it is now the only chance to survive and achieve goals in difficult circumstances. Here Monas mentions a mysterious person in a mask and realizes that spies are probably among them. So to draw conclusions too early. He recalls his battle with warriors in masks and realizes that they will not wait for a convenient moment. This case was only a warning. The monsoon is worried about Song, who also decided to participate. There is no guarantee that it will be safe here. The guy squeezes his fist from anger and decides that he has to come up with something new. He is obliged to protect Soyeon in all circumstances. Monsoon's face has confidence and concern. He understands that, first of all, he should become stronger in order to protect loved ones. Decides to be the first sword. The mentor turns to the group, understands their doubts, but reminds that the elders should support the younger ones. The sewing is waiting for further instructions of the mentor. Henshjin is full of enthusiasm and already wants to start a new stage. A morale is red on the face. The monsoon nods in response, demonstrating his willingness and determination. His gaze can see peace and confidence. The mentor announces organizational changes. 33 groups are distributed between the 6 gates. The monsoon goes forward. His steps symbolize the beginning of a new stage and determination to act. The monsoon with the sword behind his back comes to friends. There is a special glow around him. Friends look at the hero. Henshin is amazed at his mood, and Tanso notices changes in his form and clothing. The monsoon confidently leaves a large hall. Its new appearance gives the impression of independence and strength. The symbol of yin-yang, surrounded by a blue glow, shines on the floor. This is the beginning of a new test. The mentor encourages the participants in hopes that this time everyone will return intact. The monsoon with a serious face is ahead. Behind, 2 friends who are completely ready for action. Muson's eyes are determined. It is fully focused on the task. The lightning flow of energy erupts forward against the background of the green forest and symbolizes the beginning of the mission. Energy rushes rapidly between the trees and explodes at the landing point. The monsoon is confident in the flow of energy, full of determination. 3 heroes are rapidly land, surrounded by blue energy, and are ready to act. Henshin stops, grabs the sword, and realizes that this is the place. At this point, the monsoon goes into a state of deep concentration, sits on the ground, and friends look carefully around. The monsoon is immersed in meditation. Around it circulates mystical energy, which merges with the forest. Henshin is wary of the sword, protecting Muson during meditation. The tree shows a thin wire rope, which is illuminated by energy. The Tan Sao quickly rises on the rope to the tree to evaluate the situation from above. It is arranged on a high branch and inspects the terrain from a favorable position. Henshin asks from below if something suspicious is visible, and the girl replies that everything is calm. He once again asks Tansoi, which has already descended, whether there are signs of movement. But she says again that everything is clean. The monsoon in meditation calmly reports that there is no one around, so you can move on. The three decide to go on the trail. They discuss whether to leave the forest or move deeper, weighing all the risks. Tansoi assures that she has not seen anything, so he advises to go deep into the forest. The monsoon agrees with her opinion. The monsoon shows forward and says that the trees are thicker, so it is better for them to move in the direction. Henshin asks for Tansoi if she can spend it there. The girl gladly agrees and offers to move slowly so that he can follow her. He puts his hands in thanks, and with a smile on his face, says it's time to start. We return to the martial arts school, to the dining room, where Monas was recently sitting with friends. The room enters the excited Song. She sits on a bed that seems to her tough. The girl approaches her and asks if Soyin has already disassembled her things. Jin Hyunvan, a member of the second generation, says that everyone went to dine, so they should go together. Soen immediately agrees. Jin Hyunvan openly admits that she is not satisfied yet, but hopes for the best. Song understands her, because it is also a little worried. Walking the corridor, Soin offers another girl to join them for lunch. The girl who was offered sits on the bed of tight and holds something in her hands. This is a girl in a black cloak with a big sword, a member of the second generation, her name. Jin Hyunvan is annoyedly asks whether she goes, because if he is late, food may not be enough. Song approaches and takes her hand. Smiling, Soin invites you to go with them. Jin Hyunvan wary asleep. Whether she is sure she wants to take her with her, Song notes how he holds a thing firmly, and realizes that she is very expensive for her. Hei says that the master ordered her, under no circumstances, to let the sword out of her hands. Song is surprised at least to throw the sword on his back if they go to eat, but Kid refuses, because the master's order is important. Song smiles and says there is no ban on bringing weapons to the kitchen. Jin Hyunvan is whispering Soyeon that she seems as if this girl is a little strange because she behaves suspiciously. Soyeon replies that they are not told so because they do not understand it. It is better to make friends with everyone. Gin Hyanvan agrees with the words of Soen. All three go the corridor, and Soen gets down the girls, because if you go slowly, nothing left of the food. The sun sets behind the horizon, and we move into the forest where Monas and his comrades performs a new task. The monsoon and the henshin run through the forest, leaving behind the trace of energy, moving quickly and purposefully. The blue flash of energy erupts a thick branch, creating tension and feeling of danger. Tansou flies in the air, concentrated and tense. Suddenly surprise on the face. From a height, she orders the boys to stop, and Hanjin looks up. They stop without understanding what happened. The Tansou with anxiety says that she has lost her direction. Henshin and Monsoon are shocked by this news. Tansou adds that the forest seems very strange, as if the road goes to an endless depth. The boys understand that it looks like a dead end, and ask the girl to go down. Tansoye is surprised that the boys want to build a camp, but Henshin explains that Sim gets dark and needs to rest. The monsoon supports the idea and proposes to distribute responsibilities tomorrow. The monsoon notes that they do not know what the forest is. Tanso has lost the direction. If you go on, you can get lost. They decide to stay in place and first find water and food. The heroes are burning a campfire where they stopped. The monsoon sits in front of the fire and meditates to feel better. Henshin asks whether Mona sees something edible, because he only notices poisonous mushrooms and berries. The monsoon pulls out the package and says that it will cook meat today. The atmosphere is calm, and Henshin recalls how they first smashed the camp it seems only yesterday. Friends recall funny moments as they almost ate each other when they caught the rabbit. Henshin almost did not see himself, remembering it, and Tansoi does not understand what it is about. At this point, the monsoon feels something strange. Henshin asks if he felt something, but Mona says he may have just seemed to be. He assures that he was seen, because animals are not visible in the forest. Tanso adds that she has not heard. Even the birds. In this forest, it is alarmingly quiet. Henshin asks whether they are really here, and Monas agrees that it looks like. A very strange atmosphere begins to feel between the trees. In the dark, a giant spider with shining eyes appears among the branches. It looks threatening, creating tension and danger to the characters. In this mysterious forest near the tree grow red fly agaric. Someone quickly grabs one fly agaric and breaks it with a hand. It is a tan sow that looks carefully at the mushroom, looks surprised and a little alert. Henshin is surprised because the girl herself said that they were poisonous. Tan sow explains that these mushrooms are not deadly. Henshin believes that all mushrooms are the same, but the tan sow evilly says not to interfere because he does not understand anything. As unusing the Henshin is sorry for the mistake, recognizing the mistake. Tunso seeks something edible among plants. At the tan sow, he says that the guy was always distrustful, but assures that he could make mushrooms safe for food and distinguish poisonous. Despite the altercation, Monsoon urges everyone to discuss the surrounding area. Tunso doubts the usuality of the forest, notices that almost all plants are poisonous or suspicious. Everything looks like adjusting. The Monsoon listens carefully, not understanding what the girl means. Tanso suggests that there is no other explanation yet, and perhaps their task is to reveal the secret of the forest. Henshin holds his head, complains of pain, and does not want to fulfill such a mission because he does not like puzzles. Tanso says it is because of his inability to think. While friends are quarreling, Manos thinks that the forest really looks tuned. He turns to Hanjin, and he is distracted from the dispute. The Monsoon asks him to create a circular shield around all. The starry sky shines above the night forest. Friends are preparing for new adventures. The Monsoon feels that they could fall into the trap. The atmosphere becomes tense. He explains that they are stuck in a magical circle and the reality around is different from the real one. They look at the idea of creating a protective circle. Henshin is doubting, but Tansoi says that theoretically it is possible. Friends sit by the fire, discuss magical theories and techniques, mention basic principles, and share experiences. Henshin is delayed the essence of the conversation, feels awkward and a little discorded. Tan Sewing Lively explains that new magic technique is different from the previous one, although the basis in them is similar. The characters are hotly discussing ways to create a new space and understand that this requires someone with unique abilities. Tansoi suggests that the help of the Murray clan can change the situation in their favor. The evening near the night campfire is full of tension. Friends analyze the space around, feeling that everything here is not as it should be. In the deep forest, they try to distinguish what is true and what is adjusting, because the landscape seems suspiciously artificial. Hanshin notices strange objects that sharply knock out the general background and is anxiously sharing with friends. Tansao immediately notices a huge tree. It is silently standing out among others, becoming for all the main mark for the following actions. The deep night covers the yard. 3 men are waiting hard for someone in the dark. A man with red hair puts his hands in a solemn gesture. His look is serious and vigilant. The owner meets the guests with his head raised, seems to be a master of whom Renpei and thanks for the right choice. One of the guests, with a straw hat in his hands, thanks with respect for hospitality, making it clear that the owner's name is known even far beyond this place. The restrained elder with a gray beard calmly calls himself Zigyegal, the head of Zugye's family. The owner invites you to go to the house, confessing that his home does not compare with the palaces, but there will always be a place for revered guests. One of the satellites in the hood, with a fast nod, calls the old man to move with everyone. The old man in a wide hat refuses to enter, strongly says that it is time to go on. The quiet night atmosphere breaks the sound of the open door. The warm light of the lantern is pouring around the room, adding comfort. Zuggal, staying outside, start a conversation about how guests worried about his daughter. As a token of gratitude, he extends to the master by whom Renpei is a golden ingot. He is stunned by a valuable gift. Zuggal insists on to accept a fee because it is only a small part of gratitude for the help of the daughter. The owner is confused, holds a gold ingot in his hands and cannot believe his eyes. By whom Renpei Pez seriously asks Zuggalia to answer an important question. He's interested in the details of Zidan Zhuanzi, doubt whether he is really related to Muram, and challenges the interlocutor's confidence. Zuggal explains that the main purpose of the meeting is the future of his younger daughter, whom he wants to marry, and confirms that she was accepted to the council. Zhugal confesses that he is very worried about his daughter because of the events in Marima, whom Renpei agrees with his anxiety. With calm pride and parental care, Zhugal wants to achieve everything she wants, with whom Renpei answers he wants Zhugal the best, and an atmosphere of mutual respect prevails between the two leaders. They complete an important conversation at the table, leaving a sense of trust and deep respect. With the onset of the evening, a deep silence hangs over the forest. as if before the storm. Inside the forest, not suspecting future events, Monsoon and Henshin rush between trees, ready for new adventures. Henshin says that if you go a little further, they will find themselves under a large tree before dawn. The Monsoon is concentrated, and the closer it comes to the tree, the more it feels strange energy. They rush the forest, knowing that if Tansoi does not warn of the danger from above, then everything is calm. The Monsoon does not lose vigilance, although there is no sign of danger yet. His sword is alert. Suddenly, a shock and surprise appear on the face of Tansoi. From a distance, the energy of the tree seemed not so powerful, but as they approached, the characters felt its true power. Suddenly, a giant spider with red eyes jumps out of the darkness. His gaze is full of aggression. Tanso lifts his head frightened, feeling that the danger is very close. She warns her friends of the threat. In her eyes read tension and confusion. At the same moment, the spider is rapidly rushing from above. The massive body hangs over a girl, ready for a deadly blow. The spider reveals jaws, preparing for the attack, in his movements visible hunger and rage. The girl is panic, her eyes shine in her eyes. At a decisive moment, Manos rushes to the aid and a lightning blow cuts the spider. Spider blood splashes in the air. The Monsoon of Tansao is wary of drops. It is not just blood, but a real poisonous poison. The Monsoon grabs again for the sword, preparing for the next attack. He skillfully cut off several spiders with a powerful sword wave directly in the air. New spiders appear on the horizon, rushing forward, waving their paws and preparing for a massive attack. Henshin takes off into the air. His gaze is decisive. He prepares to strike. The heroes did not expect so many enemies. Spiders surrounded them from all sides. The battle is becoming more tense. Spiders with shiny eyes suddenly attack from above. Their aggression creates a depressing feeling of inevitable danger. The sword blades cut out some spider paws. Fighters destroy enemies with powerful blows and do not give the monsters a chance to answer. One of the spiders tries to escape, but a sharp sword strikes it simply at the time of attack. The Monsoon brushes his teeth, feeling that the real battle is just beginning, and it becomes more dangerous around. Realizing that there are too many spiders, the Monsoon makes himself not succumb to fear and holds himself in his hands. Spiders on all sides are tightly surrounded by Monsoon, leaving only a choice: or defeat them, or die in this trap. New spiders come out of the thickets. The characters find themselves in the real ring and feel the strong pressure of enemies. Spiders are rushing forward again. Their attacks are becoming more aggressive and dangerous. The Monsoon conducts a sword in the air with force. The magical wave rejects spiders and gives the heroes a moment of rest. The situation is complicated. The spiders are not less, and Monsoon turns to Henshin with the question of the plan, but he answered with annoyance that it would have long been said if he came up with something. The Tansao firmly squeezes the sword's sleeve, collecting all the energy for a decisive blow to a dangerous enemy. Without hesitation, she jumps on the back of the spider and causes a powerful blow, showing her courage and fearlessness in the battle. The girl guesses that spiders protect something valuable, but what remains a mystery. You need to move forward. She hesitates whether to go further, because the unknown is ahead, and the defense against spiders is already taking away all the forces. At this point, the Monsoon activates the equipment, twisting the energy around him and preparing for the jerk. A powerful jerk destroys the ground under his feet. The Monsoon breaks forward through the avalanche of spiders, sweeping everyone on the way. Friends are amazed, seeing his crazy abilities and energy. It gives them hope for salvation. The Monsoon uses the technique skillfully, reminding of comrades not to be distracted and to be alert, because the situation can become critical at any moment. The Monsoon is determined and understands that to break forward is the only chance to win. He rapidly rushes into the thickets of spiders, paving the way for the team, leaving no chance to the enemies. He flies forward with a clear intention to attack. His eyes reads unwavering determination. Squeezing the sword's sleeve, Monsoon focuses, preparing the force for the next blow. In an instant, he attacks the spider. The technique of the fast blade breaks the air with a blue glow, not allowing the enemy to even react. Spiders rush into a new attack. trying to stop the characters. The monsoon raises the sword. All his thoughts are focused on victory over spiders. Every movement is accurate and confident. A powerful attempt by the sword leaves a radiant footprint in the air. The technique knocks spiders out of balance and scatters them sideways. A wave of energy picks up spiders into the air, cutting them into pieces and clearing the path for the team. The double blow cuts through the rows of monsters, giving the heroes the opportunity to move a little further. Monas recalls how he spent a week in the library, studying unusual techniques and new techniques. Although he did not find the right book, it was possible to learn some useful combat techniques. He only has to put knowledge into practice, and now he decides to improve his own techniques for himself. Right now, the moment when all this knowledge came in handy, and the monsoon feels confident as ever. Henshin is surprised to notice how stronger the monsoon became. It is really impressive. Tanso also notices that Musen's skills have grown significantly, and this cannot be surprised. The spiders are quickly descended from above. Red eyes shine in the dark, but Tanso and Henshin have time to escape from the attack. The monsoon looks back, evaluating the situation and making sure that friends have not lagged behind. Henshin moves forward tensely, realizing that a real chance to win appeared on the team. Standing with sharp needles in the hand, is prepared for counterattack. All her attention is drawn to the enemies. The blue whirlwind rises around Henshin. The technique is gaining strength. The sword turns faster and faster. The Tan Sao is rapidly attacking. Shiny needles fly in spiders. Each of its movement is filled with determination and accuracy. The lightning whirlwind covers everything around. The energy of the sword cuts the air, creating a real storm. Metal needles fly in different directions, forming a trap for monsters around the heroes. The characters find themselves in the heart of battle. Spiderweb and blue blades cut space. Tension only increases. Spiders fall into the trap from the needles. The spiderweb cuts their bodies in half, and they have no chance of getting out. Henshin looks focused and confident, skillfully performing his technique. Tanso is not far behind, supporting teamwork and helping in battle. Together, they manage to repel the attack of poisonous spiders and keep their strength for further movement. After that, the heroes run forward, trying to escape from the scene as soon as possible. In their eyes, confidence and maximum concentration are read. Suddenly, the monsoon turns to them with a strict look, evaluating the situation. He lifts his finger up, making it clear that the team has coped perfectly. In response, friends also raise their fingers up, rejoicing in the success of teamwork. The monsoon rushes forward, and suddenly strange red lights flash on his way. Another horrible spider appears on the horizon among the debris, threateningly flashing his eyes. The monsoon, with a cautious smile, cannot believe in what he saw. Just in front of him, a huge giant spider emerges from the debris. His eyes are burning, and the space around is filled with poisonous energy. Friends did not expect such a turn. Even the monsoon holds. And behind him, the comrades understand that the situation is critical. The giant spider opens its terrifying mouth wide, preparing for the attack. The monsoon solidifies in place of unexpected shock. He orders his friends to run forward without him, leading everyone to a state of full surprise. The monsoon assures that he will quickly cope with this spider and overtake the team. The girl anxiously points out that this spider is too big, and it will be difficult for one, but she stops Henshin. With trust in his eyes, he asks Musan whether he is sure to handle his own. The monsoon has no doubt in his abilities, and Henshin decides to go further. Although for the girl, this decision seems unusual. Henshin assures Tansoi that they need to move forward, and the monsoon will handle the enemy. Friends leave a place, and the monsoon remains alone with a terrible monster. Inside, the guy is a little excited but does not show fear. He looks calmly at the giant spider, says that now only they remain here, and the strange energy is thickened. The monsoon is wary and confidently looking at the monster, preparing for decisive action. At this point, he grabs his sword, takes a fighting rack, and decides to test a new force on this giant, offering a spider true entertainment. In the evening, the dark sky wraps the roofs of the houses, immersing the city into silence. Among the darkness, the light suddenly flashes, accelerating the darkness. Henshin drops without forces to the floor, breathes fragrant. Remembering spooks, no longer wants to worry. Tan Sao also descends on the floor, shakes from fear, and says that from that moment, he does not tolerate spiders. Both are mentioned by giant monsters. After this adventure, they are afraid of all multi-legged creatures. The monsoon defeats the worst spider and catch up with friends. Tansoi and Henshin thank him sincerely, because it was thanks to him that they remained alive. However, the monsoon smiles and says it was a teamwork, because everyone contributed to the victory. The monsoon emphasizes that if the Tan did not break the array, they would all become easy prey for spiders. Tanso begins to joke with Henshin. They say, he did almost nothing. The guy is embarrassed and is angry a little. In the end, Henshin explains that he helped and covered friends in battle. The girl recognizes it and agrees. Suddenly, Monas lifts his head, hearing an unfamiliar voice. They appear in front of them, who is surprised to turn to Henshin, asking why he always returns in that state. The mentor is surprised why he never saw the guy returning to 2 not past. Henshin jokes that it is still too weak and should train more. The mentor agrees and advises to make a good impression on new students. He orders to quickly return to the room, not wander or tell the details of adventures to avoid unpleasant consequences. After that, the mentor gives them a reward. Again, a white label that is not delighted. The mentor reports that the team has been displaced from the first place with a small break, and expresses hope for a stronger label next time. At this point, someone's figure appears behind the mentor. The mentor rotates and sees a Master Gu, a little annoyed because he had to be outside of Doza. Master Gu explains that the observers have received a report and should notify the important news. The monsoon and their friends listen carefully to the conversation, but they can be listened to almost nothing. Master Gu is passionate about something, tells the mentor. In the end, he bows low, saying goodbye. After that, he goes away, and the mentor escorts him. Without rotation, the mentor, with a strict expression, orders to immediately tell him all the truth. Friends did not understand that it was the mentor who wanted to hear from them, so they stood in a full stupor. Henshin decided to clarify what truth the mentor is expecting to hear from them. The mentor insisted angrily, demanding that you immediately tell everything without giving any explanation. Some of the team raises his hand and says, and confesses everything. It turned out to be a monsoon, and Tansoi and Henshin look at him in surprise, because they didn't know anything about it. There was a red label in Muson's hands, and the question immediately fell on where she came from. The monsoon tells that he found this label inside a giant spider after victory over him. But Henshin does not understand, because after the battle he was still alive. The monsoon decides to tell the whole truth, explaining that after your departure with him happened something else. The events returned to the dark forest, where a battle with a huge spider unfolded. Everything around was surrounded by smoke and dust from a cruel clash. The monsoon stood exhausted and stunned after a brutal battle. Smoke clouds surrounded him, and he could not even imagine that this struggle would be so exhausting. Before Muson lay a defeated giant spider, and only now did he realize that he could destroy this monster. But suddenly the guy begins to feel something strange and unusual. He notices that the amount of energy he spent is unexpectedly large, and tries to gather the last forces for the final reception. The monsoon is exhausted, thinking it will be a simple battle, but now realizes that with every blow loses even more energy. The monsoon is wary when strange red glare appears in the darkness. Bright flashes break out of the ground and debris, illuminating the night anxiously. In front of him, a spider with burning eyes appears, which some miraculously manage to survive and escape from the trap. The monsoon is confused and shocked, does not believe in his own eyes. Fear is red on the face. The monsoon explains to his friends that he had lost all the energy at that time, so he could only evade attacks by the monster. Friends are interested in why he had not told anything before the label, but Monas confesses that he did not find the right occasion. Everyone looks carefully at the red mark, noticing that it has a completely different hieroglyph, not as on the previous one. Hearing that this label is a pass in the gunfire, Tansoi and Henshin froze from surprise. The mentor explains that this label has previously opened the way to a secret storage, and now allows you to get to the main weapon. The characters learn that the red label allows you to penetrate even into a forbidden part of the armory, but only one item can be taken. The teacher advises to relax, because it is too late, and promises to return to this issue the next day. Friends stop the mentor, and Henshin has an important question. Henshin is wondering if you can visit the gunman right now without delaying. The mentor easily agrees, having nothing against their desire. The guy decisively takes a step forward, ready to act quickly. The whole team is united and rapidly rushed towards the arms. Henshin shines with joy and reminds that time is enough, so you have to hurry. Tanning is happy from a new opportunity and already dreams of getting his desired dagger. The monsoon is delighted with future prospects, New horizons are opened. The door of the room dissolves wide, and the characters at frantic speed run out. The mentor watches them, inadvertently thinks that students do not pay attention to newcomers. Among the background of the morning sky is a cry. Someone is trying to stop the travelers. Two travelers stop, justify that they have already paid all taxes, and are asked not to touch them. One of the chunky men slightly replies that they are not a bandit, but the known characters of the Yangtze River. The amazed travelers immediately recognize their mistake and enjoy the opportunity to communicate with such heroes. Travelers promise to pay tax, and heroes from the Yangtze River realize that these people are like traders and are interested in their journey. A man in a hat is represented by a member of the Chkonyan trade group and says they are taking products to the Muri League. In the eyes of the leader, the gang flashes a wicked light. He thinks something insidious. The man grabs the sleeve of the sword, glad that they were so lucky to come across travelers. The leader commands his people to attack and orders to kill everyone without exception, leaving no alive. Travelers were stunned and did not expect such a turn of events. They look at each other in confusion, not understanding what was happening. Friends come out of the armory and surprised that the outside is already dark. It turns out that they spent almost 10 hours inside, although it seemed to them that very little time passed. Henjin is upset that he did not have time to see, but Tansoi believes that only he is so worried about it. She advises him to rejoice because he received rare silk clothing, and there is no reason to be dissatisfied. The guy notices that the girl took 2 weapons at once, although there is usually only one. Tan Sao explains that these are even knives, so it is allowed to take both. That's why she made such a choice. Henshin is interested in what thing their friend Manas chose. The monsoon is a little embarrassed, but demonstrates his choice. A normal sword. The sword looks simple, although there are many beautiful samples nearby. The monsoon explains that he chose this sword for his reliability. He seemed especially strong, and that was what became decisive. The girl jokes with Musan, calling him a weirdo, but he asks if she is also going to the training room. Tanning with enthusiasm replies that he cannot wait to test a new weapon. The monsoon invites her to arrange sparring, and the girl gladly agrees. Henshin admits that he should only take one sword himself, but friends do not pay attention to it. Here, the monsoon reminds Hanschin that the mentor ordered to return on his 2 legs for the next test, and it will be terribly angry of the guy. Suddenly, Tanso is alert, hearing strange sounds. The monsoon lifts his head and asks what it is. Henshin explains that these are drums that call everyone for the meeting. He confesses that he does not know what happened, but advises to hurry there. Together they go to the center of the meeting at the Hiob Yu Didze. The students fuss. No one understands why they are collected together immediately after the second test. Faces anxiety. Everyone thinks what happened, because the situation is clearly not ordinary. The monsoon feels internal anxiety, suspecting that this may be due to the threat to the Devil's Sect. The tense silence covers the platform when the mentor goes on the stage and everyone fades in anticipation. The students build in columns, closely watch the man on the increase, whose silence fills the space with respectful silence about the important ads. The mentor carefully examines the collected, promises to explain the reason for the urgent collection. In his voice there is a tension. He reports that the caravan with the Empavus for the more the day in the morning was looted. It is not just a loss, but a serious alarming sign. Then the mentor announces the horrific news. The whole trading group that accompanied the cargo was found dead. Among the students is fear and surprise. Shock is rapidly spreading in rows. The mentor compresses his fist in anger, states that this attack is a direct challenge to Liga Moor and all righteous clans. They will prepare a tough answer. The elder stands by the window, thinking that not all elders believe in the importance of this school. He decides to prove to them the opposite. On the balcony of the elders talk to the older student. One of them believes that students are already strong enough to catch criminals, and this is a chance to show the benefit of the school. The senior student notes that the staff is busy investigating the case with a demonic sect. He is sure that this event will be a valuable experience for everyone. The mentor announces that the one who will help find criminals and make a significant contribution will receive a special blue distinction. The students enthusiastically raise their hands, enthusiastic and desire to prove themselves in search of criminals. One of the students raises his hand, asking the words, and the mentor listens carefully to him. This is a student of the second group. He asks if they also have to participate, because they have no experience. The mentor assures that all groups will be involved in the search, but the first and second groups will be united. Turning to the older students, the mentor orders to make sure that the younger ones are not injured. Senior students unanimously accept this order. Hanjin is happy with this opportunity, because older students will be able to make a good impression on the younger ones. The monsoon is not too satisfied because he understands, so he will have to intersect from the song more often. The younger student, Jin Hei, is also not delighted, because she has never participated in a real battle. But Song reassures her, promising that it would be easier with older ones. Song dreams to go with her uncle. The faces of the Hyos are alertness and confusion. Evening silence near ancient Dodzi is filled with excitement. The mentor collects the team and instructs to prepare for those who are ready for action. Everyone feels that major changes are approaching. On the wooden table stands a bowl with a drink. The conversation goes to the news. The student Gamsanga enters the Hailbin Didze, which immediately causes surprise and curiosity. The master thoughtfully shares rumors, doubting their truth, but adds that perhaps a mysterious student is actually a girl. Juggal laughs, not believing that Gumsong is a girl, but he agrees that when he even heard the chief of the Bureau of Security, then the rumor is serious. Lifting the cup, Juggal says that all this is just a good accident. Juggal, relaxing with a cup, ironically points out that his daughter has now had a chance to get acquainted with a new student, if she got to the second unit. By whom, Ren phizes that even a simple acquaintance with the student Gomsong would be good, and puts hope for good luck. Zuggal frankly says that his main goal is to find a worthy partner for a decent partner. But it will also be useful to maintain relationships with Gomsong. He holds the cup and still cannot believe that such a talented participant in the South Swords group is actually a woman. It became a real discovery for him. The frame appears in the hand of another master with a bowl who asks if everything will really be fine. The master turns to the shadow, asking if he does not consider him wrong in his decisions. The shadow in the mask replies that he only executes the orders of the master and considers his duty to make sure that everything goes according to the plan. The master acknowledges that he is also a person and can be mistaken, asks the shadow to correct him if something goes wrong. But the shadow says that he has already done everything. The master pleads guilty. It was because of his inattention that the demonic sect has penetrated the house, although its activity could be seen earlier. The master asks in the shadows if there is no news from the people who were sent to Sinzan, and reports that they found one of the demonic sect bases there. Candles are placed on the floor of the abandoned hall. There was no one here. The place is wrapped in silence and darkness. The shadow reports that according to the testimony and found things, only one is to blame. A mysterious and terrible bloody demon. The image of a bloody demon arises in a hellish glow. Everyone doubts that he acted himself. Behind him is someone with a clear plan. Against the background of the month, a suspect appears, which is suspected of involvement. The master decides to leave this issue open, and instructs to find out the true goals of the enemy. The shadow that has already disappeared reports to the master that all the units of Hyobo-yu Didze went to Kamakok Mountain. The master orders to strengthen the security during their absence. The master bows his head, hoping that everything will be resolved well, and tries to keep calm before the unknown. The problem with bandits is planned to be solved by students because the first group is recommended by the older fighter. This is a monsoon. The second group also does not lack prospects. There was a girl with a decisive look, and it was precisely so the master is sure that they would cope with the task. Henshin is annoyed and believes that their team should receive a distinction, because it is still impossible to forget the events in the armory. Tadzo sarcastically asks who then chose Chundam for this mission. The girl's words are even more annoyed by Henshin, but Tansoi insists that this time he will have to make even more effort to win. Jin Hyunvan asks for her girlfriends where they go. Tan Sao explains that their path leads to the Komak Mountains because there were enemies and they go through the northern gate. One of the girls exclaims that it is there that the northern gates are located. Tansoi confirms that everything is right. They move north, and if they follow the route, they will reach Kanam with water. It reminds me that the road will be long, so you need to hurry. Song suddenly notices anxiety in the girlfriend's eyes. Jin Hyunvan confesses that the elders seem unreliable, so she does not trust them. Song tries to reassure her, convincing that the elders should be more experienced, so everything will be good. The girl's doubts do not disappear. She is not at all sure whether these leaders are able to use the martial arts, because otherwise they will be easily overcome. Henshin rejoices that after completing the task, they will be able to receive a distinction. But the girlfriend asks him not to make noise in front of younger students. One of the younger girls is convinced by Jin Hyunvan that the enemies will not even approach them. Jin Hyunvan astonishment asks where such confidence is, but the Hue replies that it suggests intuition. An annoyed Gin Hyun Wang calls a girl a smallness, and her words are full of nonsense. Here felt the image through these words and looked with pain at Gin Hyun Van. Song, unable to stand the quarrel, orders everyone to stop immediately, reminding that the older students are mentors, and the disputes will not change anything. In this, Jin Hein Van casts a look at another senior student and asks what is wrong with him. One of the students stands in a strange mask, hiding their face, and regrets that everything happened. It turned out to be a Monsoon, who was angry because Song was in their team because he hoped for a while not to see her. The Monsoon looks at Soen and does not understand how they were on the same team. Pigeons fly over the roofs of the palace, spreading important news throughout the yard. A man in the yellow releases a dove and trusts him a very important message. The bird deftly flies with the hand, carrying a message that is firmly attached to the paw. In the spacious yard, a man in yellow prepares for training, fully focusing on himself. He focuses, activates combat equipment, and blue light hugs his hands. The palm is charged with a powerful aura. Energy throbs around the fingers. The other hand emits force, forming the perfect protective position. The master begins the exercise, rotating energy around him and demonstrating high skills. The leader is interested in the current situation and is waiting for a detailed report. He has reported that Dadzio Hybe's students went to the Comac Mountains for the battle with the enemy on the Yangtze River to gain their own experience. The leader smiles, satisfied, considering such events really interesting. The assistant passes the towel, nervous because the plan begins to collapse, because to monitor students is becoming more difficult. He confesses that while the students outside Murim, it is difficult to realize, and apologizes to the master. The leader unexpectedly decides not to attract spies to surprise the assistant. In terms of use enemies as a bait to reduce the number of students, and not let them grow. He orders to collect the elite detachment, and choose the most favorable for students to capture, leaving no chance. The manager compares young students with chicks who can be easily broken. For him, this is the perfect chance to destroy the potential threat until the students have strengthened. The manager. At night, silence prevails over the dark mountains. Only the stars are silently watching the events. The hidden entrance to the mysterious cave among the shadows of old trees opens deep in the forest. Inside the cave is a fire. A discussion begins that the Temple of Four Emperors mobilizes its troops. One of the attendees confirms that the temple is really preparing for the movement and heading for Comac Mountain. It was a bloody demon. Everyone suspects that the true goal of the temple is to support Surok on the Yangtze River, and are interested in the position of a black organization. One of the attendees is silent, plunging into reflections, and seems to be suspected. After the pause, he notes the surprise of the situation, which raises new questions from the interlocutor. They recall that the temple never acted so before, and if it was a screw, he would not pay attention to small thieves. The persons are concluded that the temple is likely to hide something, which is why mobilization began. The bloody demon orders to gather all available people and closely monitor every step of the temple. The fire flashes in the dark, pouring the cave with a bright flame. Under the night sky, the house is immersed in absolute silence. A group of students confidently steps the bridge in the dark, preparing for the transition. Tanso suddenly stops and turns, as if she saw something extraordinary. The rest of the group also stops and asks what happened. The attention of the Tan Sao is attracted by the Monsoon, who is in a red and black mask. The Tan Sao with anxiety approaches Muzan and asks why he suddenly dressed the mask except he became ill. The Monsoon says that it feels bad, though he really wants to hide his face from Song. He coughs into his palm and warns everyone away. They say the disease can be contagious. Although the girl's hand extends behind him, suddenly, Tan Sao tears from him a mask and jokes that the one who possesses Qi cannot catch a cold, so let him show the face to the younger students. The Monsoon at this moment turns red in shame and demands that he immediately return the mask. The Sao is sincerely shocked by such a reaction. At this point, the guy also pays attention to Song, looking confused. Seeing Song, the Monsoon is instantly covered with sweat and begins to blush even more. The girls were surprised by the appearance of the boy because they imagined him much harsh and with a scar, and Song believed that he would stand them due to illness. The Monsoon still stands in the stupor and does not know what to say. And Tan Sao looks at him and decides that he really fell ill because his face is completely red. The girls come back and move on because soon the departure, and they need to hurry. The Monsoon exhales lightly, thinking that he was not recognized. He angrily insists that the girl returns his mask, but in his thoughts feels great disappointment. Song goes on, and strange memories emerge in her memory. She recalls how she once met a guy with very similar features, always with different emotions and hospitality. The girl is angry with herself because every time she looks at Musan, she remembers the same boy, not even suspecting that he was. She assures herself that it is impossible. Although he looks like, but it cannot be the same person. At this time, Ku carefully examines Musan while he stands without a mask. Finally, getting his mask back, Monas hastily puts on her face. The dark night wraps the forest, filling it with silence and mysteriousness. The heavy bag falls sharply to the ground, and a bright blue spark flashes from the impact. Henshin proposes the girl to look at the terrain to make a stop because he has no longer in time. The monsoon takes the initiative, agrees to check the outskirts, and there is a slight anxiety on the face of Song. All three are lightning in different directions. The girls do not even have time to notice where they have disappeared. Hanshin carefully land and carefully inspect the surrounding forest. They are rapidly swelling between the trees, leaving only the shadow of movement. The Tan Sao confidently rises to the hill, her look focused and vigilant. No detail passes her attention. The younger students are amazed at the agility of the elders. It is evident that they are already habitual for them. Tan Sao attracts their attention with a short appeal. It orders not to stare, but to put a tent quickly. Someone should collect shrubs. But the students suggest that you simply remove the branches from the trees. Tan So denies, explaining that the raw branches will not burn. Only those that have fallen to the ground should be harvested. Girls enjoy the first task, discussing possible adventures and even the risk of attacking bandits at night. At their hassle, he is silently watched, alert and focused. Suddenly, her look stops in a strange purple sky, which seems unusual and anxious. Collecting shrubs, the students quickly ignite the campfire. The conversation near the fire goes to rumors. The redhead recalls that the first generation is also a representative of the Chagel family, and Henshjin adds, all three sisters joined the Didze. Shai Soyan confesses that she did not plan to enter Didze, but his father insisted. Everyone tells at the fire about the difficulties that they had to endure at home. Jinhee smiles and shares that she also faced problems in the family, so that's what led it to Dodza. The pupil of the chick is warming his hands over the fire, feeling the pleasant warmth that spills on the body. The monsoon appears on the horizon, and Henshin is wondering why he was so delayed. The monsoon stands in a mask, apologizes for the late, but does not return with empty hands. He brought the trophy and water, but also caught a little fish. The girls are striking that in a short time. The monsoon not only gained water, but also managed to catch fish. His dexterity seems incredible. The Hugh is looking carefully at Musan, as if he suspected something, and girls have conversations, hoping that they will once become so skilled. Looking at the guy, Ku thinks about what technique the monsoon uses for such speed, because there should be no reservoirs around. Her wretched look lingers on the monsoon, obviously a master in front of her, and she is wondering what he is from. Song notes how Chu carefully monitors something invisible to others. So-en's gaze also goes to Musan, and she thinks of something of her. The girl thinks whether this mysterious senior student looks so carefully. The events are transferred to Komak Mountains, where a quiet moonlight prevails. Suddenly the air cuts through the screams, and the blood splashes around. On the ground there are fallen and dead bodies, as if the battlefield was in silent silence. It was a group from the Musamus clan. Only 2 remained alive, who look with horror at the death of their comrades. They are faced with terrifying giants, and the boys do not understand how the enemies learned about their location. It seems that they were waiting for a well-planned trap. The gang leader directs the sword and orders to finish everyone without allowing anyone to escape. Warriors are aware of the deadly danger and decide to immediately announce the muse. Otherwise, other students can also be victims. Those who survive rush to run away, but the gang rushes. One of the soldiers with anxiety realizes that the main threat is not just robbers. He is striking that all the enemies in black and exceed the power of even the best of their detachment. But this is not the end. Other mysterious figures intervened in the fight. One of the attackers throws a rope with a sharp blade at the end. The blade becomes one of the surviving directly into the heart, and his companion remains lonely in battle. The enemies in the masks do not retreat. They rush after the last surviving warrior. They throw him an arrow, trying to stop at any cost. The Muram warrior courageously reflects the attack, seeking to survive and report the threat. Suddenly, an unexpected arrow flies from the mountain. She involves directly into the heart of the warrior, leaving him any chance of salvation. The enemy is satisfied with this, noting that this was the biggest problem and made the longest path. One of the attackers reports to the master that they all dealt with. This was the last one they killed. The leader orders to carefully replace all the traces so that no one suspects their presence in this place. He transmits the spies to the subordinate and commands it nearby to find the clan members quickly. The sky begins to lighten, and in the distance on the horizon are already visible majestic mountains. The students continue their journey, and Jin-hee asks Hench-Sei's which mountains can be seen in the distance. Hench-Sin explains that this is only the beginning of Komak Ridge. Henshin emphasizes that this is why it is necessary to strengthen the night guard, but the students do not immediately understand his idea. He specifies that only the older patrols have previously patrolled, and now the younger will have to help in guard. Tan Soing reminds that thieves can appear in these parts, so strengthening the dispenser is the best protection. Song with a smile notes that thanks to the older they felt safe, but now their turn has come. Jin-hee almost burst into tears because she likes to sleep at night, and Song looks satisfied with the news. But despite this, Henshin prescribes Ginhain first to watch. Henshin adds that the monsoon will be the first of the elders to alternate, and should explain Gin-hee and Hye all the rules of the night guard. The monsoon is happy to accept this proposal, ready to help. Hearing that there will be a mysterious guy in a mask next to her, Jin-hee is alert and scared a little. Suddenly, he has gone forward and asks for permission to alternate the first instead of Jin-hai. This proposal is surprised by everyone. Hai wants to learn about Muzan as much as possible, and does not hide his interest. Song cannot understand why Hai so hard wants to stay with this older student. The monsoon calmly replies that he doesn't matter who will be near. The main thing is that he will come when he calls. Hak confidently agrees, assuring what he rests on Yuzak. The monsoon in the mask retains absolute peace, not allowing himself to doubt. In the place of stop, the fire quietly cracks, a calm night silence prevails around. The Hugh stands among the tents, watching the camp and keeping the guard. Suddenly, her attention is attracted by the monsoon. He asks her name. The monsoon points to the side and proposes to move under the tree, away from the fire. The Harigers asks why it is and hears an explanation. Near the campfire, eyes get used to the light, and then you notice less. It is better to stand in the dark. The girl listens carefully to Musen's advice. He reminds that in the heat you can easily fall asleep and lose vigilance. They go under the trees, finding themselves in dark comfort, protecting the camp from the side. Inconvenient silence hung between them. No one dares to speak first. The monsoon feels embarrassed next to the girl, and already regrets that he has agreed on this duty. Suddenly, Kid breaks the silence, calling his name. She asks whether he has a sword. The monsoon replies that if it weren't a sword, he would have something except the sword, and so he is always with a sword. Hai does not stop and asks why he decided to master the art of the sword. The monsoon is a little lost from the unexpected question. The guy's gaze lingers on a fire. He does not immediately find what to answer. He euticles that she probably did not formulate the question and clarifies. She heard that the monsoon did not belong to any training group, so she decided to ask. He asks how he learned to own a sword. Musen does not like her curiosity, so he, in response, asks why she knows it. The girl puts her greatsword on the ground. A wave of energy flashes. She says she can't explain in words. The monsoon does not understand what she has planned, but Ku begins to remove the cloak. It is easier for her to act than to speak. Having dropped the cloak, she stands in front of the guy in a stylish combat dress. The girl confidently squeezes a huge sword in her hands, ready for a duel. Her weapons are almost equal to her in height, and only so she can answer his question. Hai is sharply disrupting from the place, leaving the energy. She rushes directly to Musen, preparing to strike a strong blow. The monsoon instantly grabs the sword, getting ready to defend against the girl's attack. The swords are faced with a powerful explosion of energy. The echo diverges throughout the camp. The monsoon is surprised and cannot understand that Kid is trying to convey through this fight. The girl is wrapped in a green aura. She is not going to stop. The monsoon hesitates, not knowing how best to proceed. In the place where the head stood, there is an outbreak of air that is disturbing the air. It flies into the air, swinging a heavy sword. A powerful blow from above causes an explosion in front of the monsoon, from which it is rejected by a wave back. The monsoon asks himself who this girl is, because such force is not peculiar to ordinary students. Hai replies that her level is higher than ordinary warriors and emphasizes the guy is also not an average student. The monsoon is alert, noticing that the girl is much talkative than he thought. She ignores his questions and does not answer. Instead, he is again attacked without being raising the pace. He swars with the sword and tries to break through the protection of Musan, and he confidently reflects her blows. With an annoyed look, Ku states that this is not his business. She squeezes the sword's handle even more firmly, preparing for the next blow. The girl occupies a fighting rack, going to attack again, but the monsoon does not infer, again reflects her pressure with strong movement. He notes that Ku has a great sword, In response, Ku recognizes his skill, paying tribute to the enemy. The monsoon decides to go on the offensive and says that he is now attacked. It concentrates energy in the sword, which makes the blade glowing brightly, illuminating everything around. It is feasible, seeing a shining sword of Musan. She tries to cause him pity, emphasizing that she is younger, and hints that the use of such force is almost cowardice. But the monsoon reminds up that the first was attacked by it. He invites her to give up right now, despite her previous fight. But the girl does not pay attention to his words and again grabs the sword. Behind the back, the sword begins to shine, releasing powerful waves of energy. It does not retreat and remains in the battle rack, ready for any development. The monsoon smiles at its stubbornness, but understands that there is no time for hesitation. He rises into the air, activating his own sword in response to the girl's call. Hai did not expect such, but did not lose determination and remains alert. The monsoon lifts the sword high, preparing for the blow, and against his background seems small and defenseless. Suddenly, the guy's attention is attracted by a strange cry that comes from afar. Hai is also alarming, listening to the alarming sounds in the forest. The monsoon causes a powerful blow, but the girl cleverly bounces the side, avoiding danger. He wonders if he has noticed something strange, but she is so amazed that he does not immediately hear his question. After the impact, a cloud of dust rises. But Mona's thought about the cry. It seems that somewhere near someone is. The girl still stands in a stupor, amazed at the enemy's power and speed, and passes his words past his ears. The monsoon says that strangers can be wandering nearby, so he suggests to finish the duel. The KEI assumes that it can be members of the owl. The monsoon decides to intelligence himself, where the cries came from, and Ku orders to wake everyone and join it. Ku listens carefully, accepts the order, and the monsoon lightning disappears from the field of view, leaving behind only the shadow. She stands with her mouth open, shocked by the speed at which the guy disappeared. There is a lowered sword in the hands. The fingers are still trembling with tension. Hai looks into the forest, thinking that there are real monsoon monsters in the world. It was from the place where strange sounds came from, and events began to unfold. The quiet night suddenly broke up with the cries of people who filled the darkness. The guy lay on the ground, squeezing something important with his hands, fighting for life every second and not hoping for salvation. The cold sword of the killer flashed like a lightning and ruthlessly cut off his life. This demonic creature that observed the massacre understood that Marima members were not as skilled as expected. It seemed that the leader of the attackers rejoiced from a new replenishment in the gang, and in his soul knew, once had to get rid of such freaks. At night, the attackers caught everyone by surprise and destroyed their camp. However, one of the bandits, counting the bodies, noticed that several people were missing. The other, holding the sword on his shoulders, could not believe it. Everything should be clean. He saw some rushed and felt bizarre pleasure watching their escape. Meanwhile, news came to the gang. Marima's members moved south. The gang went after, deciding to pay off the enemies and send them to the kingdom of the dead. Those who managed to escape cried and fled. One of the sisters, wounded, lay on the shoulders of the other and begged not to give up. She promised to save her at any cost. It was evident that the sister was very bad. His strength was left. The team reflected how to proceed, and Gun decided to explore the way forward. He reassured her to worry about him. If the enemy happens, he will show why his name is the hidden spirit of the sword. The girl believes in him, holding on to his last hope. And the bandits are constantly persecuted, not wanting to let any fugitive. Suddenly, the hidden spirit of the sword meets two enemies on its way. It is swollen by the sword, evaluating opponents. Like a shadow, he flashed between them, trying to protect his family, somewhere in the woods. A bright flash of energy swept between the trees. It was our hero who rushed to the help. He hoped that he had chosen the right direction, because the cries were heard here. Stopping, he comes across a creepy picture. The whole camp is destroyed. It is a real shock for him. After all, these people are members of the Owl, and no matter how many enemies were, the members of the owner have a great knowledge of the martial arts. Who are these murderers? He returns, and hears a cry, "Not let anyone escape alive." The leader of the enemies exclaims, "To catch up with everyone. No one should remain alive." The army of thieves rushes forward without stopping at anything to achieve its goal. Our hero watches on everything from afar and understands that the enemies have taken the number, because there are no real masters among them. The whole tragedy happened only because the students and warriors lost their vigilance and ambushed. And unexpected on the horizon appears something strange. His attention is attracted by a mysterious figure. Who can it be? A secret person in a mask who immediately seems mysterious and incomprehensible. It differs sharply from the rest of the heads, both appearance and power. It may be the key in this case, The man in the mask stops just over our hero and, as if to himself, says that no one has coped with the task as bad as these pathetic heads. He reproaches them that there should be no mistakes before the ceremony, and now it should be reported immediately about the failure. He asks the leader to give another chance. He promises to return with the heads of fugitives. The hero, when he listened to the conversation, thinks, is it about the node of 4 emperors? In his heart, rage flashes. How did these scums daze the Alliance Marima? He clenches his teeth, restraining anger, but understands, first you need to calm down and think. From the side, it can be seen that the node of 4 emperors acts not accidentally. Such people do nothing without a thorough plan. However, their conversation speaks for themselves. This time, a secret stranger forgives mistakes, and the next such weakness can be expensive. The thug gets the last chance and promises to justify trust. A person in a mask passes to him a box. The hero realizes that it is the ID burqa, Mago. Real scums that seek to boil Marimi and Magio with each other. His energy erupts outwards. Feelings are off. The foreigners feel this power and raise their heads, noticing a powerful warrior over themselves. Who he is, they are surprised. A moment, and the hero is lightning just between a man in a mask and a creek. In a deaf voice, he states that he came to their souls. A whole army suddenly appears, and a secret stranger orders to grasp the Roman spy immediately. Looking at these opponents, the hero is wondering, who do they hope to catch so many people? The earth shuddered from the powerful vibration that spread around. Pushing from the soil, the hero punches the surface, releasing a wave of energy outside. This power impressed all the warriors. Everyone asked who he really is. Suddenly, the flame sword cuts silence, flashing brightly in the dark. Before the crowd, an extremely strong warrior appears whom they have not yet met, but the sword himself seems to them they recall his strength. The hero notices their reaction and boldly states that it is the radiant sword they heard of. He warns the enemies. Let them think well before rushing into battle, whether they are really ready to face his power. At this time, a group of advisors Morma runs away, desperately, and blood flows from our hands. The girl is barely breathing in exhaustion, trying to stay on her feet. They unfold the picture of destruction and chaos. She asks her brother as he feels. Hugs laugh at his condition, recognizing that he is a good fighter. One of the robbers is even delighted with the enemy and decides to enjoy this battle to the end. Despite the wound, Hun squeezes the sword with a bloody hand and replies rigidly, "Let the enemy be smaller and start acting." The robber only laughs in response, and red energy begins to form in his hands. He is pleased with this duel. It is a real entertainment for him, and now he will check whether the enemy is really strong. The main purpose of the robber is to exhaust us, the Hun, and kill him in the most painful way, waiting for the forces to finally leave the enemy. Powerful energy is splashing from his body, preparing for a decisive blow. The sword of the hero flashes powerful energy, filling the air with danger. The monsoon looks at the enemies, challenging them. Are they ready to fight him? The leader of the mask gang ruthlessly orders to kill him immediately. In the next moment, the monsoon breaks forward, leaving the energy behind it, and the earth flies to the wreckage. The leader is surprised. How could he disappear so quickly? The monsoon appears just among the enemies. His sword cuts the space, and the blood flows around. At a frantic speed, the monsoon breaks into the main enemy, leaving no chance to anyone on his way. The gaze filled with rage does not allow you to leave the living people who wanted him to death. The hero's blade passes through the next enemy, lifting a cloud of blood. The bandits are going closer, preparing for the attack by the whole group. The monsoon does not retreat, and directs the energy charged with energy directly to the enemies. One of the opponents, he pierces the sword so deeply that it seems that the blade touches the soul. No chance of salvation. The sword protrudes from the body of the enemy. Realizing that alone they cannot cope, enemies decide to attack the two. The monsoon again fills the sword with energy, preparing for a new blow. A powerful scope and two enemies fly away in different directions, not being able to restrain the pressure even together. One of the bandits beats in despair, not imagining that he will have to withstand the true Marima Moor. However, there is no choice. The enemy squeezes the sword to the bones. Deadly energy begins to rage from his blade. An energy arrow breaks out of the enemy's sword, which is constantly spreading in the air. The monsoon is surprised to watch this incomprehensible sight. The leader of the gang, covered by the rage, lifts the sword above his head. He indifferently how much strength is left in the guy. He quit the order to break him into pieces. Occupied the order, the bandits are rushing forward, leaving behind the trace of explosive energy. The whole flock rushes to the guy in a frantic attack. The scene is transferred to the Battle of the Fracture. His enemy is overthrown and powerless lies on the ground. The reconciliation stands hard after a grueling battle. The sister looks at his brother, interested in his condition, and he assures that he is just a little tired. The reconciliation is worried about Kfad's zone. Fortunately, the bleeding has been stopped. She was only given first aid, but without proper treatment, of her life was threatened. The reconciliation decided to descend immediately. The sister remembered Kimran's stronghold near Yanha village. If there is a base, then you can send a mail pigeon to Muram and quickly report everything that happened. The girl rushed to warn the sisters so that they could be prepared for the descent. Meanwhile, the Vagoon thought about the people in black, who attacked them. It was obvious that these attackers belonged to another group. Perhaps they are behind everything. He was certain in one thing. Someone consciously tries to destroy the League of Muse. The sisters have already come together. The reconciliation ordered them to go first, promising to catch up. But suddenly, something anxious flashed at him behind his back. Behind stood the enemy with a sinister smile on his face. The red burning ball flew immediately towards the cheerful, although suddenly he had time to react and repel the first blow. But the attacker did not stop, sending new shells, and his eyes flashed with red light. The reconciliation focusly reflected every attack without giving the enemy the benefits. He shouted sister to flee, but she froze from shock. In her eyes, there was a real horror. She could not even move. After falling to the ground, she watched as two burning balls were rapidly approaching. The demonic enemy launched the ball directly into the girl, but the reconciliation managed to jump and close it with his body. He took a blow on himself. Both balls hit him. Turning in pain, the recession still looked stable and steadfast. The attacker was shocked that the guy sacrificed his body to stop the attack. Being a shield in front of his sister, the reconciliation asked the enemy what he was doing here. But the answer was only a cold smile. Everything is so obvious. He came here for the sake of revenge. The reconciliation is just mocking, remembering that this, fascinating, the first escaped the tail. The enemy with fury recognizes that if he did not come to Jinan, he would now live calmly, without problems. Squeezing burning balls in his hands, he spiked from anger. Because this guy destroyed everything. To take revenge, he went to the palace of 4 emperors, hoping to meet him there. The reconciliation was alerted, hearing the familiar name. It could not be a coincidence. The enemy believed that the heavens themselves gave him a victory and held in his hands condensed power. The shock energy was instantly aimed at the output. In his gaze, rage flashed. He vowed to kill him in the most painful way. The balls of red flames flew straight to the hero, and the enemy's eyes glowed with a creepy glow. The Vagoon is dangerous and orders the sister to flee immediately. He decides to restrain the enemy as long as possible to save her. He confidently reflects heavy attacks without letting himself overcome. He is shouting to run right now, realizing the danger, but she stands as if she were fossilized without responding to his words. With a lowered head and trembling lips, she cannot move out of place. Meanwhile, the enemy activates a new wave of energy. His eyes are burning. The smile becomes even more sinister. A powerful red aura spreads around, scattering energy outbreaks. The reconciliation is horrified that the blow is not avoided. The lightning splash of energy flies on it rapidly, tearing the space. A powerful red wave hit the chest and purposefully heads to his body. The blow pierces the hero's foot, covering her with burning energy. The face is offended by pain. The sweat flows on the temple, and the look is full of despair. He barely holds on his feet. The enemy is pleased to observe suffering and exclaims to stand it. Red energy chains tightly wrap the squad and squeeze. The enemy mocks, wanting to check how much the guy will stand. After the battle, there were debris around, and in the air were clouds of dust. The girl sat on the ground, helpless and frightened. The enemies rejoiced in the easily victim. They are convinced that they would be nothing for them. The leader decided to pick up the girl because she could bring a good ransom. He grabbed her face, mockingly calling a precious pupa. In her eyes, he seemed like a real predatory beast. He promised that she would return home for cooperation. She clasped her hands with wooden shackles and ordered to follow them. The girl's look was empty and hopeless. Suddenly she saw something horrible. Sweat drops appeared on the forehead. The enemy releases the red spheres. The pressure increases, and the movements of the fighting slow down. Under powerful pressure, he barely holds, and the enemy mocks his weakness. 2 girls are anxiously watching. One supports the exhausted Sentra and notices that the brother is in danger. The eyes are filled with tears. The girl in despair realizes that he should help, but does not know how. The labor continues to attack the red spheres. She just looks, unable to do anything.
His last force's sword reflects energy. Exhausted and wounded,
He silently withstands without retreating before the enemy.
the enemy is approaching, surrounded by dozens of energy spheres.
Ready for a decisive blow.
His face reads mockery and neglect.
The enemy's hands are filled with mysterious energy, preparing new equipment. He lifts his hands up and creates a giant energy tornado, preparing for a devastating attack. In his eyes, rage burns. The energy sphere is ready to hit all its strength. The flow of destructive energy which flies forward erupts from the hands. The swan is under a scraving of attacks, wrapped in a red glow. He understands that it can be its end. But suddenly, a figure appears on the horizon. This is Monsoon. In a moment, he stands in front of the harvest. His blue flames faces an explosion of enemy magic. The enemy fades. The events are not on his plan, and confidence disappears from his eyes. The girl in the shock state monitors the fight. Her face is full of anxiety and fear. The reconciliation, standing behind the back of the defender, finally recognizes the familiar silhouette. It was a Monsoon. However, he appeals to him as a master who has not received appointment. The tension hangs over the forest. The space subsides, and we move into the past a few minutes ago. One of the enemies in the yellow mask recedes. His body trembles with fear. The dagger falls out of the hands that alternately lowered. The Monsoon stands in the middle of the defeated. His gaze is chained to the last one who remained alive. He begs for a mercy. It suggests to give everything you know, only to save life. The Monsoon does not believe him. His look is cold. False promises are not interested in him. The enemy falls on his knees and begs, swearing, which will say all the truth. The Monsoon notes that from such a perseverance he will rather flow blood than something, so it requires to speak straight. The night forest absorbs everything around. Darkness hangs, aggravating anxiety. Hearing everything you need, the Monsoon rushes through the forest. He must immediately inform the truth. He cannot believe that the palace of 4 emperors sows enmity between Muram and Mago. But suddenly on the way he comes across a new battle. It was a Hanshin who fought with the enemy, but the enemy, seeing the Monsoon, was distracted and swung. A bright flash flashes in the air. Behind appears and instantly strikes his sword just the enemy. Henshin thanks Younger for timely help. Henshin notes that these enemies are too strong. Something is wrong. The Monsoon tells that they are from the palace of 4 emperors and teaches all known details. Hearing this, Hanshin is shocked. The name Palace of 4 Emperors impresses it. The Monsoon quickly leaves the place, saying that he has an urgent business. He promises to explain everything later. On the move, he runs past the worried song and suddenly feels something strange. It seemed to him that this energy was very similar to the power of the song itself. A bright blue glow flashes among the trees, and the Monsoon disappears without a trace. This is exactly how he found himself in the woods at the right moment and saved the fracture from a deadly attack. The opponent with the fury in his eyes does not understand who this guy was who disrupted his plan. The reconciliation asks is astonished if he is really the same master who has not received the appointment. Khan's sister is stunned when he recognizes the mask on his face. The Monsoon watches closely at the enemy and realizes that before him, the same offender he was looking for. The guy is stunned. He does not understand how Khan finds himself here and what a reconciliation does here. His thoughts are confused with surprise and anxiety. He is even more amazed by those who stand in front of him. He did not expect such a meeting. Before him stands the same wild beast of Ho-Chi-A, with whom he had already fighting. Memories flash in front of their eyes. He remembers old fights, tension, rage, and experience of this rival. The Monsoon feels as if he had returned into the past, again immersed in ancient confrontation. In the air, the energy spheres flying to it are whistling, leaving red traces. The Monsoon immediately understands that the attack is being prepared. He grabs the sword and confidently reflects the red spheres. In response, it produces a powerful wave of energy that cuts the darkness and restrains the onslaught of the enemy. The opponent with burning red eyes activates powerful equipment. Crossed hands peel the energy that twists in a deadly swirl, forming a unbuttoning animal ball. 2 burning balls fly forward rapidly like a nucleus, leaving a dazzling trace of fire. The Monsoon does not look out of the enemy. His look is cold. The blue glow of the eyes flashes in the dark. The body is tense, ready for answer. At the moment when the balls are almost reaching the target, he splits forward. The sword flashes blue light and intercepts the attack. The enemy does not stop. He throws even more balls like a wild beast, trying to break through the defense. Fire spheres cut the air, rushing simply in the Monsoon on all sides. The guy stands firmly, taking a fighting rack. He releases powerful energy waves from his sword. They cut the space and create a dense protective barrier around.
His counterattack completely neutralizes the enemy's offensive.
The opponent's attack is broken in the air. The dissected balls are faded, and it is in a panic from the power of protection that wraps the body of Monsoon. The monsoon is lightning from the place. He attacks the sword rapidly, but the enemy has time to put his hand and blocks the blow with a powerful fist.
Ho Chejin smiles boldly.
He begins to understand that this guy is not as simple as he seemed. He laughs, suggesting Monsoon to feel with him instead of a cheerful and not die so quickly. The reconciliation is staring at the enemy. In his eyes, determination. He makes a promise that this time he will definitely end him. The monsoon stands confident. The blade of his sword shines in the dark, like a warning for the enemy. The reconciliation does not understand how he found himself here. The sister is surprised to ask if he knows him. The reconciliation replies that he saw him once in Jinan. Then he asks anxiety how his sister feels. The girl sighs. She says that everything is fine with her, but worries for the cheerful, because he was most affected. She feels guilty, believes that if it were not for her, he would not have to take the risk. The reconciliation tries to reassure her. He proposes to treat it with something delicious, but he adds that he must first complete the case he started. A great opponent emerges from the darkness. Red balls are burning around it. The monsoon courageously reflects all the attacks, keeping cold confidence. A cruel battle flashes between them. No intention to retreat. The enemy does not understand who before him, but he likes the skill of Musun. The guy silently replies, ignoring the empty words. The reconciliation is surprised. He cannot understand how the monsoon has changed so much, because he was still very weak in Johnny. Suddenly they hear the cries of enemies, those shouting who found girls from Yanuta. It is terrified by the cheerful and girl. One of the sisters stands in front of a sick sister and threatens to break his feet to all who will approach. The bandits only laugh at her courage. They regret to kill her, but it was an order from above. One of them with a pitiful smile rushes to the girl. Kan's sister does not know what to do. It is panic because the sisters are in danger. The reconciliation is trying to help, but because of the wounds it is almost impossible to move. And here a new fighter appears on the horizon. He compresses the sword firmly in his hands. The labor wraps strange energy outbreaks, and he does not understand what is happening. The bandit looks with surprise, noticing a bright energy blow that is rapidly approaching him. A wave of energy enters the enemy's body. He falls into the trap without having time to harm the girl. Immediately after the explosion, the sword emerges from above, leaving a flash in the dark and shocked faces around. The gang leader is stunned. He does not understand who again hindered their plans. A new fighter is rapidly appearing from the air. He is surrounded by a blue energy aura. In an instant, he attacks enemies. The bright energy of the energy breaks the space, heading to the opponent. Everyone appears in front of the chick. Her look is angry but full of confidence. Panic covers enemies. They did not expect a young girl to dare to such a crazy act. Among the chaos of the battle, the coup is rapidly flying up, squeezing a giant weapon. She is ready to strike. Her sword cuts the enemy with one precise movement, forcing him to retreat. The girl's look becomes even more decisive. It swings again without delay. A powerful blow cuts air, creating a wave of energy. The enemy does not have time to protect himself, and finds himself in front of the inevitable defeat. A stunned girl looks at everything that is happening and does not believe the eyes when Song sees in front of him. They ask with anxiety why she is here. Soen replies that they came to the noise trying to find out what happened. The sisters say that they were attacked. She lost a lot of blood. The enemy is only annoyed by their fuss. He squeezes his fists, burning with anger. Fireballs are pulled out of his hands. He wants everyone to disappear from his eyes. Another ally extends his hand to the sword to join the battle. He rushes forward, wanting to help friends, shouting that the enemy has no right to interfere at the time of reunification with his family. In his path, Hanshin appears, which begins to activate the technique of Fresh Wind Clinic. It burns the enemy even more. His rage goes beyond. Gathering all power, he raises his hands above his head, preparing to stop a devastating energy blow that flies directly on him. The monsoon faces him with unwavering determination, radiating the threatening force that makes the enemy think. The enemy's face distorts. A sudden shock. The monsoon, whom he has already met, emerges in memory. Then the guy struck him with lightning skill. The enemy's eyes are burning. He finally recognizes the enemy, and anger with a thirst for revenge fill his heart. The monsoon smiles ironically, laughing and asking if he had already healed his handle after their last meeting. A frantic cry breaks the night. The enemy explodes with energy. A flurry of fiery spheres rises around it. His fist is on the offensive. Red eyes are burning hatred. Attacks are getting tougher.
The whole forest shudders from a crazy battle.
The enemy is constantly attacking Monson, trying to break his protection.
His eyes are burning.
Burning balls are pulled out of the hands. The attack does not stop.
A powerful blow splits the ground under your feet. The monsoon tenses, getting ready for a jerk.
His look is cold. The body is alert.
He lightly reflects the attack.
Their strength collides, generating an outbreak of energy.
Dust and debris clouds rise into the air after the explosion of the force, but the enemy does not seem.
Because of the curtain of the smoke, his figure with burning eyes emerges. The tension only increases.
Fireballs fly into the air.
The opponent attacks with double force.
The earth is torn from the collision of two elements.
Flames and lightning form an energy storm.
The monsoon stands with the sword in his hand.
He is ready for the next blow.
The enemy compresses in the palm of a burning charge.
It turns into a wild tiger's iron claw and radiates a devastating power.
He threatens to break the monsoon into pieces. In response,
the guy charges his sword with energy. His gaze becomes icy, ready for the final blow.
The enemy fills the attack by destructive energy.
He promises to destroy Monsoon without a rest.
Muson's eyes shine with determination.
In his soul, a wave of absolute concentration increases.
The lightning flash pierces the darkness.
The monsoon causes a devastating tornado that covers everything around Blue.
The sword ranges rates the flow of light,
which cuts the space and carries a threat to everything in the way.
The blade emits the celestial glow.
The technique of the first executioner is concentrated in one decisive motion.
The enemy concentrates energy in the deadly sphere,
preparing for a collision.
The energy flow
is faced with the sword. His face is stitched by rage and tension.
The energy explosion sweeps everything around.
The forest is immersed in light and ruins.
The black explosion breaks the enemy's chest.
His body cannot stand. Fragments and blood fly around. The face is distorted by pain.
The monsoon stands in the glow of the blades.
His look is cold, calm, and full of absolute advantage.
Among the night silence in the dark forest, there is a fierce battle. Powerful energy cuts darkness.
Light flashes break the space.
Armed attackers tremble. Fear of a young girl paralyzes will.
With a cold glitter in the eyes, the sword compresses and preparing to strike.
The sword cuts the air,
leaving traces of magical energy that trembles and pulsates.
In a moment, the blade cuts several enemies in a row.
They fall, not having time to understand.
The reconciliation is puzzled, does not believe that this fragile girl defeated such power.
Henshin approaches him, noting that the young man is probably a freshman. The reconciliation nod and wonders who he is.
Smiling,
Henshin says they are older students who came to help young beauties.
The reconciliation was introduced as a hidden spiritual sword from Manga.
Hearing this, Henshin guesses that he is from the clan.
The conversation is joined by Tansoi and says that their group is preparing a well-known personality.
She seems like Henshin.
The reconciliation sighs lightly.
Dating is set, so it will be easier to communicate. But with so many enemies, they cannot cope.
However, Tansoi does not agree.
Her confidence points to another calculation.
And it was at this moment that new enemies appear behind.
Those who survived the first wave.
They run straight on them,
covered by the rage and thirst for murder.
The Tan does not hesitate.
Sharp, deadly needles fly from the sleeve.
The needles are embedded in the enemy,
and he twisted from piercing pain.
The melee is tied.
The girl skillfully holds the enemy at a distance.
Her movements are clear and decisive.
Every step speaks of readiness for battle. In one hand, a sword. From the other drain needles that leave no chance to the enemy.
The enemies were numb,
being trapped, and they could not take a step forward.
They suddenly emerged with a sword that glittered with dazzling energy.
Henshin was rapidly joining the battle, using the technique of the absolute light sword simply to the enemies.
From the impact of the opponent's rejected back, they twisted in pain and became angry even more. The reconciliation was stunned by what he saw,
and Henshin only remembered that they were taught even more impressive things in the council.
Smiling, Henshin said that they learned it,
risking life, and promised that the reconciliation would also understand everything when he became a master.
He ordered the young man to go to friends because there are many more trials ahead.
And here everything was left on himself.
Hearing this, the reconciliation finally realized that the real members of the council before him. An arrow broke out in the sky.
A bright signal cut the night above the forest.
The enemies realized that it was a sign from their own,
and decided to retreat immediately.
Tansoi noticed the retreat and asked if the enemies would pursue.
Henshin replied that this is a bad idea because everything is fine with them,
but not very much with others. The Tan Sao looked around and saw something terrible. On the ground lay dozens of bodies of their comrades who died in battle. In the eyes of the girl, tears of regret appeared because of how many students lay at the hands of the enemy. The reconciliation died into his own aura, trying to calm down after a crazy battle. Among the forest, 3 sisters were kneeling, squeezing each other to support themselves. Henshin noted that it was necessary to contact the Marima League immediately, and suggested finding a communication village nearby. One of the girls said that there was a Yana village, the Crimrin base, from where you can transmit messages and call for help. Jin Hein Van asked if Musan was all right, and his friends confidently answered that he would endure any danger. Bei looked at the enemy and realized that although he was a giant, but even her finger would not touch Musan. Despite the dark night, solid words were heard in the air, which should be sent as soon as possible and help the wounded. A fuzzy silhouette began to emerge from the fog. The smoke came out of the smoke, the face was bloody, but he was still alive. The monsoon reached for the face, deciding to take off the mask and meet the enemy openly. He has already decided that is where he will be an end to this connection. But suddenly, he heard a strange sound on the side. Someone quietly called for help. Under the fallen tree lay a wounded enemy and begged for salvation. But when he saw Musan, his gaze changed sharply. The monsoon was surprised that this man was still alive, and in the meantime he pleaded with the master about a mercy. The monsoon looked at the enemy with cold hostility, because it was through them that dozens of innocent. Why did he spare him? Suddenly the man broke into a cry, reminding that the monsoon promised a mercy in exchange for the truth. The monsoon did not respond. In his eyes the rage was burning in disdain, as if he had not said anything. The enemy realized that the trap was finally locked up, and there would be no way for him. The monsoon waved his sword and the enemy's head rolled across the bloody land. He exhaled heavily, feeling the tension gradually release. The sky began to glow, and with this monsoon ended the massacre over the enemies. The next morning, alarming silence prevailed in the clan. Everyone's face was gloomy. One of the warriors reported that 37 students were killed, 2 wounded, and 12 more were disappeared. The master summed up the losses. In total, they lost 51 people. He was overwhelmed by irritation because the pathetic hostile attack was so expensive. The subordinate reported that the attack took place in the middle of the night, and among the enemies were strong warriors from the palace of 4 emperors. Nevertheless, he said that all had ended well, but the master did not share this optimism. His main task was to mobilize the council and demonstrate its strength to everyone. But now, not only higher power, but other groups will oppose. Meanwhile, in the Huashan sect, there were rumors that the news reached every corner of the country. Their leader was boiling from rage, because the enemies dared to direct the swords against his faction. The Tang clan's elder demanded revenge for the students who died a brutal and unjust death. Shaolin's representatives supported this idea because they could not stay away. The sect chief ordered to send to amusement all the free fighters, because the goal was obvious. They could not leave it unanswered. Another sergeant was boiling with anger and insisting that it was time to take revenge on these scums. The leader of the sect could not endure the loss of students and ordered the honor of the faction. This is how the great political war began. The stone doors are slowly opened, opening the way to the clan. This is the beginning of a new stage. The warriors go confidently. Their steps sound decisive. The head is ahead, leading their people directly into the heart of the clan. Among those present were the swordsmen of the Sect of Power. And yesterday, the 18 architects from Shaolin arrived, which hinted at the great future collision. At the depths of the castle, the head sat at the table and looked at the last letters. He read everyone thoughtfully. One again asked for reinforcements, and he understood that the battle was no longer avoided. Sighing, he mentally returned to recent problems related to the Mago group. And now the works with the Palace of 4 Emperors created pressure. But suddenly he heard someone without warning into the room. One of the guards reported that people from Gufailbana, along with the elders, were waiting for greetings. Getting out of the chair, the master guessed the purpose of their visit and ordered that he would soon appear. He confidently heads the wooden floor. His steps are deaf in silence. Going to the terrace, flooded by the sun, the master moves forward with a focused expression. Stopping near the fence, he looks down, watching the events in the yard. Students are lined up in combat rows, performing exercises under the close supervision of mentors. But in a moment, the space is empty. The sound subsides. People diverge, and the yard plunges into the shadow. With a gloomy expression, the master reflects on the losses, knowing how severely the students were injured. Going further, he hopes that meaningless shouts and victims will finally stop. Sunlight gently touches the roof that rises on the background of the clear blue sky. Meanwhile, in the hall of the elders and leaders gather at a round table.
One of them insists on the immediate mobilization of all forces against the supporters of the Palace of Four Emperors. The atmosphere is tense. One of the warlords compresses his fist, realizing that the fate of all Murum is now deciding. One of the leaders stands sharply and calls for a revenge on the fallen students, destroying everyone who is related to the Yard of Four Emperors. A man with a bandage opposing his head, considering such calls too emotional, and warns of possible manipulation. He recalls that the war will cause losses to both parties, and eventually the enemy can capture the central plain. The elder in the hall indignantly calls him a coward, convinced that the enemies attacked the first, and need to act decisively. Another elder with a confident look adds that the inaction will disgrace the League in the eyes of all. The elder with the bandage tries to explain his opinion, but his caution only pours oil into the fire. The representative of the influential faction mocks his words and casts doubt on his loyalty. Another voice in the hall accuses him of corruptness, but someone warns not to rush in words because the tension increases. One of the elders squeezes the jaw, trying to hold back anger. The rest of the attendees also begin to be nervous. The meeting is becoming more anxious. The master closes his eyes and cannot believe that the meeting of the council has become such a mess. Voices are heard in the dark cave. There are rumors about a political war that began to gain momentum. Proponents of the Dark Organization discuss the failure of the courtyard who wanted to deceive the League, but got caught. One of them explains that the students of the students were killed, and the enemy wanted to blame their organization. The plan has failed, and now everyone is talking about the inevitable war. The bloody demon with sarcasm ridicules the stupidity of enemies. The leader of the order, full of fanaticism, orders to transfer news and mobilize all available fighters. In a small house, the monsoon sits with friends at the table. The situation is peaceful, but anxiety is overwhelmed in the air. Henshin notes that new fractions arrive every day, and this is a fear of war. Tan-so agrees, saying that her family has also sent a reinforcement, which only confirms the threat. Henshin confesses that even on peaceful days of life he can turn over, and now he sees the beginning of a great war. Meanwhile, the monsoon is silently sitting away. His thoughts are only about Song. He is clearly greatly worried. In the ward, the girl lies without a good, all in sweat, with heavy breathing. Her condition remains critical. Song with anxiety consult a doctor. He says that the girl fell into a coma, but there is hope for recovery. The doctor asks not to leave her alone and inform the council. Can still change. SAA's sister decides that Soyeon should return with the girls first, but tears appear in the girl's eyes. She does not want to leave the sisters. The SSA gently soothes her, promising to return as Akvachjan wakes up. There is a monsoon behind the door. He heard everything and could not restrain the pain, though the face is hidden. He causes himself for being late. He believes that if he had come earlier, the tragedy could be avoided. Suddenly, Hanshin appears and interrupts his thoughts. The monsoon even forgot that they gathered for lunch. Seeing the depressed look of a friend, Hanshin asks if everything is fine, feeling the stress in the air. Tanso tries to understand whether the monsoon is not upset because of the dead acquaintances, but he replies that the matter is not at all. He holds on his head and says he had slept badly last night, possibly because of the fatigue that has accumulated lately. But at heart, he knows that reflections will change nothing or return the lost. He decides to focus on what he can do now and how it can be useful. Saying goodbye to friends, Monas reports that he goes to train. Without spending time, it goes out the door with a decisive step. Tanso worries that he is left alone, but Henshin assures that everything is under control. The girl is surprised by such confidence, and the guy jokes, hinting at a special connection between them, which causes her annoyance. At the training ground, the day swaying before the event. The monsoon appears on the sits of the sun, and begins to work out the technique of the sword. Its grip is solid, the movements are accurate and collected. Every step is filled with inner force. A serious facial expression and a focused look speak of a thirst for self-improvement. Song reappears again and he cannot expel her out of his heart. The monsoon continues to strike, the movements merge into the perfect technique. The space around is dying. The mention of her smile unexpectedly fills him with even greater strength and determination. He trains desperately, honing his combat skills to perfection. In the eyes of a flame that has never been so bright before, its energy spreads around, penetrating the entire playground. Without expecting it, he twists in technique like a tornado and looks extremely confident. But in his heart, there is only one reason why he seeks strength. It was Soen.
He trained to be worthy of the one he loved. Squeezing his sword firmly, he vowed to protect her from any threat, no matter how terrible it was. Hardly sighs, Monas closes his eyes. Finally, it became clear why he was so devoted to martial art. Suddenly, he is alert, hearing incomprehensible screams somewhere nearby. Hunchin and Tanso appear in front. They inform him that the general gathering of warriors is announced. Not yet finishing his workout, he is dying, not believing his ears. But he quickly understands. This is the beginning of a great political war, which is no longer avoided. Having shaking the sword in it leaves a light mark of spark. Determined for the collection, he states that he will become a swordfish capable of protecting his lover. After all, he always dreamed of it. To become a real sword.